first one. Joining us on the red side of the field, give it up for team 4512.
They're from Everett, Washington. That's Otter Chaos.
In that middle spot, it's team 8051.
From Tukwila, Washington, Tink Rex.
And joining them, it's team 2374.
Out of Portland, Oregon, that's Jesuit Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, we have team 955.
From Corvallis, Oregon, Control C.
We have team 328.
From Bonnie Lake, Washington, that's Panther Robotics.
And give it up for 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
Before we count down this match, please welcome back our game announcer and first alum, Josh Clark. He's being shy. He just wants to wave this morning.
All right, I'm supposed to say hi in response. Hi.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Extremely professional self-introduction out of the way begins our morning, and match number 88 gets underway at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. Pre-programmed autonomous instructions running for both sets of these robots here, and the blue hub in particular getting pelted with fuel. 55 points and counting, 3 seconds left in the autonomous period, and we're still not done. Control C copy-pasting tons more points onto the board, 84 of them to be precise, to the 46 on red. Drivers now take control of at least 5 of these machines, still waiting for some signs of life here from Tink Rex's Leviathan machine. It looks like those motors are whirring, and so it'll be a full 6 robot match. Control C and Panther setting themselves up for future success. A little bit of an investment effort as they scoop up fuel from the neutral zone and pass it back towards the Blue Alliance zone. Red Alliance working with whatever they've got over in their own turf. There's Otter Chaos, there's Tink Rex, both supplying some score. Then Tink Rex swaps out for Jesuit, and the Red Alliance shift ends with 102 points on the board. Blue Alliance now trying to cash in those investments, but of course any investment market is a little volatile. So, of course, is the percentage of fuel landing in the hub for Blue. They dial it in here later in the shift, earlier on a little bit messier, but now quite accurate in bringing their score up to 223 as shift number 2 comes to a close. Magic number for them is going to be 240, the number of fuel they'll need for that energized bonus ranking point, which would be ranking point number up to 4 if they were to win the match. Our supercharge is still at 360, and of course we've seen that in quite a number of matches. We'll learn more about that from our sports desk later. 55 seconds left to play as we move into shift number 4, our last Alliance-specific shift over on Blue. There's Panther Robotics, tons of fuel going airborne. Just shy of another E-stop from fuel on this one, but it bounces off the score table safely, and we'll keep playing. 40 seconds left. Red Alliance trying to catch up, 90-point deficit here. Not as much fuel on their side as on Blue. Tink Rex looking to maybe move some of it up and over the bump, but they have to deal with my favorite defender. Stormbots all up in their face again, holding Tink Rex to that top left corner of the field while leaving Otter Chaos wide open for some easy layups. Final 30 seconds of the match, our end game here in first rebuilt. Both hubs are active. Neither Alliance making huge work of this. Blue Alliance finally gets something to go from way downtown. Looks like that's Control V out of Corvallis. That 955 machine picking up whatever score they can, pushes them over the 360-point threshold for the Supercharge bonus RP. And that's going to be it for us down here on the field. Scores are in for Quals match number 88. Blue Alliance wins the match. 386 points to 259. A 5-1 ranking point split. That's all we've got for match 88.
Well, welcome back to, I guess this is the last day, huh?
Last day of District Champs.
Not just of District Champs, but of the Pacific Northwest competitions this year.
That's right. It's the end of the season, everybody.
That it is. And Is it a little windy in here? I think it was, because that defense by 28-11 still absolutely killing it. Speaking of 28-11, we do have a Kevin in the pits. Let's see it.
We're here with Elle from 28-11, the Stormbots. Elle, I interviewed you last year and asked you what first meant to you. I've come back for an update. So tell me, how is first affecting your life?
Honestly, going from 9567 to 2811 has taught me a whole lot. And one of my favorite things about 9567, being a rookie here last year, it was my first districts experience ever, first FRC year ever. A lot of the time I was like, oh, I don't really feel like I know what I'm doing. A lot of these robots, they look so hard. Like in the beginning of the season, we would take apart the year prior, which was Crescendo, when I was here last year for Reefscape. And taking apart that robot scared me. I was like, this looks terrifying. And through my progression from 9567 to 2811 now, I have a confidence now that I never knew I had. Like, I feel confident in the way I carry myself, in the decisions that I can make. And first has honestly taught me a lot about public speaking, you know, talking to judges, interviews like this. They become one of my favorite things. And I would say public speaking is like a passion of mine. And I'm in a leadership role in 2811 now. I'm the captain in training, so I'll be the captain next year. And through that progression of something that I never knew I could do, and it created a passion for STEM that I never knew I had, that I exemplify now. And now, like, first taught me I could do hard things. They looked hard, but now I can do them, and I'd love to go into aerospace engineering or work for NASA when I'm older. So, yeah.
Outstanding. You make me happy. You should know that. You make everybody happy who gets a chance to talk to you. Thank you for being a part of FIRST. We really enjoy having you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Joining us on the field this next match on the red side, give it up for Team 488.
From Seattle, Washington, that's Team XBot.
They are joined by 3663.
From Bothell, Washington, CPR, Cedar Park Robotics.
And we've got Team 10416.
From Spokane Valley, Washington, the Radical Raccoons.
Making our way to the blue half of the field, give it up for Team 9430.
They're from Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
In the middle spot, we've got Team 2976.
Out of Sammamish, Washington, the Spartabots.
And rounding out the blue side, it's 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, that's RAID, the Raider Artificial Intelligence Division.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to our 89th qualification match of the Pacific Northwest District Championships. The neutral zone currently solely occupied by Team XBot as they run forward and grab more fuel for their second volley of fuel score here in Autonomous. 80-ish% of it making into the hub. Our Alliance partners a little bit more precise on that one. That's the Radical Raccoons and CPR helping bring the Alliance score up to 57, but the Blue Alliance will be just ahead of them there at 80 before Drivers take control. Drivers now finding fuel. Blue Alliance particularly trying to get some last score in before the hub turns off and the Red Alliance takes the first teleoperated shift. Team Xbox lined up back by the ref panels here in the top left corner of the field. And that fuel mostly connecting with the hub, some of it bouncing out. Their Alliance partners CPR come in and kind of get like a teaser of what it would be like to score and then drive away. They'll leave some room for the Radical Raccoons to pick up the tail end of the Red Alliance shift. Brings the score up to 109. Blue Alliance now at 140, and they arrived fully caffeinated and ready to go this morning as they just doused the hub in about 40 points of fuel, 50 in quick measure, and they're not done yet. There's 94-30, C-Tech, Salem, Oregon's team, picking up plenty more score in spite of the Red Alliance defender right in front of them there. Team Xbot just not really the defensive X factor they were looking to be on that shift, and the tides will change back over to Red. Radical Raccoons, I don't want to say dumpster diving for fuel, but like that's the only raccoon pun that comes to mind at this hour, so there we go. They'll pick up another hopper full of it, and even though they're getting pushed around by Spartabots, still connecting for about 90 to 95% of their fuel. Here comes Xbot for another volley. This one quite successful, landing every piece of fuel they try, and the tides will change once more. We're at 150 point margin between our alliances. 333 points on the board for Blue. They are just barely shy of the supercharged bonus ranking point, and it looks like we'll make quick work out of that one here from Raid. That is Federal Way's team out of the Thomas Jefferson High School. Picking up all that fuel and then running into the neutral zone. They're getting chased around by CPR, kind of the battle of the Seattle suburbs, but the Raider team able to break free, and off they'll go for another 20, 30 points of fuel. Everything is pretty rough estimates here as the score comes fast and furious in a rebuilt match. Just about 200 points separate your two alliances. Spartabots going surfing right next to the Red Alliance hub and then just getting fuel rained into their robot from that red hub as they're beached up on top of the fuel in front of them. 1 second left in the match. Last fuel is going to come to rest. We've got 20, 30 points worth to count up, it looks like. But who knows? We'll be back with scores in a moment.
Welcome back up to the sports desk once again, Robot fans. We forgot to introduce ourselves last time. I'm Brett, he's Jake, that's Josh, over there's Natalie. We're all gonna be here with you all day long, excited to take you through the end of the competition. And match 89, featuring a couple of our highest ranked teams, and it looks like those scores are ready. Let's take a look. It is a Blue Alliance victory this time. 487 to 302 in favor of the Blue Alliance. They take home 5 ranking points. That's what we've been seeing for most of our winning alliances, 5 ranking points. And Jake, we were watching that match, and you called out a very particular design choice on a couple of those Blue Alliance robots that you thought might have contributed to the victory there.
Yeah, absolutely. As someone who's mechanically, I guess, got a mechanical background, right? I often look at how do teams increase the efficiency inside of their robot. And a lot of what I've been seeing this year is teams using their intake to kind of force fuel into their shooters, even with a good indexer. And so I specifically wanted to look at 9430 C-Tech and 4469 Raid and how they were able to use their robots to kind of force feed those shooters. So we have a highlight pulled up here, and if we roll this clip here, we can see these two robots over on the blue side of the field over here, and we see how C-Tech uses that intake and they shove all that fuel down into their robot. And then we look over here at Raid, and they're gonna do the same thing with their intake right there. And it helps just make sure that all that fuel goes nicely through that shooter and that there is no jams, nothing like that, while also trying to increase this magical number, which everyone's been talking about, BPS, right? The amount of fuel that you can score in a given amount of time, right?
Yeah, and this is one of those things, Jake, I think you're making a really good point here, that from the stands, if you don't know exactly what you're looking for and you're not watching the game with that really mechanical focus as opposed to the gameplay focus, you could easily miss this sort of thing. This is sort of like the robot equivalent of the blocking technique on your offensive line or your throwing mechanics if you're watching baseball, things that lots of casual and even really intense fans don't really pay attention to. It takes a particular type of eye to be looking at. And so that design choice of using that intake as a secondary way, as in a secondary role to move that fuel through your shooter, through your indexer, to make sure that not only does it not get stuck, it keeps going smoothly. You don't want big gaps there where you're losing out on the opportunity to be shooting because you're waiting for something to clear through. And of course, it makes sure that everything gets in before you move on to your next one. It's a really neat piece of design work.
Especially this year where these cycles just matter so much because of how, you're like 20 seconds to shoot, right? And then the other alliance takes it. So speaking of taking it, the field will go ahead and take this next match.
Let's welcome our next set of teams to the Red Alliance, starting with Team 1595.
They're from just down the road in Spokane. They're the Dragons.
We've got Team 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
And give it up for Team 4915.
From Bainbridge Island, Spartronics.
On the Blue Alliance, please welcome Team 5937.
From Mercer Island, Washington, MI Robotics.
Their partners for this match, it's 4061.
They're from Pullman, Washington, Cyborgs.
And we've got Team 7034.
From West Lynn, Oregon, to be determined.
Drivers behind the lines, we're getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Qualification match number 90 gets underway here at Northwest District Champs, and another 20 seconds of fully pre-programmed instructions. A race for the neutral zone fuel. We didn't see it last match, but it's more of the typical archetype of a rebuilt match. Spartronics lines up right next to the Red Alliance trench, douses the Red Hub once more. 60 points on the board for them, and they're not done yet. Alliance partners coming in to add some more score on that. Looks like that was the Cloverbots from the bottom of your screen, helping give them a, I can't do quick math, I don't know, 20-something point lead, give or take. Something like that. Blue Alliance side of the field now. To be determined lining up. They had to get the quick rebound effort out of Autonomous and getting ready for their first teleoperated shift. They do so with pretty much no drama. The Alliance up to 92 points and counting here. You got MI Robotics, we talked about them yesterday with their reliable fuel scoring from just about any point up against that Alliance wall. They're going to go behind the tower there for the Blue Alliance as shift number 2 comes to a close. Welcome to shift number 3. It's on the Red Alliance side of the field here. Here's the Cloverbots out of Battleground, picking up the first few points worth of score to start this shift. And then Spartronics from Bainbridge Island picking up the kind of latter half of the shift here. I don't know, maybe 10 or so points. Actually, Cloverbots will round out the shift. Just kidding. Back to Spartronics we go. A gentle back and forth effort there on red as they work to maintain their 30 now point lead. Looking on blue there's West Lynn's team stuck in the corner, kind of trapping the Red Alliance machine of Cloverbots up against the wall for a minute. Cloverbot's going to have to go surfing in the neutral zone as they and Spartronics work on relocating some of the fuel over towards the Red Alliance zone. Blue Alliance side. Hey, there's the Cyborgs out of Pullman. Looking for them earlier. They're going to go into the neutral zone and work on scavenging for endgame. We're in shift number 5, well, shift 4 of the Alliance shifts. It's phase 5 of the match. So they're getting ready for both hubs to come online. Red Alliance has scoring ability through the remainder of the match, 50-point lead or so. That steam whistle tells us it's endgame time. I don't think any of these robots in this match climb, so it should just be a fuel shootout through the end. Blue Alliance hub online, bringing their score up to 258. Red Alliance is looking for 40 points to pick up the supercharge bonus RP. In comes Cloverbots and Spartronics. And Spartronics making the hub just about as crowded as Highway 305 on a Friday afternoon for a brief moment. 2 seconds left in the match. And that's going to be it for match number 90.
Jake, 90 matches down. We are in the last 10% of our qualification matches. And we're seeing things start to come together a little bit, yeah?
We are, yeah. Our rankings are starting to get quite close, aren't they?
Yep.
And these next couple matches are going to determine who's on the field and who isn't when it comes to Alliance selection.
Yeah, let's see how those rankings are shaken up with our next round of results. Red Alliance takes this match 367 to 322, the final tally. Another 5-point win. Another 5 ranking point win. 1 ranking point for the Blue Alliance, the energized ranking point there. And you'll see right there, 49-15 and 36-74 moving up in the rankings, currently sit at 9 and 11, just on the outside of that Alliance captain position. And that's what we wanted to talk about a little here is let's do another quick rankings check and see where we're at. I'm going to refresh my page here, make sure we're getting the latest and greatest. And let's take a quick look at what we're going here. So number 1, Bare Metal. They've been there all weekend. They are mathematically locked. 2046, you are on the clock. You will have the number 1 selection in Alliance selection. So hope you were up all night making your decisions. You know what's going to be happening there. 2 and 3, 2910 and 955. Those are going to be our 2 and 3 seeds mathematically, but we don't know which order yet. It's going to take that last round to see who ends up in which position there. If one of those takes more ranking points than the other, otherwise it'll come down to that tiebreaker, which you see here, tiebreaker, also pretty close. Jack in the Bot has the advantage there, but I don't think that's remotely guaranteed. But what's interesting to me after that is this big clump. So from 4 all the way down here to about 14, and everybody in the 3 range, this is going to shuffle along all throughout this last round of matches. And you can see we've got a couple of teams in here that still have 2 matches to play. Chill Out, still 2 to play. Flaming Chickens, still 2 to play. So they have a little bit of an extra opportunity to move around. But this massive clump is really gonna we're gonna have to see how this last round of matches go to see who lands where.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to foresee quite a lot of chaos and an amount of extreme competitiveness on the field from that clump of teams as they want to be in those Alliance captain positions. Because ultimately it's about, can you choose your own success? If you get chosen, there's an amount of luck that is involved in that. If you're choosing, you get to select your entire pair. All right, pair, that's not, you have 3 robots.
Triple,
so
yeah,
triple, yeah. And with that, let's take it back to the field.
Thank you, Jake and Brett. Let's go ahead and meet our next Red Alliance teams. We've got 1294.
They're from Sammamish, Washington, Pack of Parts.
In that middle spot, it's 9450.
From Woodinville, Washington, Velocity Raptors.
And rounding out the red side, we have team 96.
From Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
On the Blue Alliance, give it up for team 1318.
They're from Issaquah, Washington, the Issaquah Robotics Society.
We have 1540.
From Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
And we have Team 4089.
They're from Duval, Washington, Stealth Robotics.
Our robots are looking ready to go. Drivers behind the lines. In 3, 2, 1, go.
20 seconds of autonomous action begins in match number 91, and some brief collisions in midfield in the neutral zone, but then we go back our separate ways, and the Blue Alliance starts absolutely running away with things on the scoreboard. 75 points, 77, 85, 95, 105, 115, 125. Y'all, I have to like remember how to count. You got to give me time there. Lots of point lead there for the Blue Alliance as drivers take control, and should be an exciting one to watch as lots of high-ranked teams coming into this match, and several of them fighting for those bubble spots just on the outside looking in of our top 8 towards being potential Alliance captains. The Red Alliance side of the field there, there's Stealth Robotics deciding that defense is the best offense, but also vice versa as they go steal some fuel from the Red Alliance side and bring it home towards blue. Now they're going to back all the way over towards their human player station. A strategy we've seen a little bit of where you launch from that top right corner so that while you are intaking fuel, you're pushing fuel under the field wall towards your human players so you can get the double trouble action of your robot plus the humans launching fuel into the hub. 260 points on the board there for blue, 135 for red, and the shift will change back over towards the Red Alliance side. Top left corner, Velocity Raptors. Another and another and another and another, but they are one of those just-in-time robots. I talked about at Sundome how that was a unique advantage, but Jake and I yesterday dug into it's the risk of starvation in a high-paced match like this, where there's just so little fuel in their corner of the field, and it kind of shows with the stats on that particular shift, significantly less fuel than we're used to seeing out of that 9450 machine. Yet still, their Alliance only trails by 70, which I know that sounds like a big number, but that's nothing in late season rebuilt. 42 seconds. Hitchhiker's answer to the rebuilt season. Just shy of our supercharged threshold. There we go. Blue Alliance will creep over the line. ... now with 360 fuel scored, just as our end game steam whistle sounds. Back to the Red Alliance side here. Flaming Chickens running that fuel all the way back to Portland with them there in high gear as they go underneath the Blue Alliance trench and just spray and pray as far as fuel goes, but most of it landing in the hub. What a well-oiled machine offensively there from that 1540 robot, able to launch from anywhere back in Blue Alliance territory. Red Alliance chasing a last-second supercharge RP. It's going to take some luck there. I'm not sure if Cardinal Dynamics was quite able to make it happen, but our scoreboard will let us know here shortly.
Well, Brett, another phenomenal match here. And a storyline that I want to point out is the birds. The birds, very good friends. We saw the Bird Alliance at 2 events and two banners for each team. Wilsonville, Clackamas, at 1 event, Chickens picked.
Yeah, Bird Alliance 1540, the Flaming Chickens, and 6696 Cardinal Dynamics, both out of Oregon, yeah.
Yep. And we do have scores, so let's go ahead and take a look at those scores real quick before we get back to this. And your winner here, the Blue Alliance, taking home this win. 451 to 319 is your final score. 5 ranking points going to that Blue Alliance, 1 ranking point for that Red Alliance. Not quite enough for the Supercharge.
Yeah, and you see there, we were talking about that Bird Alliance 1540, 6696, spent a lot of time playing together throughout this season. Here, with a spot as an Alliance captain in the district championship on the line, they find themselves up against each other. And you and I were talking about how that's how FRC rolls. That's how it works. And that's one of like the really unique things about our competition is they say it every year in the game animation when they're explaining the rules. Your partner on one match could be your opponent on the next and vice versa. And so it was really interesting to see those 2 robots that knew each other so well, know their capabilities, know their strengths, know their weaknesses, how that shook out in this match on the field when they were opposing.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have those inside little details about like how does this drive team operate, how do they communicate, stuff like that. And so you start to get in each other's head a little bit because you know all the ins and outs. You've talked to each other, especially with these 2 teams who have spent so much time together, winning 2 events together, and now have to face each other.
Yeah. I want to shift gears a little bit because we've got, it looks like, a few seconds left. I want to talk about another team on that winning Blue Alliance, 1318, the Issaquah Robotics Society. And as we bring up our match highlight, one of the things 1318 told us in our team info form is they don't use that Limelight, that pre-built vision system that we talked about yesterday. They have their own homegrown, home-rolled, self-coded vision system. And you can see it in action here as we roll the highlight at our end game. They are moving around, they grab their fuel, and then just like most other teams, you see them come in, they find their position, once they work their way through the defense there, and they line up to shoot. And you see these little shimmies here that are happening in their back and forth. That's the vision system aligning with those April tags on the hub to try to get that in. We've seen that. That capability is not all that unique. That's pretty common across our teams. But to see a team still kind of doing it the old-fashioned way, home rolling it, building up their own system rather than just taking the one off the shelf is pretty cool. What do you think that gives them as an advantage?
Well, I think they get a little bit more, I guess, control over their system, right? I mean, everyone who's running Limelights, it's kind of a pre-built system and whatnot. So with that, I think we're about done here, and we'll go ahead and take it to the field.
Let's go ahead and introduce our next Red Alliance, starting with Team 1778.
From Mount Lake Terrace, Washington, that's Chill Out.
Joining them is Team 4488.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
And rounding out the red side, we've got Team 360.
From Tacoma, Washington, The Revolution.
Making our way to the blue half of the field, please welcome Team 2521.
From Eugene, Oregon, CERT.
Their partners for this match, it's 1983.
Out of Seattle, Skunkworks Robotics.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance at number 1 seed, Team 2046.
They're from Maple Valley, Washington, Bare Metal.
Drivers, check your toes. We are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
Well, I hope that was all fine. Thanks, Natalie, for that intro. 15 seconds left in Autonomous. 45 points already and rapidly counting for the Blue Alliance as the scoring onslaught continues. Red Alliance catching up in quick fashion here. Here goes the Shockwave machine out of Hillsborough trying to catch things up, but they're going to come out about 19 points shy as teleoperated period begins. Blue Alliance just shy of 100 points, and they will go second in teleop. That said, Bare Metal's still going to put up tons of score right in that intermission between Autonomous and the first teleop shift, bringing them up to 138 points. Red Alliance quickly catching up here. Here's Chill, 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 launching all sorts of fuel from back next to the Red Alliance tower. Another one of those machines that can launch from just about anywhere in the Alliance zone. Their Alliance partner, Shockwave, also doing the same. They've got a little bit of a pulsating, like, shuffling mechanism on the front of their robot to make sure nothing gets stuck in the intake and actually all makes it through to the launcher mechanism. Their Alliance leads by just a wee little bit, and Cert stuck on the Red Alliance bump. They do have a blinking safety light, so we have some comms with the robot, and we'll see if they're able to get moving again here later in the match. Bare Metal, tons of fuel as per the usual for them. 240 points on the board at this point is a slow match for them this early on. That defense coming at you from 1778, really holding them to far fewer points than we would normally expect. Skunkworks also not quite able to get into the zone. Chill Out, block of ice in front of the Blue Alliance bump on both sides. Skunkworks is finally able to jump through, mostly because Chill Out decided they wanted to get some offensive points in that cycle as well. 326 points. The Red Alliance is just barely shy, about one more cycle shy, I would guess, of the supercharged bonus RP. And now the Blue Alliance is back on their back feet. Bare Metal only able to pick up 15 or so pieces of fuel in that cycle, and then they're going to get smashed between the Chill Out and Shockwave machines. Tortuga up on fuel, and that is one way to make sure the bear goes into hibernation for a little while. 30 seconds left. Red Alliance tying the match, extending a lead. Chill Out has taken the chill off as they are going to join 360 in bottom field to launch more fuel at the hub. Cert stuck on some fuel. Bare Metal looking for a comeback here late in endgame to preserve their undefeated status. Back to the Alliance wall they'll go, peppering the goal with fuel along with Skunkworks, but the live score showing Brett and Jake should have plenty to talk about.
We, in fact, do have a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
It is cold in here. Chill Out. That defense against Bare Metal. And we're going to have our final scores here. I did see a thumb up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out those final scores. Let's make this official. It is the Red Alliance. 450 to 418. 5 ranking point match. Now, you'll notice not a lot of movement in the rankings. Bare Metal did already have that #1 seed lock, so nice job there. Chill Out, 360, holding on in Alliance captain position. Really good work there. And Jake, you and I talked a little bit about this match. When you looked at it, it was, can one outstanding robot with 2 solid but more middle-of-the-pack partners manage 3 really strong robots? In this case, it turned out the 3 really strong robots took it, and in no small part due to 1778, who we understand is celebrating their 20th anniversary this season. Happy anniversary, Chill Out. And they talked to our friend Kevin Ross in the pits about that just a little while ago. Let's roll that.
All right, I'm here at 1778. This is Trooper. Trooper, I heard it is your guys' 20th anniversary. I know that you guys went all out to celebrate. Tell me what's going on.
So for our 20th anniversary, we really wanted to go all out. So we celebrated our 20th anniversary by having a party at our school. And via that party at our school, we were able to bring back one of our OG mentors who is currently helping out with our business team. We're also here in our pits having some cool things on display, like the original 2006 Rookie All-Star Award. We also ended up bringing back the 2008 logo that we made back in 2008. which we're super excited to also wear in the original style of our Back in Black, which is not our current team branding, but we like to bring it back to show support from the stuff we had in our past.
All right. And over here, I see that you've got a whole bunch of great pictures of past events.
Yeah. We have pictures all the way up from about 2007 all the way up to 2026 or 2025.
All right. Well, hey, congratulations to your team. You've always been one of the star teams in the Pacific Northwest. 20 years is no slouchy feat. So congratulations for that, and well done on celebrating in big style.
Thank you.
All right.
Congratulations again to 1778 on 20 years on that great win in that match. And Jake, we've got one more special surprise courtesy of 1778. Is that right?
We do. A certain individual from 1778, Rowan, has provided us with some phenomenal onboard footage, which we don't get a lot of these days. Some phenomenal onboard footage of one of yesterday's matches, which we all saw that hilarious shot onto the e-stop of the field.
1 in a million shot, yeah.
Which was absolutely crazy. And currently our team in the back is trying to queue up that footage, and we have it now. So let's go ahead and roll that clip. So here's that onboard footage there. And you can see that turret flying around, and there goes the fuel. And once again, our FTA, Juan Chong, absolute despair.
Disbelief of that, yeah. So, you know, all chill out all the time right now. 1 in a million event. Frame that fuel, put that up in your pit with the rest of that display. And they made us promise we wouldn't just make fun of them. So we'll say again, outstanding work in that last match and all week long. We're looking forward to seeing you in the playoffs. Speaking of seeing people and eventually getting to the playoffs, Natalie's back with our next match in just a minute.
Natalie, you have new hair.
I was trying a new look, guys.
Hi, Evan. Welcome to the field.
Thank you for that, Josh. We are here in round 12. So this is the last round out here on the field. This is going to be the last time you're going to see these teams on the field until you might see them during playoffs or you see them during our election selection process. So let's go ahead and make it loud for these teams. Please welcome your Red Alliance. It's 9997.
Out of Corvallis, Oregon, Spartan Robotics.
Joining them in the middle position is 3218.
From Bonnie Lake, Washington, Panther Robotics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 4131.
They're from Renton, Washington, the Iron Patriots.
On the blue side of the field, they're a little stealthy, but I think I found them. It's 4125.
Out of Umatilla, Oregon, Confidential.
Joining them in the middle position, 2471.
Out of Camas, Washington, Team Mean Machine.
Rounding out your Galactic Alliance, it's 4450.
Out of Olympia, Washington, the Olympia Robotics Federation.
We're counting it down. We got 7 matches left. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match 93 underway, and just tons of fuel getting scooped up out of the neutral zone by 4 robots, 2 from each alliance there early in the autonomous period. We keep it moving, and the Blue Alliance opens up a huge lead by about 40 points, and we're still going. Plenty of fuel from the Mean Machine at the end of autonomous, helping bring them over the 100-point echelon. 127 on the board to the Red Alliance's 22, and it's going to be one uphill or up mountain battle for some of these ones. 997 there, Spartan Robotics out of Corvallis, stuck under the, or near the Red Alliance trench. That solid safety light tells us that we have no comms on that robot despite having power. We'll wait for them to get reconnected and ready to go while the neutral zone continues to get completely vacated of fuel. Blue Alliance is mostly playing a waiting game right now, waiting for the shift change to occur. There's ORF lined up for some layups next to the Blue Alliance hub as the shift changes. 20, 30, I don't know, a bunch of points And Mean Machine's going to follow him up pretty close here. 195 points on the board so far. Blue Alliance can't quite put it on cruise control just yet, especially not if Orf is going to get stuck on fuel like that. There you go. All four wheels on the ground is the way to drive for this one. They'll scoop up yet more fuel, kind of picking up their rebounds from their prior offensive attempts, and they'll drive across the field. Meanwhile, back at the ranch on the Red Alliance side of the field, Panther Robotics taking a little nap on top of the Blue Alliance machine of Confidential. We'll just not dwell on this for too much longer and wait for the shift to change back over. There's our Blue Alliance shift starting back up, and another piggyback ride, because that's just the way this match is going to go. Iron Riders picking up the Orf machine and taking them for a little bit of a spin. Orf able to get back on four wheels yet again as they re-enter the atmosphere. A couple more pieces of fuel drop, and really this match slows to a crawl. We'll listen to the ambient sounds of the steam whistle sounding while nothing else happens. Orf drives to midfield, picks up some fuel. And our referees just continue to get their morning stretches in over here. That's going to be just about all she wrote for match number 93. We'll catch you with some results in a little while.
Guest mic check.
Before we can post the results from qualification match number 93, we have some bookkeeping to take care of here in the house. The head referee has issued a yellow card to Red Alliance Team 997 for violation of Rule G211, egregious behavior for a pin in excess of 15 seconds. He further wanted to clarify that this was because 997 began a pin and did not retreat the 6 feet required at any point later on, and that resulted in the 211. With that said, we have our results for match number 93. It's going to be a Blue Alliance victory, 498 points to 70 points. Of course, 275 of those points on blue, the penalties from aforementioned pin, and a yellow card there for Team 997.
Well, with that score, let's go ahead and meet the teams for the next match on the red side of the field, 997. No, that's not right. Why is the next numbers not up? It's 8896.
They're out of Puyallup, Washington. That's Wolf Tech Robotics.
Joining them, 8248.
From Seattle, Washington, Chainlinks.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, 492.
Out of Bellevue, Washington, Titan Robotics Club.
On the blue side of the field, 10991.
Out of Sandy, Oregon, Pyobites.
Joining them in the middle position, 2976.
They're from Sammamish, Washington, the Spartabots.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 948.
They're from Bellevue, Washington, NRG, the Newport Robotics Group.
Friends, our countdown continues. We're at qualification match number 94, and we've got 7 left. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 94 is rolling here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship, and we get robots moving once more after a not even brief intermission. That was a real intermission. 8 seconds left here in Autonomous. Red Alliance is up by about 20. We'll see if they're able to extend that lead any further. It looks like that's going to be a yes as Titan Robotics Club puts some last score on the board. Although the Blue Alliance also ending Autonomous strong there. Looks like that might have been NRG providing some of that score, helping bring them up to 47 points. Red Alliance getting some last score before their hub turns off, and then we go into shift number 1 of teleoperated play. And in a haunting flashback of the last match, we get another piggyback ride right next to the Blue Alliance bump, although that one frees up without too much drama. Wolf Tech from Red Alliance over there playing defense hardcore mode over in Blue Alliance turf. That's kind of their thing this year, is rock solid defense and disruption. Although the robot takes a slightly more industrial form than I remember their defense being in. 70 points on the board for Red and counting, 99 for Blue. We have another Red Alliance robot down. This time it's Chain Links with an FTA on the scene, triaging that one. NRG will drive around them. Nearly a full hopper of fuel. Back over the Blue Alliance bump they go. Almost lands on top of Wolf Tech and then lands on top of some fuel and then lands on top of the ground. Can the fuel land on top of the indexer to count for some score? That is a solid yes for nearly all of that fuel from Blue. NRG helping the Blue Alliance head up to 154 points with a minute left to play. Welcome back to the party. Chain Links as they get reconnected and driving once more. Back across the field they go. They're in the neutral zone, passing fuel to the field resetters outside the field. Okay. That wasn't part of the game script, but that's okay. They'll look to go scoop up some more fuel and bring it back to Red Alliance territory. In fact, they have quite a lot of it, aiming towards the hub. About a 20% accuracy on that cycle because of the disruption in their face from Pyobites. That's a team from out in rural Sandy, Oregon, here at the district championships as, I believe, a rookie, second-year team. Pretty sure that's a rookie outright this year. So welcome to the show. Last few seconds of our game. Titan Robotics Club for Red back in the bottom left corner of the field, scooping up whatever last fuel they can scrounge up. They trail by 120, so it's a tall order, but 10 seconds, hey, lots of things can happen. Blue Alliance trying to see if they can reach the 360 for a supercharged RP, although that was a lot of fuel in that last cycle. I don't quite think they're going to make that number, and that's going to be it for match number 94.
All right, Brett, another exciting match as we're getting very, very close to the end of the qualifications.
Yeah, and speaking of, it's about to be Alliance selection time, so we'll use this opportunity to remind our teams we are going to start queuing for Alliance selection. To our left, your right, the wall behind the blue side of the field. Please send your Alliance selection representatives over there as soon as you have an opportunity so we can make sure that process is ready to roll as soon as we can. We're still waiting on scores, it looks like, from qualification match 94. Anything jump out at you there? We're kind of seeing, like, you know, the end of the event come through. Some robots really trying to make a show for their Alliance selection, some really trying to refine their strategy.
Yeah, I think a lot of the robots that are ranked lower in this competition right now are really gonna want to start, you know, putting a shine on their performance, right? Because these last couple of matches are so critical because these can totally change someone's opinion on you. Maybe someone had you really low on a ranking, and now you're much higher because of your performance. Speaking of performances, we do have your final scores, so let's go ahead and take a look up at the big screen. There they go. We have your final score of Blue Alliance taking home this win, 298 to 117. 4 ranking points to show for it, and NRG now up into rank number 8, and that is a picking position, very, very critical as we enter the Alliance selection.
Hey, there's a third guy with us here. Say hello to our FTA, Juan Chong, everybody, running our event all weekend long. Hi, Juan.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
Juan's here because one of the questions we got on our form yesterday was asking all about how does the field work, and specifically, tell us a little bit about how the autonomous part of the match starts and gets running.
Sure. So The field is quite interesting. It turns out that the field just tells your driver station what to do. The field never actually directly talks to your robot. All it does is it tells your driver station, hey, it's time to go into autonomous. Hey, it's time to transition into teleop. There's never actually any direct control of it. So your game input devices, so if you have a joystick or anything like that, that always goes directly from your driver station to your robot. There's never any sort of communication with the field. In fact, we can't even see those inputs, which is pretty cool. That's why it's critical if you bring a driver station onto the field, don't leave Discord open, got to turn off your Wi-Fi. You got to do all the stuff that to make sure that the computer works as best as it can, because if the computer slows down, then your robot's going to slow down, and that's really not a good thing.
So what you're saying is we shouldn't have 15 Chrome tabs open in the background with all of the Blue Alliance and stuff pulling, like that would probably be a bad thing.
Probably a pretty bad thing. I am quite the tab monster myself, so usually if it's under 100 tabs, then I'm doing pretty good, actually.
I cannot understand that. I'm like the kind of guy that has to close my. I have 5 tabs open right here, and that's too many tabs.
Yeah, that's like browser number 4 for me, window number 4 for me or something.
You're crazy.
Yeah, I know.
So I thought it was interesting, Juan, you were talking about that, like the field controls the field. The FMS runs that, does the scoring, it makes sure the hub operates and things like that. But the robot operation all comes through the teams. And so if I understood what you said correctly, it's really just the field says, hey teams, go. And it says go autonomous, and then the teams are responsible for saying, what does it mean when we start autonomous mode? What do we do there?
Absolutely. So the driver station itself, if you've ever noticed on the bottom left-hand side, there's this a couple of different selectors. One of them is test mode. Test mode is literally what the field does. So it just says, hey, by the way, we're running a real event. So you're going to start disabled, run through autonomous, 15 seconds, a little delay, teleop. That's actually the perfect way to test your code at home to make sure that it will work on the field. I know a lot of teams usually, everybody does it. You go into teleop, and you just start at teleop, and you're just, all right, let's go. But that's why sometimes we see differences. You have to go through that test mode. You have to run through all of it to make sure that your code is good.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point also, kind of more broadly, that you don't just want to test the components of your machine or the components of your strategy. You want to test the whole thing, the way it's going to run.
Yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Juan, for coming up and joining us. You got a job to do to get our next match rolling, and Evan's got a job to do to tell us who the teams are. So we'll send it down to the field.
I'm ready to meet our teams for qualification match number 85. We'll start off on the red side of the field, as always. In the first position, please welcome 9430.
They're from Salem, Oregon, C-Tech Robotics.
Joining them, it's 4915.
Off Bainbridge Island, Washington, that's Spartronics.
And rounding out your Red Alliance in purple, it's 8051.
They're from Tukwila, Washington, Tankrax.
On the red side of the field, the blue side of the field, please welcome 9023.
They're from Sammamish, Washington, the Future Martians.
Joining them in the middle position, 2412.
From Bellevue, Washington, Robototes.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 4469.
They're from Federal Way, Washington, RAID, the Raider Artificial Intelligence Division.
Our countdown continues. Just 6 matches left here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship in our qualification rounds. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 95 is moving here at Northwest District Champs. The Red Alliance scurrying over towards the neutral zone to pick up just tons of fuel, and all 3 of those robots contributing quickly. They're an autonomous. Blue Alliance, a pretty well mirrored image for a moment. Although now we have the solid safety light from 2412. Not sure if they just A-stopped the robot to decide to park there. But regardless, down to 2 robots at the end of auto. They'll still have a 9-point lead coming out of the autonomous period. And now drivers will take control. All 6 robots are back to moving as both alliances work to get some intermission score in between Autonomous and the first proper teleop shift. Red Alliance now, Tink Rex picking up whatever score they can. They'll make some room for Spartronics. Spartronics popcorn as the first one misses and the rest of the fuel just drowns the hub one after another and another and another and another. They also get some help from C-Tech out of Salem, Oregon, way on down the highway there. They'll pick up yet more fuel from near the Alliance wall and finish off the Red Alliance shift at 236 points. Blue Alliance rapidly catching up now, 226 points. They just need 10 more here, and it looks like Future Martians are happy to provide. There's 245 points and fuel airborne all over the place as it goes mostly towards the Red Alliance zone, although some of it nearly landing outside the field. Blue Alliance shift starts winding down, 276 points. And the Red Alliance ready to go on millisecond number 1 of that shift as they take control. There's the triple threat between Tink Rex, Spartronics, and C-Tech. Now Tink Rex is going to move, sorry, Spartronics is going to move into the neutral zone there, taking the bridge across to the neutral zone as they'll bounce off the Blue Alliance machine, scoop up just a wee little bit of fuel back to the Alliance wall, launch it towards the hub with their Alliance partner C-Tech, and the tides will change back towards Blue. A neck-and-neck race. Red leads by 40 points, but that number rapidly shrinking. Here's Robototes and Future Martians, the East Side Seattle Suburb Alliance. Tons of fuel connecting with no drama at all along the way. Very high percentage of those landing successfully. Both alliances have secured the supercharged bonus ranking point, and now it's anyone's game. Final 30 seconds of the match, both hubs illuminated, and nearly a tie game. There's Tink Rex, there's Spartronics, Red Alliance. Yet another cycle here, but this one a little bit slower than some of the past. Consistent stream from the bottom right corner of your screen there as Future Martians make landfall at the hub. There's the Alliance Partners raid at a Federal Way, adding their contributions as well. Red Alliance with some last-second efforts. Tentative live scores showed a 30-point advantage for Blue. Your final scores will come in just a few moments. Results are in for qualification match number 95. That's going to be a Blue Alliance victory, 537 points to 501. What would have been a record winning score just a couple weeks ago, a losing score in this one. 537, 501, and a 5-2 ranking point split in qualification match number 95.
Thanks, Josh. One of our most back and forth matches there, incredibly close. One of those that we really didn't know who was going to win until the end. And Jake, as we were watching this match, you pointed out we had one of our most uniquely designed robots at the event on the field in that match in Team 8051, Tink Rex. Tell me what caught your eye about their machine.
Yeah, they have a really unique machine, and we have seen a couple of archetypes like this season, but I wanted to look at 8051, and we have a highlight up on the field that demonstrates how this works. So if we go ahead and roll this here, we can see on the field here how they have, here's this robot, and they have this double-sided intake. So they extend that intake out of one side, you can see it extending there, and then they go and they'll extend it out of the other side right there, and they have that barrel shooter right in the middle of the robot, and so they're able to effectively basically turn around without actually turning around, which is super, super cool. And we haven't talked about it much this competition, but every part of that score, and unfortunately they weren't able to take that win, but no small part that very high score to them. And yeah, just really incredible design.
You know, one of the things that's really come up in the kind of meta strategy of FRC in recent years is shaving fractions of a second off your cycle times. We don't really have cycles in this game in the same way that we do in kind of your fetch and shoot games like we've had in the past, but like shaving valuable time off how long it takes you to do each game operation. And teams approach that in different ways. Some of them work on it by just driving really fast? Can I get across the field as fast as possible? Some of them work on it by having their mechanisms work really quickly. Can I make sure my intake takes in really quickly, or my shooter shoots really quickly? But what I think was really interesting about what 8051 did here is they did this by trying to make it so they don't have to reorient any more than they want to, right? They don't have to turn around to make sure that their intake is facing the right way. They got intakes on both sides.
Exactly.
It also means we didn't see it much in that match, but I imagine they can also put them both down, kind of like strafe on through and
can't
pick.
do that this year because there's an extension limit where you can only go out of one side.
Fair enough,
But
thank you.
Like, in theory, they could.
And then I love the shooter in the middle, right? So that like they're taking from the side, they come over, and they just go ahead and shoot. So limiting the need to reorient, which is a thing that's much easier with the modern swerve drives than it used to be with more of a tank drive or linear drive bases. But still, that's cognitive load on the driver to have to reorient in those ways and make sure they're in the right position. So designing the robot to make that easier is a really great idea, and I love what they did.
Yeah, not only is it cognitive load, but it's also, people often kind of think of swerve as magic, but coaxial swerve specifically, when you turn, you're limiting the speed at which you can drive, right? Because you're instead of having all your wheels with a vector pointing forward, and I know not everyone here knows what vectors are, but you will in physics, I promise. When you have those vectors, you now have a vector that's pointing backwards, so the overall vector of your robot is not, all as much in the same direction. So
yeah, it's a really cool way to kind of mitigate that particular challenge. Hey, Evan, nice hair.
Thanks.
Tell us about our teams.
Thanks, Josh. On the red side of the field, 2374.
From Portland, Oregon, that's Jesuit Robotics.
Joining them in the middle position, 955.
They're out of Corvallis, Oregon, Control C.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, what time is it?
That's Team Xbot.
On the blue side of the field, it's 957.
From Albany, Oregon, Swarm, the South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
Joining them, it's 1540.
Out of Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance in orange, it's 4061.
They're from Pullman, Washington, Cyborgs.
We find ourselves here on the field with only 5 matches left to go. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 96 is a-rollin' here at Northwest District Champs as we start winding down our quals. This is, as you heard earlier, the 12th round of matches. And for a lot of these robots, this is about the, 50th or 60th match on the season, except for the ones that got rebuilt last week. You know who you are. 2 minutes and 20 left to play. Blue Alliance with a very comfortable 60-point lead, 62 to be precise. And drivers will now take controls. Blue Alliance Cyborgs machine 4061 races across the field to say hello to the Control C 955 machine. 955 breaks free and runs back to the neutral zone, leaving their alliance partners Xbot from Seattle to do all the offense there for that early part of the Red Alliance shift. Here's Corvallis' team now picking up some more score as a steady stream of fuel makes its way into the hub with pretty much no misses. Then a very quiet stretch as we prepare for Blue Alliance territory, and the Red Alliance defender prepared for that Blue Alliance shift as well. That is Jesuit Robotics up in the face of the Flaming Chickens. Chickens now scrambling, trying to find anywhere they can launch fuel from. A lot of it was still able to connect with the hub, but it was not as easy as they were expecting, and Jesuit with the sleeper defense on that one, hitting them only after they thought they had things lined up. They'll do it again at the end of the shift there to Swarm as our shift cycles back to Red. Red Alliance side now, Xbot wide open, and when you let Xbot wide open like that, a bunch of points are going to result. Cyborgs coming in, trying to resolve some of that problem. They're really in the face of Control C out of Corvallis, but now they'll go hang out with Xbot. Xbot stuck in the bottom left corner of the field, unsure what's going on there. We still have a blinking safety light, so we have some comms, but maybe a motor came unwired or something. We'll see how things go later in the match. The Chickens have been chased out of the coop here as they are stuck in neutral zone for quite a while. They do finally go under the Blue Alliance trench, but there is a welcoming party of Red Alliance machines waiting for them over there. In fact, both of the working Red Alliance robots. Cyborgs get stuck on some fuel in midfield. Back over to the red zone they go. Corvallis' team still able to connect nearly all of that fuel, not deterred at all, while they Alliance partner Jesuit over there in blue turf, making sure the Flaming Chickens and Swarm don't have too easy of a go of things. Your score nearly tied with 8 seconds left to play. Jesuits still in the face of the Blue Alliance machines, holding them to whatever score they can. Corvallis copy-pastes some fuel up that score. And we'll see if it was enough to win the match. Your live score showing a tie. Your final score coming soon to a scoreboard near you. Your live score showed a tie. Your final results on the big board. Drum roll, please. It's still a tie. 244 points even. And since we don't see that very often, let's talk about the ranking points. Both alliances will take 1 ranking point from match results. That was the tie. And then the Red Alliance scooping up ranking point number 2 in that match for the energized ranking point.
Wow.
We don't see a whole lot of ties.
No, especially not in a game with this much, individual point scoring, where there's not like one game element at a time. You have a stream of fuel, and they tied it. That was absolutely insane, and it was a critical match for our rankings too. 955 Control C was hoping for a few more ranking points to take over Team 2910 Jack in the Bot spot rank 2. Not quite enough though, and 1540 the Flaming Chickens dropping down to rank number 10.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at what this means in our rankings here. So 955 held on to 3 there. Jack in the Bot, 2910, still with 1 match to play. So here's how this situation shakes out. If 2910, who's coming up in this next match, earns at least 2 ranking points, and they will be the number 2 seed. 1 or fewer, they're going to be the number 3 seed, and 955 will move up to number 2. There's some tiebreakers involved there. We're assuming 2910 will continue to own the tiebreaker. If they earn 2 ranking points, they will. It seems pretty likely. 1540, on the other hand, they came in at that match, I think, at like number 7 or 8, something like that. Those 2 ranking points dropped them down to number 10. And we've called this out a few times, this big clump of teams here that are now kind of solidifying as everybody's starting to finish up their last round of matches. So 1540 now just on the outside looking in, may still end up as an alliance captain as the higher captains pick each other and things like that, but they're going to be a little bit at the mercy of the field. Incredible match, so back and forth. We've had a lot of that this morning, and we're really looking forward to seeing how the next few matches play out. What are you looking for and what's remaining?
Yeah, I'm looking for just how these rankings are going to solidify and how these teams are going to start, playing that strategy. And let's take a look at how those teams are going to play that strategy in this next match.
I'm down here on the field with the teams for qualification match number 97. We do have only 4 qualification matches left here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. Teams, if you haven't had your robot re-inspected, it's almost time to do so. And teams, if you don't have somebody down over there for our alliance selection process, make sure you do that in short order. Let's meet our teams. Up first, 25-21.
They're from Eugene, Oregon. That's Served.
Joining them in the middle position, their robot's right way up right now. It's 753.
They're from Bend, Oregon, the High Desert Droids.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 1778.
From Mount Lake Terrace, chill, chill, chill. You're out there somewhere, that's chill out.
On the blue side of the field, it's 10-4-16.
From Spokane Valley, Washington, the Radical Raccoons.
Joining them, it's team 29-10.
From Mill Creek, Washington, Jack in the Bot.
And rounding out your Blue Alliance, please welcome 25-22.
From Bothell, Washington, Royal Robotics.
We've made it to qualification match number 97, everybody. We've got 4 left. I need you to help me practice for our finals round. So if you can help me count down this match. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We'll work on it. We'll workshop that one, y'all. Match number 97 is rolling, and our pre-programmed autonomous instructions are underway for both of these machines. A very highly anticipated match here as our number 6 and number 2 ranked teams, at least according to my screen, which might be a little out of date, facing off here in this one. Blue Alliance, a decisive advantage coming out of the autonomous period. They're 94 points to the Red Alliance's 45, and away we go. The well-practiced and well-rehearsed machines here of Jack in the Bot and Royal Robotics getting a little bit of score early in that intermission period, but now the Red Alliance shift starts up, and we'll see what Chill Out has in store for us here. The problem they're going to face is that there just isn't that much fuel. High Desert Droids coming in trying to assist with that effort, a burgeoning hopper of fuel ready to go there for that Red Alliance machine. Most of it, honestly, dropping out the back net of the hub. Not a lot of it actually connecting for score. Blue Alliance will take over here with a comfy 60-ish point lead. Blue Alliance now, Radical Raccoons. That is also a machine you just do not want to sleep on. Tons of fuel capacity on that robot and a very efficient layup strategy when they get within range there. There's Jack in the Bot also helping out from close range. Very similar design, actually, the Raccoons, just with a top on the hopper rather than the open top the Raccoons have. 317 points for Blue, and they continue to hoard the fuel. High Desert Droids getting sent surfing on top of some fuel there. They have a penchant for going airborne, but I don't think that's quite the terms they look to do so on. Jack in the Bot now, midfield, back under the Blue Alliance trench as the Red Alliance hub starts flickering and the lights go out. Blue Alliance turns the lights on. Jack in the Bot and the Raccoons scoring entourage over there. 400 points is within reach, and then they'll just keep on going with 45 seconds left to play. At this point, firmly establishing that lead. Jack in the Bot goes back to the neutral zone for one more round of neutral zone perusing. Nearly a full hopper, and away they go over the Blue Alliance bump. They'll have to meet up with the CERT machine from the Red Alliance. Actually, CERT gets, I don't know. They just have other plans in mind. They run away back to the Red Alliance zone. They have to get up and over the bump. High Desert Droids dropping off whatever fuel they can here to end the match. And then they've got just 12 seconds to pull off that signature climb, if that is in the cards for this one. It looks like indeed that's a hard maybe, actually. We'll just move right on along. 1 second left in the match. No climb on Red, and tons, metric tons of fuel on Blue. Results are in for match number 97. That's going to be a Blue Alliance victory. 629 points to the Red Alliance's 278. Blue Alliance easily exceeding the 2 RP that the sports desk just talked about Jack in the Bot needing. It's also going to give a boost to their alliance partners, Raccoons and Royal, moving up the leaderboards there. Royal going to sit just on the outside looking in of our top 8 with 3 qualification matches left to play. 1 RP match there on Red. And remember, alliance captains, you're going to want to head over to the house right, stage left side of the venue. That's underneath the Pepsi, Northern Quest, and Global Credit Union signs on that scoreboard over there. I say that, and that's actually on the other side, too. Jeez. Blue Alliance side of the venue. Head over there, send your Alliance reps for Alliance selection in just a few moments.
Just 3 matches left to go. Let's meet our teams. 94-50.
They're from Woodinville, Washington. That's the Velocity Raptors.
Joining them in the middle position, 40-89.
From Duval, Washington, Stealth Robotics.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 70-34.
From clear out in Westland, Oregon, that's to be determined.
On the blue side of the field, 1595.
From real close here, Spokane, Washington's own, the Dragons.
Joining them, 2926.
And from Wapato, Washington, the Robo Sparks.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
Qualification match 98. Drivers on the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Our anti-penultimate match of the qualification rounds of the 2026 season begins, or at least here in Washington. Velocity Raptors on the middle line there, trying to scoop up whatever fuel they can. They're going to plow it over towards their human players, actually. They'll launch some of it with the robot, but otherwise keeping those humans well fed. Cha-cha-chia, watch the score grow. 39 points and counting. Let's make that 40, 53 to the Blue Alliance's 19. Drivers now take control, and we'll have all 6 robots moving here in the teleoperated period. Red Alliance, not really much score in the intermission, so Blue Alliance will go first here in teleop. Right next to the hub, that's going to be the Dragons out of Spokane, lining up, tons of fuel connecting. Pretty much 95%, I'm going to say, accurate on that cycle. Really no drama at all. Their alliance partners are going to roll in there. That looks like that might have been Robo Sparks. I'm going to go with yes on that one. They're over by the alliance wall, pushing some fuel through to their human players. And now comes some offensive scoring at the hub from the robot directly, and then our shift changes. Red Alliance, Velocity Raptors, snow-blowing fuel from back by the alliance wall. That turret locked onto the hub, as Westland's to be determined tries to connect as well. They're lined up in layup range, or kind of mid-range jump shot range if we want to get real basketball with it here. Most of those connecting as well, although they don't quite empty their hopper. Really, anytime I see them launching fuel, they don't quite empty the hopper there. We see a variety of these designs around the field, and some of them will jostle the fuel around to make sure nothing gets stuck. Their robot keeps it a lot more simple. If it doesn't hit the rollers, it's not hitting the hub. Straightforward. 173 points on the board there for red, 120 for blue. We got about a minute left to play. Blue Alliance, Stormbots, the Thunder Rolls, and the Fuel Strikes as they go airborne, popping a wheelie in midfield. They'll head back to the Red Alliance zone now, up in the face of Stealth Robotics. Stealth definitely having a bit of a psychological game here as they have the defender up in their face. They get pinned up behind the tower for a second there, but they are able to break free of that and still connect for just tons of score, 240 points and counting. And it looks like a supercharged RP could be in their future. They just passed the energized, so we'll see what happens. 30 seconds left to play. Blue Alliance slowing it down on the offensive front. Their score at 147, and it hasn't gone up by much in a little while here. We'll see if Robo Sparks have a change in tide ready for us here. They zap the hub there with about 10 points of fuel, and otherwise we'll wait for the Dragons to get their layups rolling. 12 seconds left. Stormbots still in red territory, all up in the face of Stealth, not at all trying to get in the face of to be determined. That one's a little confusing to me. That 7034 machine is definitely powering through the fuel. Match expires quite close to a supercharged RP, but I'm not sure if they quite landed it. We'll find out here in just a moment.
Well, Brett, we're back after a little bit. We had some technical difficulties we had to work through up here at the desk.
Yeah, I think a fuel hit our camera.
Yes, that did happen. We're not sure who, though. So maybe
yeah, so we can't give them the fuel back,
unfortunately. Can't give them the fuel back. But we do have final scores. Let's go ahead and take a look up at the big screen. Your winner from this match, the Red Alliance, with a final score of 362 to 185. 4 ranking points to show for it. All 3 of those robots sliding up the rankings. No ranking points, unfortunately, for that Blue Alliance. Now, Brett, I want to talk real quick about a mechanical thing that we talked about yesterday or the day before. One of the days, they're all blending together at this point. We talked about 2521 and their hopper list strategy, and another one of the hopper list robots on the field. We have 9450, the Velocity Raptors. quite a brilliant little machine.
Yeah, you know, it's a pretty compact machine. Looks from our eye a lot less mechanically complex. Narrow intake, narrow shooter. It's got that hopperless design, like you said. They've got the auto-targeting turret, the run and gun or the shoot-on-the-move strategy as well. And really effective throughout the season. One of the more accurate robots we've seen. And I have a note from them that they gave us before the event. Their robot, by the way, this is not the note, but I love this. Their robot called Titan. Their practice robot called Lucen. There it is. Yep. You know,
if you can't see my knee, but I can get it up.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, so I love that. Shout out to Velociraptor. But no, the note they gave us before the event that they estimate that across all of the different versions of their robot that they've put together this season, they have fired over 100,000 fuel across practice and competitions. And I'll say, I'm sure they're not alone in that number, but just a staggering amount of repetitions.
That is an unbelievable amount of fuel.
Yeah, and to think about, you know, that's necessary to really tune these robots. And yet we talked yesterday about it's not just about volume, it's also about accuracy. And so getting those extra reps in and really trying to work on getting that alignment, using those vision targets and being able to hit that hub every time, it becomes really vital to success in this game.
Not only that, but also the passing that they do in the middle of the field from that neutral zone to their alliance zone. Absolutely critical with that design where they just sweep through that neutral zone and they just send everything that they pass over straight over to their side of the field. Speaking of sides of the field, we'll go ahead and send it to the field in just a couple seconds here to introduce our next match.
But before we do that, we'll remind you about the far side of the field behind the Blue Alliance wall where you should be sending your Alliance selection representatives as soon as your team's completed their last match, or even earlier than that. Remember, as of last year, we are on a clock to start Alliance selection, so make sure you get them there early. And Evan, sporting a very trendy pair of spectacles, I think is ready to go.
We only have 2 matches left. Let's back that up just a little bit. We only have 2 matches left. Let's go ahead and meet the teams for the second to last match. 45-12.
From Everett, Washington, that's Otter Chaos.
Joining in the middle position, have you done your taxes? It's 13-18.
No, I have not, but from Issaquah, Washington, that's the Issaquah Robotics Society.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 12-94.
From Sammamish, Washington, Pack of Parts.
On the blue side of the field, ready to cause some chaos, it's 45-68.
From Bend, Oregon, Chaos Theory.
Joining them in the middle position, it's 36-63.
Out of Bothell, Washington, that's CPR, Cedar Park, Robotics.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, please make some noise for 36-74.
Out of Battleground, Washington, the Cloverbots.
All right, just 2 left. Let's try our countdown again, friends. Drivers behind the line, in. Go.
I'll give that like a 1 point better rating than last time, but we still got to workshop that crowd. Autonomous period underway for our penultimate qualification match. It's Chaos v Chaos, as we have Chaos Theory versus Otter Chaos here. Chaos Theory taking the name to heart, all up in the air in the neutral zone as they go on 2 or even 1 wheel. And that doesn't quite cost them the autonomous period, but it's by the skin of their teeth, y'all. 3 points lead for the Blue Alliance. And since the Blue Alliance had more fuel in auto, red goes first in teleop. Here comes the other Chaos, Otter Chaos, in the top left corner of the field. Tons of fuel making its way towards the center hub for that red Alliance. About 70 or 80% of it connecting. Here comes the IRS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh, it's so much fuel, so much fuel. It just keeps going and going and going and going. Red Alliance score making its way up to 169 as the shift starts to come to a close. Might have a couple of straggling fuel, but we'll move over towards blue. And there, the defenders start making their way over. Red Alliance machines into blue turf. Chaos Theory is pretty much on solo scoring duty to begin with, but then they get joined by Cloverbots. Now CPR is kind of wandering around there. They've got the Red Alliance machines all up in their face. Otter Chaos stuck on the bump. Red Alliance machine, who's the other one back in there? That is Pack of Parts. Trying to keep Chaos Theory from that fuel, and it's partially successful. The Red Alliance still trails, but definitely not by as much as they would have been without that defensive effort. 1:06 left to play. Red Alliance now back in the lead, but they got to get something going to get an insurance policy here. Otter Chaos IRS lines up last round to score for that shift. And they're able to put a total of about 290 points on the board before things move over to blue. Now on the blue side of the field, madness ensues. Chaos Theory is left wide open. That's definitely a choice on the defense side as the defender focused on the robot that was driving away. There goes Pack of Parts now back under the tower. Parked there, pushing up against Chaos Theory, but Chaos Theory already had a chance to make their magic happen. Cloverbots also contributing quite a lot. Their Battlegrounds team making their hometown nice and proud this week. They're going to head over towards the... Actually, they're going to stay in the blue alliance zone. Excuse me, this is CPR in the neutral zone. Bothel's team scooping up tons of fuel, sending it back home towards blue turf towards the end of the match here. They want to keep that Chaos Theory machine well fed in what is still technically anybody's game. A 40-point swing is very possible. And the IRS auditing the hub in midfield once again. Tons of fuel. They're going to get some last-minute score from Everett's team there. Otter Chaos, and that's going to be it for match number 99.
All right, Jake. Well, match 99. Only one more to go. And Josh called it out. Chaos on both sides of the field in that match. And chaos in our scores lead to the Blue Alliance victory. 408 to 374. The Blue Alliance takes it. 5 ranking points there, 2 ranking points for the Red Alliance. And what that means for our rankings overall, Chaos Theory going to slide up from number 5 to number 4, and the Cloverbots there up to number 9. Those are going to be your initial alliance captains as we get to alliance selection. So congratulations if you see yourself on that list. Only one more match left to play. What do you think we're seeing emerge here?
You know, I don't know. Normally, I feel like I have like a list of things. I have a couple of alliances I think might form. I have a prediction, especially about the alliance, the number 1 alliance. But past that, it's kind of up in the air, and I get the feeling this is going to be a crazy alliance selection.
Yeah, it certainly seems like, there's the kind of obvious archetypes for an alliance that we might see that we've seen to emerge throughout the season, but some of the gameplay we've seen today suggests that there might be space for a different type of alliance shape or a different type of alliance strategy to really perform well if they can operate at their absolute peak level. And I think there are a bunch of teams at this event that are really capable of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with balancing how many robots you have on offense versus how many robots you have on defense. I get the feeling we're going to see some gambles being played here on how these alliances want to balance the percentages of offense versus defense, or maybe some defense that's opportunistic, so it's mostly offense, but they play it sometimes. And stealing, there is going to be so much fuel stolen in these playoffs. I'm very excited to see it.
Yeah, well, if you want to participate in that alliance selection teams, please do make sure you send your representatives over there to the Blue Alliance side wall and make sure you're queued up. But we do have one more qualification match to play here in the Pacific Northwest this season. District Championship qualification match 100 is coming up, and it looks like Evan's ready to help us meet the teams.
Say it with me. One more match. 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 Let's meet our teams. 1983.
They're from Seattle. That's Skunkworks Robotics.
Joining them, it's 10-79.
Out of Bothell, Washington, Aerodynamics.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, please welcome 4488.
Out of Hillsboro, Oregon, Shockwave.
On the blue side of the field, it's 5937.
Off Mercer Island in Washington, that's MI Robotics.
Joining them, 6696.
Out of Corbett, Oregon, Cardinal Dynamics.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, 1425.
From Wilsonville, Oregon, error code 0.
All right, friends. I was just talking to Carol, our lovely scorekeeper. She told me if she can't hear you, we can't start this match. So we're gonna practice for our finals round. Is everybody ready? Drivers behind the lines in.
The assignment has finally been understood, and our 100th qualification match is underway here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. The one more match encore, and it's going to be one more Surfing USA for MI Robotics as they get stuck on top of some fuel in midfield. Now they get a bump from their alliance partners, kind of a lucky break coming at you from Cardinal Dynamics, and it's going to help that overall cycle come out to 82 points. Over on the Blue Alliance side, only 67 points of that coming from fuel, versus on the Red Alliance, all of their score is from fuel so far. Cardinal Dynamics trying to aim for the hub. The fuel goes everywhere to start. Excuse me, that's not Cardinal, that is Aerodynamics over here. So many dynamics. Red Alliance machine of Shockwave, bottom left corner of the field now lining up with the hub. Yet a few more pieces of fuel dropping in, although it's a pretty slow stream over on the Red Alliance side, while the Blue Alliance has had all this time to prepare and wait, and now unleashing the fuel on the hub. All three of those Blue Alliance machines scooping up all the score. One of those, the 1425 machine, from a team mentored by one of our Woody Flowers Finalist Award winners this morning. That's error code 0 as they scoop up some of the last score of that shift. Back over to the Red Alliance side we go. There's Aerodynamics, there's Shockwave, and here comes Skunkworks, tail flying up over the Red Alliance bump. Now, with all of this scoring happening, though, the Blue Alliance is being opportunistic here and scooping up whatever fuel they can from behind that Skunkworks machine. That's error code 0, forwarding all that fuel to Dev Null, sending it over to the Blue Alliance side for later use. They lead by just 20 points, and they'd like to keep it that way. Blue shift begins, and it's our last Alliance-specific shift before the end game period. This match already taken its toll on some of the robots. Skunkworks 1983 losing, well, most of the way losing a bar off the front of their intake mechanism. At this point, it's pretty much a medieval flail flopping around the front of that robot, clearing the path in front of them as they drive across. 436 points on the board for Blue. Red Alliance, you got 30 seconds to make it up, and Aerodynamics accepts the challenge. Fuel after fuel after fuel going airborne towards that hub. Here comes the Alliance partner Shockwave with a boom. They'll drop yet more fuel into the hub. About 30, I'm going to guess, on that one, but they still trail by about 100. 10 seconds left. Can they at least get the supercharged RP? They only need 25 fuel for that. Come on, Retta, we believe in you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it for Northwest qualifications here in 2026.
Welcome back one more time in quals to the sports desk. Josh is up here with us. We're going to wait for the scores to get finalized on that one. But, you know, Josh, we haven't had a chance to talk to you. You've been watching all those matches. What do you see? What are you thinking?
I'm seeing the temperature rise in these matches so far, just the extent of defense we saw. I mean, you all went to town on, right, the chill out defense match, but we're seeing new defenders in the fray with all sorts of fun strategies. I'm loving the intensity of that match. We're seeing the bruises form on the robots for sure, but I think it's paying off.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that we're starting to see teams play their strategies that they want to play in playoffs and try them out and see what happens and test things out before they get a chance to get on the field. Because once we're here in playoffs, that's it. Like, that's your last shot. And speaking of last shot, we have your final score for the last qualification match. Let's take a look up at the big screen. Your winner from this match, the Blue Alliance. 560 to 389 is your final score. 5 ranking points to 2 ranking points. And thus, we solidify our positions for the Alliance selection.
Yeah, you'll notice in that match, we ended up 14, 15, 16, and 17 all in that match. And it just, I think, kind of shows how tightly clustered that middle of the pack is in these rankings. You know, Alliance selection at district championships is always a ride, but I'm really excited to see how it works out this time. And speaking of, I think we're ready to go. Evan, take it away. It's Alliance selection time.
I'm ready, but are you ready? What an amazing day of qualification matches. In case you need a reminder, we just played 100 of the most intense qualification matches in the world. Congratulations to all the teams. I mean, come on, a high score of 797, are you kidding me? Congratulations to Team 2910, 2046, and 957 for that heroic effort. That's only 24 points away from the world record for qualifications and only 28 points away for the world records in finals. Both of those were set in California just a few weeks ago. I don't know about you, but if I was them, I'd be worried because I'm not sure that their record's gonna stand for much longer. What do y'all think? I mean, come on. In addition to a high-scoring effort, we also had the second only 6 RP match out here on the field. Congratulations to Team 2522, 360, and 753 again. On top of that, there were no fouls in either of those matches. Once again, congratulations to all the teams. All right, I know I've said it before, but these are the best teams, but who's ready to form the best alliances? Soon, we're gonna begin our playoff tournament brought to you by CAT, where 8 alliances of 3 teams each are gonna compete against each other in a double elimination format to become the champion here at the 2026 Pacific Northwest First District Championship. Who's it gonna be? Nobody? Who's gonna be the champion? Come on. Before we can try that again. Before we can begin our playoffs, we need to form those 8 alliances. We'll be back in just a few moments, but for those of you that are unfamiliar with our alliance selection process, brought to you by Walt Disney Imagineering, we have a video describing it for you.
During alliance selection, each team is allowed up to 3 representatives on the playing field, including 1 adult. Only a student is allowed to pick and accept or decline an invitation. When a team is ready to make their pick, only the alliance captain will walk to the MC to announce the pick. teams will have 45 seconds to make their first selection and 90 seconds to make subsequent selections. The time remaining for each pick is shown on the timers on the playing field. The timer starts when the MC finishes asking the team to make their selection and stops when the team makes a valid selection. The timer will continue to run for an invalid selection, such as attempting to pick a team that is not at the event or is already a member of another alliance. Teams making a good faith effort when the clock hits 0 will be allowed to finish their pick. In the event of a decline, the timer is reset. If a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are skipped. Skipped teams will be revisited in order after each pick. Skipped teams will be skipped again until after the next pick, if they are not immediately ready to make a valid selection. At the final pick of each round, if a team does not make a valid selection before time expires, they are automatically assigned the highest ranked unpicked team. The number 1 team can select any team at the event to join their alliance. If the selected team declines the invitation, then another team is chosen until one accepts. Declining teams may not be selected by any subsequent alliance. Suppose Alliance 2 selects the 4th ranked team, who declines, and Alliance 2 selects another team, which accepts. It's then Alliance 3's turn to select from the available pool, which does not include the 4th ranked team. This process continues through Alliance 8. Notice that a team who had declined and become unavailable has moved up to become an Alliance captain. At the end of round 1, any remaining team that has declined an invitation is not eligible to participate in the playoffs because they cannot be selected. Between selection rounds, there's a 2-minute break for alliances to confer. After the break, Alliance 8 picks their 3rd team member from the remaining teams. Then Alliance 7 picks, continuing all the way back to the number 1 alliance. Alliance selection is complete when each alliance is composed of 3 teams. The remaining top 8 teams are backups who need to confirm with a lead queuer that they will play if called upon. Note that at the championship event, we had a 3rd selection round with round 2 timing to make 4-team alliances, and there are no backup teams. Good luck, teams.
Does this work? Watch, I can count to 3. 1, check 2, check 3.
Y'all know the noise it's about to make? The noise? It's my favorite. Welcome to Alliance Selection presented by Walt Disney Imagineering. Before we start, I have some reminders for the teams, so teams, listen up. Pay attention to the timers we have here on the referee tablets on the field, as well as on the big screen, so you know how much time you have left to make your selection. Student captains, when you're ready, you may approach the microphone here to announce your selection. Before the timer hits 0, I will repeat the team number that you announce. As we are in our first round of Alliance selection, you will have 45 seconds to make your selection. As a reminder, these teams have all worked really hard to be here. They've not made the jobs of their scouting teams. Where are the scouting teams in the audience? They have not made the jobs of their scouting teams very easy. The pick lists that you're going to see here today, I'm sure were worked on late into the night last night. These teams do have the opportunity, if chosen, to decline an invitation. That is okay, it's well within the rules, and it is a good display of team dynamics and strategy out here on the field, and it's certainly not because they don't like the other team. It's important to remember that if a team declines, they may not be selected. Teams, I will remind you if you have the opportunity to form your own alliance. Now, let's meet our number 1 team with a record of 11 wins and 1 losses. 1 losses? 1 loss. Please welcome to the field, Team 2046.
Team 2046 represents Tahoma Senior High School in Maple Valley, Washington. That's bare metal.
Alliance number 1. When you're ready, 1 student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock. Welcome.
Team 2046 would like to invite Team 2910 to join our alliance.
Team 2910.
Team 2910 represents Henry M. Jackson High School in Mill Creek, Washington. Jack in the Bot.
Team 2910, welcome to the field. As our number 2 ranked team, you have an opportunity to form your own alliance or join this one. Okay, let's just do this.
Team 2910 accepts.
Congratulations. It is now time to bring out your number 3 ranked team to be the captain of your number 2 alliance. With a record of 9 wins, 2 losses, and one of our only 2 ties, please welcome 955.
Team 955 is from Crescent Valley High School in Corvallis, Oregon. Control C.
Alliance number 2, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 955 would like to invite Team 5468 Chaos Theory to our alliance.
5468.
Team 5468 is from Summit High School in Bend, Oregon. Chaos Theory.
Team 5468, as you are our 4th highest ranked team, you have an opportunity to form your own alliance. Would you like to join this one?
Team 5468 respectfully declines your offer.
Okay. As that was a decline, we're going to restart your timer. You can go back and rejoin your team. I will start your 45 seconds in just a few moments. Okay. Go ahead.
Team 955 would like to invite Team 4469 Ray to join our alliance.
4469.
Team 4469 is from Thomas Jefferson High School in Federal Way, Washington. RAID, Radar Artificial Intelligence Division.
$44.69. As you are our 6th highest ranked team, you have an opportunity to form your own alliance. Would you like to join this one?
Team 4469 humbly declines your gracious offer.
Okay. As that was another decline, we will restart your 45-second timer. You can return to your group if you'd like to discuss. Your 45 seconds begin now. I'd ask that we keep the room quiet so they can make their decision. I appreciate it.
By Team 4915 Sparktronics to join our alliance.
49-15.
Team 4915 is from Bainbridge High School on Bainbridge Island, Washington. Sparktronics.
Team 49-15, as you are our 11th ranked team, there is a possibility that you may be given the opportunity to form your own alliance. Would you like to join this one?
Team 4915 Sparktronics would like to accept your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Okay. If I get this wrong, Josh will correct me. I believe we are now going to bring out your number 4 highest ranked team to be the captain of your number 3 alliance. Please welcome 5468.
Once again from Summit High School in Bend, Oregon, that's Chaos Theory.
Alliance number 3, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 5468 would like to create some revolutionary chaos with Team 360.
Team 360.
Team 360 is from Bellarmine Preparatory School in Tacoma, Washington. The Revolution.
360, as you are our number 6th highest ranked team, you do have an opportunity to form your own alliance. Would you like to join this one?
Team 360 gratefully accepts your offer to join your alliance.
Congratulations. Now, to captain your 4th alliance, please welcome your 5th highest ranked team. It's 4469.
Once again, they're from Thomas Jefferson High School in Federal Way, Washington. That is Raider Artificial Intelligence Division.
Alliance number 4. When you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 4469 would love to invite Team 9023 to raid the field with us.
9023.
'23 is a community team from Sammamish, Washington. Future Martians.
Welcome.
Team 9023 would love to accept your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Okay, to captain your number 5 alliance, please welcome your 7th highest ranked team. It's 948.
Team 948 represents Newport High School in Bellevue, Washington. That's NRG, Newport Robotics Group.
Alliance number 5, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 948 energetically invites Team 1540.
1540.
Team 1540 is from the Catlin Gable School in Portland, Oregon. Flaming Chickens.
Team 1540 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. To captain your number 6 alliance, the chilliest alliance, please welcome your number 8 highest ranked team. It's 1778.
They're from Mount Lake Terrace High School in Mount Lake Terrace, Washington. Chill out.
Alliance number 6, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. Your time begins now.
Team Chill Out 1778 would love to chill with Team 2522.
2522.
Team 2522 is from Linwood High School in Bothell, Washington. Royal Robotics.
$25-22, as we do have 2 alliance captain positions left on the field, and you are the number 10 highest ranked team. You have an opportunity to form your own alliance. Would you like to join this one or form your own?
2522 would love to graciously accept your royal offer.
Congratulations. To captain your number 7 alliance, please make some noise for your number 9 highest ranked team. It's 3674.
Team 3674's community team from Battleground, Washington, Cloverbots.
Alliance number 7, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 3674 would like to invite Team 2471 to join our alliance.
2471.
Team 2471 represents Discovery, Camas, Washougal, and Hawkinson High Schools in Camas, Washington. That's Team Mean Machine.
Team 2471 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. All right. To captain your final alliance out here on the field, please put your hands together for 4488.
Team 4488 represents Glencoe High School in Hillsboro, Oregon. Shockwave.
Alliance number 8, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. You have 45 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 4488 would like to invite Team 6696 to join our alliance.
6696.
Team 6696 represents Corbett High School in Corbett, Oregon. Cardinal Dynamics.
Team 6696 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Okay, as we've completed our first round, we have all 8 alliance captains out here and they have made their first pick. We're gonna give them 2 minutes to confer, at what point we will come back and we will allow the number 8 alliance to make their second selection. We'll work our way back up to your number 1 alliance out here on the field. We'll be back in 2 minutes. is. All right, welcome back, everybody. As I mentioned, we're going to go back to Alliance number 8 and work our way back up our Alliance brackets. With that, Alliance number 8, as we are in our second round, you have 90 seconds to make your decision this time. When you are ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. Your 90 seconds begin now.
Teams 4488 and 6696 would like to invite Team 5937 to join our alliance.
5937.
Team 5937 represents Mercer Island High School in Mercer Island, Washington. That's MI Robotics.
Team 5937 would love to accept your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Alliance number 7, when you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Teams 3674 and 2471 would like to invite Team 4089 to join our alliance.
4089.
Team 4089 represents Cedar Crest High School in Duval, Washington. Stealth Robotics.
Team 4089 would love to accept your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Alliance number 6, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock. Hello.
Making sure I say it right.
You got this.
Thank you. Team 1778 and Team 2522 would love to invite Team 9430 to our alliance.
9430.
Team 9430 represents the Career Technical Education Center in Salem, Oregon. C-Tech Robotics.
Team 9430 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Those are some crisp high fives. Alliance number 4. When you're ready, 5. Thank you. I almost had it. Alliance number 5. When you're ready, one student only may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 948 and Team 1540 invite Team 2412.
Team 2412.
Team 2412 represents Sammamish High School in Bellevue, Washington. Robototes.
Team 2412 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. All right. Now, Alliance number 4. When you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 4469 and Team 9023 would like to invite Team 1425 to raid the galaxy with us.
1425.
Team 1425 represents Wilsonville High School in Wilsonville, Oregon. Error code 0.
Team 1425 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. Alliance number 3, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock.
Team 5468, Team 360 would like to invite Team 9450.
9450.
Team 9450 represents Woodinville High School in Woodinville, Washington. Velocity Raptors.
Team 9450 graciously accepts your offer.
Almost there, folks. Alliance number 2, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock. It's okay.
Team 955 and Team 4915 would like to invite Teams 3663.
3663.
Team 3663 represents Cedar Park Christian Schools in Bothell, Washington. CPR, Cedar Park Robotics.
Team 3663 humbly accepts your offer.
Congratulations. We've made it to Alliance number 1. That means there is one spot left in our playoff tournament. The next 8 teams in highest ranking order, not chosen for this alliance, will need to remain available to act as backup robots if any of the alliances out here on the field choose that they need one. If you are going to make yourself available to be a backup robot, please make sure that you meet with our lovely lead cuter, Regina, after we've made our last selection. With that, Alliance number 1, when you're ready, one student may approach me to announce your selection. You have 90 seconds. You are now on the clock. welcome, if you wouldn't mind, this is kind of fun. Drum roll.
Team 2046 and Team 2910 would like to invite Team 2811.
2811.
Team 2811 from Skyview High School in Vancouver, Washington, Stormbots.
Team 2811 accepts your gracious offer.
Congratulations. We did it, folks. These are your 8 alliances. Let's give a big round of applause for all of the teams that have competed here this weekend. Reminder, the next 8 teams need to be eligible to be a backup robot in case one of the robots on the field becomes unable to play around. So make sure you tell our lead queuer if you're able to do that. Teams that are out here on the field, you may now change your alliance captain around as needed. You will need to stay, that alliance captain will need to stay on the field to meet with our head referee, Aaron Schmitz. We'll be back for finals round 1, match number 1 here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship, promptly at 12:45. Have a nice lunch. We'll see you all in just a little bit.
Welcome back up here to the sports desk for our post-alliance selection analysis. Once again, I'm Brett, he's Jake, that's Josh. Boy, guys, we were up here chatting through that whole process. I think a lot of surprises in that. Not necessarily the way, at least we up here were talking about, we thought we would have scripted. What did you see, Jake?
I am shocked that these alliances let 2811 slip to the #1 alliance. I cannot believe that no one picked them for their defense beforehand. I think that makes that #1 alliance absolutely terrifying. They were already terrifying with that pure offensive strategy. They may break the world record, who knows? But now that they have 2811, they're trying to really sign those banners to those teams.
Yeah, and I think while that is the case, and while I too am a little scared of the defense of Stormbots, as I've said before, I think some of the other alliances are still bringing it on their all offense strategy. We talked about not really predicting what the archetypes were going to be. Yes, we have the 2 offense and 1 defender strategy. Yes, we have the 2 pure offense and 1 hybrid strategy. But then, especially in these alliances 6 through 8, we have either 3 all offense strategies, or even in the case, I'm looking at this #6 alliance, we've seen all 3 of those robots on the #6 alliance play a formidable defense. Are we going to see the East Coast, West Coast basketball thing of you know what? No, rather than trying to put up 600 points, whether or not we think we can do it, why don't we just stop you from putting up even 300?
Yeah, and that's something we were talking about during this, is are we going to see the emergence of the triple hybrid strategy? When our hub is lit, all 3 of our robots are shooting, and then as soon as that goes dark, we're all going to go and crowd the other side of the field, try to disrupt the opposing alliance, steal that fuel, get ourselves set up for when we get lit right. And I think that's a strategy that's got a chance to be really effective against some of these powerhouse scoring alliances. The risk there is that you get hung up on the opposing side and you don't get back in time for when your hub lights up.
I think there's actually one bigger problem there, and I'll be excited to see if that strategy plays out. My concern there is going to be, especially if you're up against some of these really fast-paced alliances, are you going to have enough fuel on your side of the field? If you spend the entire time with all 3 robots in that hybrid defense mode, do you have enough fuel for when your hub lights up? Do you have anything to work with?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really critical thing for teams to keep track of, because now we're in this really powerhouse level of this district where these teams are going to be putting up crazy scores, and I think that they're going to be struggling to find the fuel on the field because they're all going to be in robots and in the air all at the same time. Another thing I want to talk about is the differences between the cross-region picks and the familiarity picks. We saw Alliance 1 and then 6 through 8. For the most part, picking teams that they're familiar with, that they've played with, that they think that they have good synergy with. Alliances 2 through 5, especially in that first round, really picking teams that they don't get to work with all that often. And I think that they're trying to line up those archetypes with each other.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things at these championship level events, that you get to see new teams that you haven't seen before. And it's one of, I think, the hardest parts of doing alliance selection in an event like this is you've got a ton of data and a ton of kind of just unquantified but knowledge of the teams you've seen at your district events. But you've only got one event worth of data on the teams that you didn't see until you came here. And so it takes a lot of confidence to go out there and say, if I'm 955, I'm willing to pick 4915, who I haven't seen before this weekend, because I saw enough, and maybe I did some pre-scouting on video, or maybe we had some conversations in the pit, but we don't know them as well, but we feel good about what they're doing, and I love to see that. I think there are a lot of mispicks at these events a lot of the time, but we're gonna go with somebody we've seen before instead of somebody that might be a better fit that isn't as comfortable.
Yep.
There's a bit of a knowledge combination effect there, where you have the two alliances coming in with their own sets of data, right? I think there's a power there in saying, all right, you have all the Oregon events, I have all the Washington events. We're going to be playing against alliances that have a mixture of both, and bringing all of that pre-scouting in is really helpful.
Yep. All right, well, we are going to send things off to lunch. Matches will resume at 12:45. Enjoy the break, and we will see you in about an hour.
audio out to the world. Oh, hey, there we go. All right, we're probably a little low, maybe a little louder, little louder, little louder. This is a audio check, and an audio check, a proper one, requires a lot of syllables. I still feel like we are a little bit low, a little bit low. That'll work. Okay. And we'll be doing Kevin in the queue here in just a few minutes. And we're going to go try the other side of the field. So hang out for just a sec. Let's go over to the other side. So it's very interesting to watch on the screen. And there's a slight delay, which makes it weird to talk. It's all good, though. I appreciate the fact that we're getting a good signal from over here. Okay. And Gav's going to set up the camera. And let's try video to make sure that it's working from the, what are we? This is the blue cue. Queuing from the blue side. I assume we've got video. You guys will tell me if we don't. All right. And there's a little delay. It'll be exciting for everybody to figure out how to talk while you're hearing yourself on a little delay. Life's good. Thank you for paying attention. See you in 10 minutes.
Alrighty, Robot fans, we have made it to a very special part of our district championships event. We have made it to playoffs. Give a big round of applause. We had an amazing, exciting alliance selection, and we are now here to see which alliance will take home the championship for our rebuilt season. We're gonna go ahead and meet the first alliance. We have our #1 seeded alliance in red bumpers, starting with team 2910.
Supported by Boeing, that is Jack in the Box.
Their alliance captains, give it up for team 2046.
Supported by the Tacoma School District, that's Bare Metal.
And rounding out this alliance, we've got team 2811.
Also sponsored by Boeing, the Storm Box.
Joining us on the blue side of the field, we have alliance #8. They're looking for that win. They're gonna push as hard as they can. We've got team 5937.
From Mercer Island, supported by Boeing, it's MI Robotics.
The captain of our 8 seed, it's 4488.
Supported by the Hillsborough Optimist Club, Shockwave.
And joining them is team 6696.
Sponsored by Microchip, Cardinal Dynamics.
Let's get our playoffs rolling with our first match in the upper bracket. Drivers, behind your line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking off our playoff bracket here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship, we have entered a double elimination tournament. Each alliance can lose only a maximum of 2 times. One alliance, the victor of this match, will move on in the upper bracket. The other will drop down to the lower bracket. Plenty of scoring here in Autonomous on both the red and blue alliance sides. They fairly level live score as we exit Autonomous. Now Blue Alliance surges slightly in the lead, 117 to 86. We've got 10 seconds or so of transition shift as both alliances work to score in their alliance hubs. Red Alliance going to be the first on a shift here. It's 2911, the Storm Boss, unfortunately flashing light in their driver's station. Alliance 1 here at a slight disadvantage here in the live score and in the number of runs currently operational on the field. We hope to see them reconnect in a moment. Red Alliance now takes the lead as they are the current alliance on shift, able to score 189, counting to 145, but we're 3 seconds away from a Blue Alliance shift. Hopefully they've been getting ready to score, or at least accumulate some fuel to score now in their hub. For the Blue Alliance, it's 2910. Jack and Bot works on passing fuel from the center of the field out to their Red Alliance zone. They're getting ready for their next alliance-specific shift in 12 seconds or so. Shockwave 4488, they're out in Blue Alliance territory to move towards the front of the field, looking for some fuel to add to their hub. Right behind them is their alliance partner 5937, MI Robotics. They make the trip over the bump towards Red Alliance territory. They're aware of the time, and they know it's a Red Alliance shift. Jack and Bot up in the top left corner of the field. They navigate around on another spree, looking for some fuel to make their way underneath the output of that Red Alliance hub. Fuel flowing absolutely everywhere here now as Bare Metal 2046 in the black and yellow. They make their way up, shooting into that Red Alliance hub, adding some more fuel to their collection. Those extra bonuses don't really matter anymore, but the Red Alliance has scored at least 360 fuel, so that sure means something. They've scored a lot of fuel, but the Blue Alliance working to counter that. 2011, the Stormbots now fully operational again. They work on playing some defense against some of the Blue Alliance machines. 5937 MI Robotics trying to launch some fuel from their Alliance wall into the Blue Alliance hub. Under the defense being played by the Stormbot. Shockwave seeing that same defense in those blue bumpers. They make their way up over the blue bump as we enter the last 30 seconds of the match. Endgame now running. Shockwave, they try to steal some fuel. They run underneath a stream of fuel coming out of that Red Alliance hub. That stream of fuel coming courtesy of Bare Metal of the Red Alliance. They score a one hop reload of fuel and go back to the Alliance wall to score another. Just as that Red Alliance hub, a couple robot pieces. In fact, another Quest headset just here underneath the Red Alliance trench. Robot parts flying everywhere in the absolute chaos of all of these collisions. A part of a robot hanging off 6696 as they play defense. Colonel Damix doing the best they can to try to limit the amount of fuel scored by the Red Alliance.
Well, welcome back once again to the Sports Desk. Brett and Josh here with you to take you through the playoffs. Right away, Alliance 1 and Alliance 8, and we already see not everything goes to script with that unexpected little collision in the autonomous period there.
The furious notes we have to write in a match like that, right? You know, so that joke about sell you the whole seat, but you only need the edge of it. The auto crash at the beginning, then the pile-ups into the early teleop period, but the Red Alliance recovering pretty early on in the teleoperated period, and then the versatility we see of these robots. We talked about the archetypes going in. Our predictions of what that archetype was going to be are already wrong, and we haven't even posted the first scores from the playoffs.
Yeah, speaking of the first scores, it looks like they're ready. Let's take a look at the big screen.
Red Alliance victory, 556 points to the Blue Alliance's 346. Folks, remember, no ranking points here in the playoffs. You just keep playing until you lose twice. Our Red Alliance advances along in the upper bracket. We'll see them again in match 7. And Brett, we will see that Blue Alliance in short order. Match 5, one loss in the books. Next one, they'll be fighting along.
And with those scores posted, we can go ahead and take a look at our match highlight. You know, we talked a little bit after Alliance selection. Jake mentioned how surprised he was to see 2811, the Stormbots, last all the way through to that last pick. And I think they showed in this match why Jake and several of us were so surprised. Here's 2811. This is nearing the end of the match. You see them over in the Blue Alliance zone where they spent most of the match. Roll this forward, and what you're going to see is they're starting out right now in a defensive posture. They are hassling, in this case, 4488 Shockwave while the Blue Hub is active.
And this is their signature, that just bumper cars.
And
there.
it shows great awareness of the rules, too, to avoid that pinning situation. Now, now you see they move into the end game period, and 2811 switches to a pass spot. They're grabbing the fuel here that's over on the Blue Alliance side and sending it back across the field to their Alliance partners. So not just that tenacious defense that we talked about all competition long, but now the versatility and the situational awareness to know there's nobody over here for me to defend. I could sit around, or I could make myself useful to my Alliance and start sending fuel back that way.
And I think that makes Stormbots really a double threat here in the playoffs because, one, I've been terrified of their defense all week. I think I've said it about 3 times now, and it bears saying at least once in the playoffs, but there's a mind game here because you go into these playoffs and you're like, okay, I know what's going on here, right? I mean, we see it in any sport. We're like, yeah, okay, the Seahawks did X in the regular season. I expect to see Y in the postseason. Here's our day's postseason. All bets are off. Stormbots coming in with a new playbook, and all of these 7 alliances rather, now have to relearn the script or write one themselves to respond.
Yeah, while we've got a couple more seconds, I do want to call out another statistic I'd been looking at throughout the day. Blue Alliance has a statistic that they've been sharing with us called the auto win conversion rate. This is the percentage of the time that the Alliance that has the higher score in the autonomous period goes on to win the match in the end. And according to Blue Alliance, at this event, that auto win conversion rate was about 78%. So that's 78% of the time you win autonomous, you win the match. Not so in this match, where the Blue Alliance came out in the top of the autonomous period, but the Red Alliance mounted the comeback. That'll be interesting to see, of course, specific circumstances in this match due to that collision and mishap for the Red Alliance. But is that something we're going to see, where more and more the Alliance that wins autonomous had their autonomous routines run a little more smoothly, but can their opponents react to coming from that behind start and come back and pull it off?
And if there's one thing District Champs in the Northwest is known for, it is unpredictability and absolute madness. So I look forward to all those percentages going haywire.
Yeah, we are in the middle of an ordered placement on the fields. This is going to take just a couple more ticks. We'll send it back down and let you have our introductions in our next match in just a moment. Okay.
Folks, here in the playoffs, it's not just the Brett and Josh show. Let's tee up our good friend down here in the queue. This is Kevin Ross. Kevin, who do you have down there?
All right, we have Aiden. Aiden from 955. Congratulations, you're an Alliance captain.
Thank you so much.
How's it feeling? You guys haven't been in this position for a while.
It feels amazing. I think this is the highest we've ever been. And as a senior, it feels like the culmination of 4 years. And as a 4-year driver, it feels amazing.
I think that is so cool. You guys are up in the next match. Not this match, but the following up match. We're going to watch with great interest, and best of luck to you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Let's go ahead and welcome our next group of teams to the field. On the red half of the field, we have our number 4 Alliance, starting with team 1425.
Supported by the Austin Family Foundation, that's error code 0.
We have a team with 2 blue banners under their belt already this season, 9023.
They're sponsored by Boeing. It's the Future Martians.
And give it up for team 4469.
Supported by First Washington, that is RAID, Raider Artificial Intelligence Division.
All of our teams are still in the upper bracket as they try to stay there with the win. We have our Alliance 5 in blue. Give it up for team 2412.
Aided by the Sammamish Robotics boosters, that is the Robototes.
Their captains, team 948.
Sponsored by Amazon, NRG, the Newport Robotics Group.
And a team that has won a blue banner at every event they've been at this season. Give it up for 1540.
Supported by Polymaker, that is the Flaming Chickens.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go.
We remain in the upper bracket, Alliance 4 versus Alliance 5, as Free Blue Alliance robots sweep up some fuel in the neutral zone. Robototes now remaining in that center zone just a little bit longer as they scoop up some additional fuel over to the Blue Alliance side over on the right side of the field. Red Alliance now a little bit of a collision between their 2 Red Alliance robots, 9023 ending up just in front of the rear of the Red Alliance hub. Yeah, minor collision there between 9023 and 1425. That is error code 0. With Robots ending up not quite where they wanted, but they do end up with the first Alliance-specific shift. They're slightly behind there on the auto scoring, but they have an opportunity here to add to their tally. 171 to 103, your live score in favor of the Blue Alliance at this point in time. Robotoads working on some defense. They got an empty hopper, and they're colliding with several Red Alliance robots here in the Red Alliance area. As the Future Martians, they find their spot up in the top left corner of the Red Alliance zone, and they score there in the final few seconds of the Red Alliance shift. That's the Blue Alliance's turn. Flaming Chickens, 1540 and 948 scoring here in the Blue Alliance zone. 948 has the attention of 2 of the Red robots, and actually all 3 were briefly in that Red Alliance zone. 4469 makes their way out. That's going to be RAID, Radar Artificial Intelligence Division. I see a part of their intake dangling from their machine, and perhaps they may be making their way towards that human player exchange zone to get fuel out to their humans at the outpost. Those humans may score, but right now 9023 to Future Martians are once again scoring from their favorite spot up there in the top left corner of the Red Alliance zone. They're working to score some fuel in the hub and try to narrow the score margin just a little bit. Just over a minute left to play, and the Blue Alliance is in the lead, but not by as much as they would like to perhaps hope. But they got 2 Blue Alliance members over in the Blue Alliance zone. They're ready for that Blue Alliance shift change. There it is now as they work to score. That's Flaming Chickens, 1540 with a full load of fuel in their hopper. Now NRG as well, just in front of them. 948 and Kirby scoring a bunch of fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. 2 Red Alliance robots make the leap into the neutral zone. 923 Future Martians, they score a hopper load of, or rather they pass a hopper load of fuel over to the Red Alliance side, but Blue Alliance continues to score more fuel as we enter the last 30 seconds of our match. It's endgame time. Both Alliance hubs now active. I saw some flags waving over in the Blue Alliance zone just a few seconds ago. We'll have to see what the referees have to say after the match. 1425 error code 0. They bump into 1540 to Flaming Chickens and flags wave once again. Flaming Chickens, they return back underneath the blue trench. They find their spot in the Blue Alliance zone, and they work to score some more fuel. 7 seconds left on the clock. Human player shots from the RAID human player over in the outpost. That's adding to 9023 Future Martian scoring some more fuel. NRG, some final shots there on the right side of the field. And at the moment, it looks like Alliance 5 has the upper hand. We'll see what our referees have to say in a moment.
Two matches in, already potentially looking at our first upset. We'll wait for those scores to be official till we know for certain. But Josh, we're in for a rip-roaring ride through this, it looks like.
Rip-roaring is about the right way to put it. You know, at least one score already over 500. This one looking quite promising. It would take, you know, craziness to not be very close to 600. I don't know what to expect still. Even looking at the OPR and EPA coming in, just unpredictable.
Yep, and it looks like those scores are finalized. Let's take a look. It is the Blue Alliance. 604 to 337. Alliance number 5 does pull off the upset. They're going to stay in our upper bracket. Alliance number 4 going to drop down to our lower bracket. They'll see Alliance 8 coming up next. And boy, you know, we don't want to make too much out of one match each when there were, again, lots of circumstances and things like that. But I'm just going to say, Alliance 5 outscored Alliance 1 in this first round.
And Alliance 5, I kind of had a hunch that whole way through the match. I mean, a big shout out there. Flaming Chickens, that autonomous just pelting that hub. Impressive to watch. Obviously, the autonomous, as we just said last match, does not predict everything. But that was a promising start, and they proved they can convert that energy and keep it going the whole way through. Little hiccups here and there, a couple of big defensive collisions in midfield, you know, some plexiglass you probably got to tape back up and put back together. But overall, an excellent showing. Brett, let's see the trajectory. Where are we going in this madness over the next 3 hours?
Yeah, so for any of our newer robot fans, we do run a double elimination bracket here in our playoffs. You're looking at what that bracket looks like. So I will refresh this page and try to get the results from the most recent match up there. But it is going to be Alliance 1 and Alliance 5 facing each other next in the upper bracket. Alliances 8 and 4 will see each other in the lower bracket. Basic structure here is as long as you keep winning, you stay in that upper bracket and you have your shortcut to the event finals. When you lose a match, you've got to come down here to the lower bracket and fight your way back up. But one of the finalists will come through that lower bracket as well. So all not lost when you lose your first match. The other thing we're going to see here is that things kind of slide around. So it's going to be 1 in 5, in 8 and 4 in the second round, and then as alliances drop down to the lower bracket from the later rounds, then you might see a rematch, but you might not. You might not see the same alliance again until the end. And of course, when we reach the finals, that is a straight best 2 out of 3. We throw out everything that's happened before then, and first alliance to 2 wins are going to be our Pacific Northwest champions for 2026.
It's an exciting start. Just did some very quick math here. Over 1,100 combined points. Looking forward to that match 7 in a little ways, although we have several matches to get to before then. We have to finish all of our round 1 and then swing back to the lower bracket of round 2.
Yep. We are in the middle of another ordered placement. I have a little bit of a hunch this is going to happen.
What this is?
Do you want to talk through real quick what these rules are,
Yeah,
Josh?
because I think we got some new folks who maybe didn't watch all of Quals here. So the ordered placement, this is a right that an alliance has. They can opt per rule G303 to stage their robots in a particular order. This sometimes matters if they have an autonomous strategy in mind. They need robots to be in certain orders to respond to how the other alliance is set up. So we're basically walking through one at a time. You know, yesterday we did the anarchy mode, and we just did the Spartronics, and who was the other one? Whatever. They did the rock, paper, scissors for this. This one we've got the refs involved. We called the adults. So it's going to be red driver station 1 robot, not red seed 1, not red captain. It's driver station 1 robot. Then blue driver station 1, so on and so on and so on, based on the driver station orders that these teams submitted to our head referees a little ways ago.
Yep, and our referees and cuers are managing that process. But since we got a little bit of time while we're waiting for that to resolve, let's send it back over to our friend Kevin Ross, who's in the queue with another student. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Brett. So we've got Allison here from 2522 Royals. Royals, who have a long association with their Alliance captain, Chill Out. How does it feel to get picked?
It feels pretty good. We've hung out with Chill Out a lot at the practice field lately, and they're really fun to work with, and so we're excited for this alliance.
Oh, and I think so fitting is you are such a chill person. You actually bring books to read while you're in the queue. What's up with that?
Yes, so I brought a book to Glacier Peak because I was like, hey, let's read during queue, let's see how long I actually spend. And then I read like 100 pages, so
totally
it's been
chill.
Great.
Totally chill. I like that about you. All right, back up to Brett.
Thanks, Kevin. And we've got, looks like just a few more minutes to go on our setup, so we will...
Did you bring any books, Brett?
I didn't bring, I'm reading 19 different tabs of robotic statistics to try to figure out what we're going to talk about next time around. We'll take a short break, and match 3 of our playoffs will be on your screens and live in front of you in just a moment.
Thank you. It's that time again, Robot fans. Let's welcome to our field our next group of teams on the Red Alliance. We have Alliance number 2, starting with captains 955.
Supported by Hewlett Packard, that's Control C.
They are joined by 3663.
They're sponsored by the Boeing Company, CPR, Cedar Park Robotics.
And keep it loud for team 4915.
They're also supported by Boeing, it's Spartronics.
On the blue side of the field, we have Alliance number 7, starting with their captains 3674.
Starts by SBI. That's the Cloverbots.
They are joined by team 2471.
They're supported by US Digital. It's Team Mean Machine.
And keep it nice and stealthy for this team. It's 4089.
Supported by the Boeing Company. Stealth Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match or Alliance 7 versus Alliance 2 here in our upper bracket first round here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. 2 Blue Alliance robots are stuck in unfortunate positions there. 4089 Stealth along the blue rump. 3674 to Cloverbots on some fuel. 2471 Mean Machine. They bump into said Cloverbots, and they're auto-pathing and puts them just outside of their Alliance on a neutral zone. So flags wave there as some fuel did enter the Blue Alliance hub, but not quite in the intended way. With all those auto shenanigans, the Red Alliance is currently in the lead in your live score, 179 to it was 79, but Blue Alliance is working away, adding to their score as their hub is currently active, and they are on their current Alliance-specific shift of 2 minutes left to play in the match. Team Mean Machine, 2471, they're working on getting some fuel in the Blue Alliance hub. They're getting defended upon by Team 3663 in the red bumpers as CPR. They're the only Red Alliance robot not in the red offensive zone as their Alliance shift starts. Now it's 489 Stealth Robotics on the defensive here in the Red Alliance zone. They're trying to both simultaneously prevent 955 Control C from moving around here in the red offensive zone, trying to stop them from finding their ideal position. They also steal a boatload of fuel that they take over to their side of the field in preparation for their Alliance-specific shift. That begins now. The Blue Alliance is once again on the clock. Cloverbots, they're moving around as well. The robot Artemis, belonging to the Spartronics team of the Red Alliance, has a hard bump against the Alliance wall on the blue side, but they do manage to steal some fuel and pass it along to their side of the field. Spartronics now underneath the Red Alliance bump. They lose a little bit off the top as they head underneath that red trench. But now it's their turn to score in our final Alliance-specific shift of the match. Spartronics working getting some fuel into that Red Alliance hub as well, but not under the watchful eye of the defense being played by Stealth Robotics. 40 seconds left on the clock. The Red Alliance still surging in the lead by roughly double the points. We'll have plenty of time for the Blue Alliance and the red defense of 3663 in an unfortunate position, currently non-functional by the Blue Alliance tower. We see flags waving in that general area. 2471 Mean Machine pushing him around to make room, and also near that Blue Alliance tower. More flags wave as once again that CPR machine unfortunately disconnected, stuck, and actually emergency stopped by some system here. They will not be rejoining us for the remainder of the match. 6 seconds left now as they get pushed out away from that tower. Mean Machine looking for a spot just in that area. Flags continue to wave. Red Alliance doing what they can to score. And our live score is showing one story, but we'll have to see what our referees have to say.
Wow, we are back up here at the sports desk. Brett, this match I think we both knew we were looking forward to. Everybody talks about the #1 alliance or whatever. That #2 alliance has consistency under their belt, and we knew we were going to be in for an exciting one.
Yeah, you know, it's weird to call the #2 alliance potentially underrated, but I think this #2 alliance might be a little bit underrated. Keep in mind, 955 declined twice in the alliance selection process. Now, that's always a nuanced reason. We don't know what was going on there. We haven't had a chance to talk to the teams.
They had a strategy.
Right, but there were two separate teams said, thanks but no thanks to 955 before they landed on 49-15, and then of course 36-63 coming back around. But this alliance, we were talking about it during the alliance selection process and then again during this match. These are three teams that know how to play the game. This is not going to be a brute force, huck and chuck, spray and pray.
No.
Just put up as much fuel as we can and hope it's good enough, and probably will be. This is an alliance that has a game plan, and that is going to be something that could be really intimidating as we go through these playoffs, and especially when you start to see the counter strategies and you start to see alliances come together and go, okay, this alliance can do this, we're going to do that to respond. I think this number 2 alliance is one that's really well equipped to handle that.
Yeah, and then other cool things we saw in that match, we're not going to roll any highlights while there's conversations on the field, but in that match, we see the change-ups in even driving strategy, like something I didn't notice from those teams in quals, turning around so that they use like the not intake half of the robot, like the rear part of their robot for defense while on the move. They're still picking stuff up. And they're like, all right, I'll lose 2 fuel to go ram you just a little. Slow your cycle time down just a smidge. Like they understand the micro nuance in here. That's not to say the Blue Alliance doesn't too, but the Red Alliance had it on full display really from the beginning of the match. I mean, we have whenever we get to our highlight, right? It's right at the beginning of the match we were already seeing those
and we are waiting for a referee conversation here to kind of get word if there's anything we need to share on that. We will do so when we have that. But, another thing we talked about there, we talked after Alliance selection kind of up here at the desk that we were a little bit surprised that fewer alliances made especially second pick, but even first pick, but made picks that were robots that had specialized in defense throughout the competition. Really, the only one that caught our eye as a clearly defensive pick was 2811, who we talked about last time. Right. But you come out here, and we watched 3663 CPR play some really strong defense throughout this match, showing that pivot into a new strategy on this playoff alliance. And that's just further evidence of what we were talking about. This number 2 seed has put together a game plan, and they are all on board. They are all going to play their role and help this alliance move to victory as soon as they can.
And on that same note, I want to give a little shout here to Alliance 7, though. Mean Machine living up to their name, right? They also had some heavy hits in that match, really trying to keep the Red Alliance bots out of their zone because they realize the importance of owning that fuel and owning their turf. So, look, we got to hype the Summer 2 Alliance because they did come in with a game plan, but I think Blue clearly also understood what was at stake. And just audience transparency, we are just going to let the zebra huddle do their thing. This is like kind of a, the nature shows on TV, the zebras go out into the wild and dance around. We let them do that here. We are fully on board with that conservation effort.
And I think what we'll do right now is we'll let this breathe for a minute while they figure out what they're going to do, and we will be back in just a few moments with some scores and some further analysis.
Oh, why did, okay.
We are hot.
Yes, okay, mics are live, great. Well, okay, so we have a yellow card to announce from that match. Alliance 7, the Blue Alliance, being issued a yellow card for rule G210, that is forcing an opponent to break a rule. Again, that's a yellow card, Alliance 7. All right, now we can get back to the script we actually had.
Let's see our scores. Red Alliance does take it. 605 to 395, another 600 plus point match. Red Alliance stays in the upper bracket. Blue Alliance to the lower bracket, but they're still gonna be around, and they will carry that yellow card the rest of the playoffs. And with that, we'll send it back down to Natalie for our next match.
Thank you, Brett. We have Alliance 3 wearing red bumpers this time. Let's go ahead and introduce them, starting with, I don't have new numbers yet. I was so excited.
Team 5468, supported by PCC Schlossers, Chaos Fury.
Austin is more confident in my memory and ability to figure out team numbers than I am. Give it up for 9-4. We're starting again. Give it up for 9450.
They're supported by First Washington's the Velocity Raptors.
And we have team 360.
Supported by the Boeing Company, the Revolution.
On the blue side of the field, we have Alliance 6. Whatever alliance wins this match will compete against the second-rated alliance that just won the last match. Let's meet our blue side. Give it up for team 2522.
Supported by Microsoft, that's Royal Robotics.
They are joined in the middle by 9430.
Sponsored by the BitX Foundation, C-Tech Robotics.
And you know them, you love them. It's team 1778.
Supported by the Edmond School District, Chill Out.
drivers behind the lines. We are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Playoff match number 40, final match here in our upper bracket, round number 1. 9450 Velocity Raptors, they grab a piece of fuel and shoot it just vertically upwards. They're in a neutral zone and now traverse along the front field wall. They launch some fuel in the direction of the Red Alliance hub, as do their alliance partners, 2522 Roller Robotics. They extend a little climb arm, wishful thinking there as they are just stuck at the blue bump in the neutral zone. We got plenty of time, though, for all these things to correct themselves as all the robots begin free roaming around the field. We've got our 3 seconds left of the transition shift, and the score is fairly level, but it is going to be our first Red Alliance specific shift, so they'll have some time to add to their tally and try to gain a lead here for the moment. Chill Out in an attempt to either e-stop the field or the commentators. They send a piece of fuel out towards the direction of the rear of the field. No trickery on this occasion, though. They collect some more fuel at the neutral zone. As Velocity Raptors, now 9450, they get briefly hung up on some fuel in the neutral zone as well. That'll be the end of that Red Alliance shift there. 1778 Chill Out. They make their way along the back and sort of their Blue Alliance sidewall on the right side of the field. They make their way towards the rear, scooping up some fuel and launching it towards that Blue Alliance hub as 5468 Chaos Fury in the black and green. They make their way along the rear now towards the Red Alliance hub as they gather some more fuel to store in their hopper. They've got just a couple seconds left until their Alliance-specific shift. We hop back over to the Red Alliance side. 360 trying to make their way to the Red Alliance side as well to join that scoring offensive. They try to go underneath the front red trench. They get bumped into by a defending Blue Robots to make their way up over the red bump instead. Fuel flying in some high arcs from Chill Out here, 1778. They send fuel again towards the scoring table and also across the Blue Alliance side of the field. Back with the Blue Alliance hub activation. Under a minute left to play in our final Alliance-specific shift before we approach endgame. Chaos Fury clearing out some fuel from the middle of the field towards the Red Alliance side. Chill Out there near the Blue Alliance tower, scoring some fuel as well. Royal Robotics there in the bottom right corner, facing some defense from the Red Alliance. I believe that was 360 trying to steal some fuel, not quite sure. Either way, we've got 30 seconds left on the clock. We enter endgame and both Alliance hubs are now active. A fairly tight life score again, but Red Alliance, another hub activated again and a full load of fuel in all 3 of their machines, or 2 plus Velocity Raptors doing their thing in the top left corner. They start to score some more fuel and start to pull ahead to a 500-plus score. We'll see if the Blue Alliance is able to catch up. Chill Out and Royals doing the best they can in the Blue Alliance zone. 6 seconds left on the clock now. Royal Robotics, they've got their arm up in the air as they continue to score. Will they make the up in the air? 10 more points possible from that climb bonus. We'll see what our referees have to say.
Back and forth, very much so in match 4. Boy, I tell you, if these are the early rounds, I can't wait to see what the later rounds are going to look like. And looks like scores are quickly confirmed, so let's get those, and then we'll continue our conversation. Red Alliance takes this one, 627 to 496. Boy, another big number up on the board. Red Alliance will stay alive in the upper bracket. Blue Alliance will drop to the lower bracket. Most of our higher seeds advancing in the upper bracket so far. And Josh, you had something that caught your eye in that match that you want to show in our highlights.
Just a quick stat, but then we'll see how the stat got built. That is now our 3rd round 1 playoff match. We've now seen all 8 alliances, and our 3rd match there with a score of over 600 points. And of course, Alliance 1 was hot on their heels. In this one, if we look at our match highlight that Mick's going to queue up here, we have this red, so at this point in the match, we are quite well close to a tie. I can't draw. We'll roll the clip though, and we'll see in the end game this Red Alliance finally get their breakaway moment, and it comes from the Blue Alliance defenders coming over here, and they're gonna try to disrupt the cycle. We have that one, and then actually over here somewhere is the other one. We just switch camera angles. This Red Alliance is able to overcome it. We had another example previous in the match of, we know those blue bots can defend, right? We've seen Royal defend, we've seen Chill Out like ice block somebody, right? This Red Alliance is able to find the driving paths in their Alliance zone to just get around all of that. Whether it's a quick little shimmy of the controllers to jostle around, whether it's completely changing their driving lanes, they'll go over the top truss instead of the bottom truss. They have this field well rehearsed. They've been driving around clearly. and they are not afraid, even of the formidable defense we know some of those blue bots are capable of.
Yeah, and it's, really kind of getting into this adaptable strategy throughout the playoffs. And in the qualification matches, when your defense comes in, you're focused on a different way of playing the game. If they get there, you're going to try to get around, but you got your other alliance partners. Playoffs, the stakes are so much higher, and you probably have a better idea what's coming your way as you're setting up for the match. So laying out those lanes, and we're going to look for some examples of this a little later on to show in our highlights, but laying out those lanes, coordinating that communication, and also just like we talked about it with Alliance 2, we saw it again with Alliance 3 here, having a game plan, having a strategy going in, and the strategy that is not just we do this, but a strategy that involves here's how we're going to communicate and adapt throughout the match as well.
Some of the most effective teams, I don't know if this alliance did it, but some of the most effective teams will sit there with a notepad before the match or a whiteboard, and it's got the sketch of the field, and they'll draw out like, okay, this is our lane, this is our plan A attack. And then, oh, okay, if this top lane of the field, for example, gets locked out, we'll go through the bottom lane. I mean, anybody who plays like MOBAs is sitting here like confused, right? This looks just the same. Those alliances are doing that level of strategy back here. And the number of years these 8 alliances have of just drive coaching experience behind the glass, this is only the beginning.
Yeah, and speaking of behind the glass, I wish we had cameras that we could use in our replays to show this, but if you can manage to peel your eyes away from the robots a little bit, we can watch the drivers behind the glass, and as they're communicating throughout the matches and see them bouncing back and forth and talking about what's going on.
Yeah, really exciting to see just everything unfold, and I look forward to more of those camera angles later. I think we've got our friend Kevin. Oh, he's behind me. Hi, Kevin. Who you got down there in the queue?
All right, hey, I'm here with Clifford from Mercer Island High School. That's Clifford. You guys haven't made to this far for quite some time. How's it feel?
It feels awesome. It feels great.
I'm sure you're a little bit nervous?
Yeah, a lot of nerves.
All right, and so what's your good strategy for today? You guys just gonna keep playing your game?
Yep, just keep playing our game, keep running all our checks, making sure everything's running well on the robot.
Yeah. Outstanding. Well, that sounds like a great plan. Best of luck. Congratulations for making it this far.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin and Brett. We are turning a page in our playoff brackets here. It's not just T30, but it's also time for our lower bracket.
That's right, Josh. Let's take one more look at the bracket. So our first round is complete. Alliances 1, 2, 3, and 5 are staying alive in the upper bracket. We'll get back to them in a few minutes. But loading onto the field right now is match 5, which is the last match of our lower bracket. That's going to be Alliance 8 and Alliance 4. And the big thing to know here, once we hit the lower bracket, it is win or your season is over. At least your Pacific Northwest season. Some of these teams will still make it to the championships in Houston. So those stakes even higher now, and we're going to be seeing that intensity play out on the field over these next few matches.
Looking forward to it, and looking forward to seeing, like you said before, behind the glass, what's going on, what's going through these teams' minds. I think we need just a moment to let our teams set up, so we'll just let the air breathe a little bit. We'll be right back here at Northwest District Champs.
Welcome to the field. I'm on the field here with round 2, match number 5 on the red side of the field. Please join me in welcoming 59-37.
From Mercer Island, Washington, it's MI Robotics.
Joining them in the middle position, make some noise for 44.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, it's Shockwave.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 66-96.
Hailing from Corbett, Oregon, it's Cardinal Dynamics.
On the blue side of the field, it's 14-25.
From Wilsonville, Oregon, it's Error Code 0.
Joining them, it's 90-23.
From Sammamish, Washington, it's Future Martians.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, it's your captains, 44-69.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raider Artificial Intelligence Division, RAID.
Alliance 8 versus Alliance 4. We're down here in the lower bracket, so one of these two alliances is going home. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome down to the lower bracket here at the Pacific Northwest District Championships. Down here, losing a match means elimination from the tournament. Hearts will be beating faster and the stakes are higher down here. Lots of motion in the middle of the field here during the autonomous period. We did see that ordered placement at the beginning of the match where each team got to choose where they would go to counter the opposite alliance. Lots of contact in that autonomous period, and 125-56, your score exiting the autonomous period. And now drivers have stepped forward to take control, and many shots going up for that Blue Alliance. RAID with a big volley of shots alongside their alliance partners, 14-25, Error Code 0, who makes contact with 66-96, Cardinal Dynamics in the neutral zone. Cardinal Dynamics looking like a part of their robot hanging off from that impact during the autonomous period. Their alliance partners, MI Robotics, 59-37, absolutely stuffed with fuel, and they return back to pre-fire some shots of fuel into that hub between MI and Cardinal. Lots of shots going up and in. Cardinal having to deal with some of the defense from Error Code 0, but 4488 Shockwave over there undefended on the red side of the field. 1 minute 30 seconds left in this match, 225-237, a very close match at the moment, and it's about to switch over to the Blue Alliance here. Those flashing lights on the hub indicate that it's time for RAID to shoot. Their alliance partners alongside them shooting as well. Error Code 0 comes and joins Future Martians on the blue side of the field and starts putting up a volley of their own. Both of those shooters on the Future Martians machine lined up perfectly with that Blue Alliance hub. No defense currently being played on the Blue Alliance, but a little bit of contact in the middle of the field between the intakes of RAID and MI. 50 seconds left in this match. We're just under a minute here, and lots of shots now going up for Cardinal Dynamics, currently being undefended, but Error Code 0 has something to say about that. And Future Martians over on the red side of the field, trying to steal as much of that fuel as possible. They do a little bit of surfing in the middle of the field on that fuel, trying to sort out that hopper, and now they're going to go bring that fuel back to their own alliance. Currently, RAID not moving on the field, but they do manage to get control back of that robot. Now it's the end game here, which means that both alliances can score for the remainder of the match. 406-390. This is a very, very close match. And currently the Blue Alliance pushing themselves up above the Red Alliance. This is going to be a very tight match that goes right up to the last couple seconds. 15 seconds left. Shots going up and in from Cardinal. Shots going up and in from MI. Shots going up and in from Future Martians. RAID joins Future Martians on the blue side of the field. Lines up. Gets the last couple of seconds of shooting up and in. And this is going to be a very tight match all the way to the end. Preliminary scores, 499-475 in favor of the Red Alliance. We'll have your final scores to you in just a moment.
Brett, welcome back, and that had us with Alliances 4 and 8 facing off. Coming into this match, their prior match in the upper bracket, each of them 346-337. So we predicted nearly a tie, and our live score was showing nearly a tie just about the whole way through.
Well, let's find out what it actually was.
Drum roll, please.
Red pulls it off. 518-492, a 26-point margin, razor thin by rebuild standards. Congratulations, our number 8 alliance stays alive. But please do join us in thanking and congratulating our exiting number 4 alliance in the blue bumpers. Team captains 4469 Raid, their alliance partners 9023 Future Martians, and 1425 Error Code 0. Outstanding work to our number 4 alliance throughout the competition and throughout their entire season. We are very sorry to see them go, but it's the number 8 alliance who moves on to live another day.
Yes, and what a day they are having, right? With now a steady upwards trajectory on their scores. What was that, about 160 to 165-ish more points in that match than their last one? They've still got plenty more matches to play. If they're going to make it all the way through the lower bracket, they're going to end up, what is it, 13, I think is the last lower bracket match. They've got a while, but I think they can do it. In particular, I think they're going to do it if Cardinal Dynamics can keep responding to the defense in the ways that they did. And, let's not be remiss, MI Robotics taking advantage of that opportunity. They see their alliance partners, Cardinal Dynamics, with the 2-on-1 defense. They've got open field back here in the corner, and as we called out in the quals, when they have that opportunity, they're going to take it. They had the opportunity. They took it.
Yeah, you know, it's really continuing to show us how this alliance selection process really played out. This is the number 8 alliance, but they get those back-to-back picks. And so really more than any other alliance, that number 8 alliance gets the chance to think and build their cohesive plan the way they want to. They don't have to worry about, well, the second pick we wanted got taken off the board, or the first pick we wanted doesn't work with what's available now, or things like that. By the time, when you get to that captain, when you get down there, they had 4488 got whatever 2 robots they wanted, anybody who was available. So they were able to put together this alliance with that strategy in mind, and we saw it play out, I think, in that match. You got to remember, they gave Alliance 1 a run for their money in that first round, and now upsetting Alliance 4, so there could be a lot more surprises to come from them.
Rebuilding the story arc indeed, and I look forward to seeing more of it. We have another lower bracket match coming up here, and I think actually in the queue, we will soon have Kevin. He's sourcing some interviews here, but for the time being, we might actually be ready on the field for some intros.
Evan, take it away.
That's right. We are still down here in the lower bracket. Match number 6, still here in round 2. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Please welcome 3674.
From Battleground, Washington, it's the Cloverbots.
Joining them in the middle position, 2471.
From Camas, Washington, it's Team Mean Machine.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, or is it your Green Alliance? It's 4089.
From Duval, Washington, it's Stealth Robotics.
Working our way over to the blue side of the field, it must be royalty. It's 2522.
From Bothell, Washington, it's Royal Robotics.
Joining them in the middle position, 9430.
From Salem, Oregon, it's C-Tech Robotics.
Rounding out your blue alliance, it's cold. It must be your captains. Please welcome 1778.
From Mount Lake Terrace, Washington, it's Chill Out.
round 2, match number 6. Alliance 6 versus Alliance 7. We are here in our lower bracket, so one of these two alliances is going home. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
Match number 6, rather, and a very quick race between 4 robots in the center of the field. Mean Machine back with a full hopper alongside Stealth across the field from 1778, Chill Out, and their alliance partners at C-Tech Robotics. C-Tech now slides back through that trench, lines up alongside their alliance partners and sends a volley of fuel up into the air. It looks like Royal not quite able to get off of the ground in the autonomous period. And now drivers step forward and take control. Those pulsing white lights on the Red Alliance hub indicate that now the Red Alliance has lost possession of their hub, and it's the Blue Alliance's turn to shoot continuously for this next shift. 1778, Chill Out in the middle of the field, grabbing as much fuel as they can and sending it over to their alliance partners, 2522 Royal Robotics, and their other alliance partners, 9430 C-Tech, who looks like they have an intake that is potentially damaged. Pieces of robot flying around on the blue side of the field, and now it's the Red Alliance's turn to shoot some fuel. Shots going up and in for the Cloverbots. Shooting on the move is 2471 Team Mean Machine, putting up an absolutely mean load of fuel into the hub. Their alliance partner is Stealth up against the human player station and getting defended by C-Tech. C-Tech bouncing back and forth between the 2 Red Alliance robots currently on the red side of the field. And now let's go over to the Blue Alliance because it's their turn to shoot Royal some shots up and in, Chill Out some shots up and in, as well as pushing some fuel into their human player station where their human players can go ahead and throw those pieces of fuel into their hub. Current scores with just over a minute remaining, 240 to 317 in favor of the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance is going to have to work hard here if they want to keep up here. And now those pulsing lights indicate that it's the Red Alliance's turn to extend their lead, unless the Blue Alliance has anything to say about it. All 3 Blue Alliance robots over on the red side of the field trying to slow down the cycles of that Red Alliance. Chill Out, potentially getting beached and a little bit of something hanging out from the bottom of their robot. They're trying to defend against Team Mean Machine, who sends a piece of fuel perfectly into the hands of one of our field volunteers. With just over 30 seconds left, it's about to go to the end game period here, indicated by this buzzer that you're hearing right now. And now Royal sends an arc of shots up and into that hub. Chill Out does the same. Current scores, almost 500 for the Red Alliance, 300 for the Blue Alliance. Some final shots going up and in with 15 seconds left from Stealth and Cloverbots. Mean Machine sliding behind the tower on the red side of the field to grab some fuel. Blue Alliance trying to get some last attempts of fuel into that hub, and those flashing lights mean that it's time for the match to end. Preliminary scores 542 to 388. We'll have your final scores to you in just a moment.
Another furious match on the field. I'm running out of adjectives.
Yeah, does anybody have a thesaurus handy down here on the field crew? We're going to need it up here.
Maybe Velocity Raptors.
Anyway, so that match, I think we saw the inertia pick up really early there. And you know what? Speaking of inertia, let's just stop our inertia. A external force has been applied to this speech. Our scores are ready down at the field. That's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Alliance 7, 568 points to Alliance 6's 411. Congratulations, Alliance 7. We'll see you further along in the lower bracket. But folks, let's give a loud, warm send-off to Alliance 6 there. And we just lost the numbers on the screen. But Alliance 6, Chill Out, Royal Robotics, and C-Tech Robotics. Well played in your 2 rounds of playoffs here. All right, rewind, scratch tape, back where we were. Lost my train of thought. Oh, yes, that match. Picking up the inertia early. Cloverbots, I think the star of the show in that one for multiple reasons you called out to me in the match.
Yeah, well, first of all, we're gonna do a quick highlight here. As we bring this up, you're gonna see 3674 right here doing something we don't see very often. Roll that forward. That's an autonomous climb, folks. So nice job to 3674 getting off the ground in the autonomous period, picking up those extra points. It's one of the few things here that really gets you a little bit of a bonus. Then we're also going to roll forward and we're going to take a look at this Red Alliance, showing us that strategy we talked about before where everybody has a role. So we'll bring up this secondary match highlight. And Josh, I'll let you kind of take the lead on this one. The Red Alliance, well, I'll start here. Red Alliance 1. Red Alliance, there we go. 1, 2, and here's gonna come number 3 as we roll this forward. And watch what you see with these teams.
Yeah, and especially up here in the top left corner, you see, actually in the bottom right, we see Stealth get a free break, but we also saw Cloverbots take multiple opportunities. I think we might have had quite the wrong timestamp there, but here we are, they're back. Cloverbots finding the open spot right up here at the top underneath that trench. The Blue Alliance had sent multiple defenders over here in the corner, and so they're able to take advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, we're gonna see that Alliance 7 back in just a minute, but first, let's send it back to our friend Kevin Ross once again with another Kevin in the Queue interview.
All right, we are here with Nikki from 2811. Nikki, Stormbots got picked by Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal. Let's point out the fact that those are two teams who do really good scouting, so they obviously see something in you. How does it feel, and what's the nerves on your team like?
It was an absolute surreal experience. I don't think any of us were expecting that to happen. Our entire team was totally in shock when our name was announced. We heard the 2, and we were like hoping and praying, and then the 8 and 11 came, and it was just so exciting.
Well, hats off to your team. Like I said, Bare Metal and Jack know what they're doing, and they see something in you, and you guys should be very proud of that. Welcome to the #1 Alliance.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and thank you to Stormbots and all of our teams getting interviewed in there in the queue. Lower bracket done for this time. We're going to move back to our upper bracket. Anything you're looking forward to in these next couple matches?
I am looking forward to not knowing what to talk about because I'm expecting a lot of unpredictability in this one. As we come up on our next match here, match 7, we're going to come back to that Bare Metal Jack in the Bot Alliance where we saw maybe some traffic concerns. You know, the suburbs of Seattle, a little notorious for that sometimes. Didn't think we were getting that in Cheney this week. Had that in Autonomous last time we saw these teams out here. Are they going to reprogram those Autonomous in between? Are they going to change their placements? It's looking like we might have the ordered placement dealio. At this point, I think we've cursed the event. We're going to have ordered placements
every
the whole way
time.
home.
Yep.
Somebody said it in the drivers' meeting last year, and we had it like every single match. Well, here we are again. But I'm looking forward to not being able to predict what's going to happen there, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Blue brings to counter this because the upper bracket plays fewer matches here. Winner of match 7 moves along to match 11, and match 11 is a one-way ticket to the finals for the winner of that one. If you fall in that lower bracket, you're putting so many more bruises on that robot and so many more charge cycles on that battery.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Remember, Alliance 5 did outscore Alliance 1 in round 1. Of course, that doesn't mean anything too much. They weren't head-to-head there, but there's a lot of storylines we could be looking forward to in this match. And then, of course, match 8 coming up after that will feature Alliances 2 and 3, who put up our 2 highest scores in round 1. Alliance 3 actually had the advantage on that one with the round 1 score. So I think we've got a lot of exciting robot action to come. And we seem to have completed our ordered placement.
Evan, take it away.
Thanks, Josh. Back down here on the field, let's meet Alliance #1 out here again. Please welcome 2811.
The Stormbots.
Joining them in the middle position is Team 2910.
Your reigning world champions, it's Jack in the Bot.
And of course, rounding out your Red Alliance, it's your captains. Please welcome 2046.
Bare Metal.
We're going to way on over to the blue side of the field. We'll find Alliance #5. Please welcome Team 2412.
That's the Robototes.
Joining them in the middle position of fellow local Bellevue team, it's 948.
Newport Robotics Group, NRG.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, I've got the hair to match. It's 1540.
The Flaming Chickens.
If you're just joining us, welcome back to the upper bracket. We're here at round 2, match number 7. I've got Alliance number 1 in red facing off against Alliance number 5 in blue. Drivers, if you could please work your way behind the lines. We'll begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 7 of the playoffs means that we're back in the upper bracket. Teams here have each won one match each. One of them will not win this match, and they will go down to the lower bracket, and one of them will continue along in the upper bracket towards the finals. Shots going up and in for Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal on the red side of the field, and a bit of a collision between Bare Metal and their alliance partners Stormbots on the middle of the field. The drivers step forward and take control of those robots, and Red won the autonomous period, which means that they're about to lose that hub right now. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to score for the next 20 seconds. Shots going up and in from 1540, the Flaming Chickens with that shoot on the move. 2811 Stormbots on the blue side of the field trying to slow down the cycles of that Blue Alliance, holding off 1540 just long enough for Bare Metal to sneak in and grab themselves a full cycle of fuel. Robototes, on the other hand, are over on the red side of the field trying to slow down the cycles of the Red Alliance, pushing Jack in the Bot up against the side of the trench. Jack in the Bot unfazed, though, managing to put up a full cycle. Bare Metal putting up a full cycle for the Red Alliance as well. Meanwhile, Flaming Chickens doing a little bit of surfing in the middle of the field, trying to steal some fuel as well as play some defense against Jack in the Bot, doing a very good job of it. Jack in the Bot changing their strategy there and shooting all of that fuel back over to their alliance partners. And it's the Blue Alliance's turn to shoot 1540, the Flaming Chickens, along the back wall there. Their alliance partner is Newport Robotics Group behind the tower, filling themselves up with fuel before returning back to put in another cycle. Stormbots playing that brilliant defense that we've been saying all competition. Potentially, though, damaged intake on the front of the Stormbots machine, and now a whole bunch of fuel going in on the red side of the field. One of those pieces of fuel coming over the scoring table here. And now Chickens trying to reduce the amount of fuel over on that red side of the field. There's fuel going back and forth from both alliances at the moment. Bare Metal and Jack in the Bot fighting for the same field space, and a bit of an impact between 2046 Bare Metal and the Robototes. Robototes machine now falling apart on the side from that intake with Bare Metal's intake. And we are now in the end game. Lots of defense happening on both sides of the field. NRG up on some fuel, but grabbing themselves some more. Bare Metal currently undefended on the red side of the field. And another impact with Jack in the Bot's intake breaks another piece of the 2412 robot off of the side. And with 6 seconds left, 587 to 307, your preliminary scores here. And the lights flashing mean that that's the end of the match. 620 to 323 at the moment. We'll have your final scores to you in just a moment.
Welcome back to another session of us being just exasperated by how much fuel is flying around out there in these playoff matches and how much thought goes into these alliances strategies.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we'll get to our highlight in a minute once we have our scores, but I think it looks like the Red Alliance is going to pull this one out, but we were talking a lot about how the Blue Alliance's strategy in that match, even if it doesn't end up leading to a victory, that was a really intelligent way to approach this match.
Yeah, the just shifts in strategy along the way. We'll see how that panned out on the scoreboard. We have some thoughts on how the scoreboard might go, but I'm seeing a blinking light here that tells me the scores are ready. We'll go ahead and get match number 7 upper bracket scores to you. That's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Alliance 1 continuing along in the upper bracket there. 653 points to 344. Brett, that was an awesome match, but 653, a lower score than you would probably expect. Thinking about the quals performances of some of those teams, that blue defense was something to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, there's kind of two ways to look at this. One way is the defense that's being played on this #1 alliance, who everybody was asking, are they going to set a new world record, is really, even if it's not enough to win, it's still depressing their scoring output. Another way to look at it is that #1 alliance, they're not chasing a world record. They're doing what they need to do to win.
Yeah.
You don't get bonus points for a world record. You get a little bit of a cheer here at the event, and then it doesn't matter after that. You got to win your match. So I don't know which way is going on there, but
it's a basketball quote, right? You play to win the match.
Yeah, I do want to talk a little bit about this number 1 alliance as we bring up our highlight, though. And we're going to show the very top of the match, the autonomous period here. And you'll recall, this is where things went a little bit wrong for alliance number 1 in their first match. Not so much here. Before we even start this, though, take a look at the top of your screen. And
that
the
angle of attack.
Yeah, 2046, not square to the walls like most of our robots
like their alliance partners down there.
This is, you and I, you were calling them, Josh, micro optimizations. Bare metal looking at that and saying, you know, if we angle ourselves a little bit differently, we can get a little bit more of a direct line into that fuel, and we can shave a half a second, quarter second off of that cycle time, and maybe put, at the rate these teams shoot, 5, 6, 10 more fuel up in there. Let's roll this forward and see what happens.
And there's another thing that does, too, when we roll this one. It also leaves this lane wide open for their alliance partners to get out of the way, right? We picked on the parking problem in their first match. No such problem here. When Bear's able to run this way, Stormbots goes this way. No problems. And yeah, shaving just those tiny little bits in the 20 seconds that you have.
Yeah, you also saw the little bit of a delay on 2811 on their autonomous routine before they shot their load off and then moved into that position. They gave some space for 2046 to clear out before they put that fuel up into the air.
And I think this is just kind of proof that, you know, the playoffs of a district championship event are a holistic experience. It is still all hands on deck. The programmers are not just sitting in the back drinking Mountain Dew. They are still hacking on these autonomous programs all the way through to our finals matches. That is what match 7 in the books. And Brett, I think we are super stoked coming up. Match 8, alliances 2 and 3. You showed me some stats earlier about matches 2 and 3 and just the extent of a nail biter this could be. I don't know if you have those handy anymore.
Yeah, I don't think I have what we were talking about, but I will say that these alliances, very high scores in the first round, and these were a couple of the alliances that we had our eyes on as we were coming out of alliance selection as alliances that maybe you're going to overperform a little bit and can put up for some surprising numbers, which again, it's wild to talk about the top 2 of the top 3 alliances overperforming, but we might actually see that, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, 605 points by the number 2 alliance there in their first match, 627 by the number 3 alliance, and we've seen a general upwards trend here, like our round 1 stats. Let me find this one here in all my scribbly notes of chaos. Oh, and I've lost it. But we had an average score, there it is, an average of 598.25 points per alliance there in round 1. I think our round 2 stats proving to be significantly higher than that. I haven't rerun those, but it's looking, just some quick mental math, I'm going to say 570, 590. So, okay, so a little lower actually, but.
Yeah, I'm showing about 590 points as the average winning score through our playoff matches so far, which there aren't a lot of parts of the world that are putting up numbers bigger than that. So the Northwest continuing to show everybody that we know how to play this game about as well as anyone. We'll give a quick breath for this ordered placement on match number 8 to finish, and we will be back with that match right after this.
Welcome back to the upper bracket. We're here for match 8, round 2. Please welcome 955.
Control C.
Joining them, does anybody have a defibrillator? It's 3663.
CPR, Cedar Park Robotics.
Rounding out your red alliance, 4915.
Spartronics.
On the blue side of the field, 5468.
Chaos Theory.
9450.
The Velocity Raptors.
And you know it's 360.
That's the Revolution.
our last match of round 2 before we drop back down to the lower bracket. We've got Alliance 2 in red facing off against Alliance 3 in blue. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin match number 8 in Control C, full hopper on the red side of the field. Chaos Theory with a full hopper of their own before swerving around to the bump and going and lining up with their hub. Red side of the field, already another 2 sets of cycles going up and in from Spartronics and Control C. CPR over on the red side of the field, currently not moving. It looks like Velocity Raptors not quite able to get that climb at the end. And we come out of the autonomous period with what looks like a tie. The Red Alliance is going to say goodbye to that hub. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to score here. Velocity Raptors making a very quick motion over to the corner of the field where they've compiled an amount of fuel. Meanwhile, 360 The Revolution currently having to play against CPR, who is trying to slow down their cycles. Velocity Raptors behind the tower, grabbing all that fuel and shooting a little bit outside the field. Chaos Theory with that deadly accuracy that we've seen all season, loading their entire hopper into their hub. And meanwhile, the Red Alliance is ready to go. Lots of shots up and in for Control C, lots of shots up and in for Spartronics, both of which eating up all that fuel on the red side of the field. 360 The Revolution having stolen some of that fuel where they can go and bring it over to their own alliance. Chaos Theory doing the same for that Blue Alliance as well. Meanwhile, CPR in the middle of the field passing some of that neutral zone fuel over to that Red Alliance. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to shoot again. And a full hopper going up and in from the Revolution. Currently a lot of defense being played by both Control C and by CPR. Chaos Theory having to return to the middle of the field as they're being defended to grab some fuel. And they do manage to come back in and slide along where that tower is before encountering the Revolution. Just under a minute left to play, and 235 to 376 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. And currently, Spartronics stuck on the Chaos Theory machine. Control C loading their entire hopper up and into that hub before it's doing a little bit of surfing next to the Revolution. Looks like these two machines are going to be locked for the rest of the match, potentially, unless they can get themselves free. And meanwhile, it's now the end game. And Control C over on the blue side of the field trying to take that fuel away. Over 400 points by that Blue Alliance at the moment. Currently, the Red Alliance struggling to get going back again after that lockup on the red side of the field. With just over 10 seconds left, this Blue Alliance looks like they have sealed this match. But of course, anything can happen in these last couple of seconds, 5 seconds to be exact. Those lights on the field start flashing, and that is the end of the match. Preliminary scores, 534 to 336. I'll have those final scores to you in just a moment.
Alliance 2 and Alliance 3, we predicted an incredible match. We expected an incredible match. I think we got an incredible match.
To say the least.
Yeah, what do you think, Josh? What's caught in your eye?
To me, that match, like just the amount of driver intensity we got out of that Blue Alliance. Like they woke up from whatever post-lunch food coma they might have been in. Not to say that their previous scores were any slouch, but it was a lot more of a straightforward offensive effort. This time, all the stops are out. Defense is the name of the game. Playing up in your face, physical, tactical robot action. Like that was just wild to watch unfold. How fast those robots pivoting just on one wheel. You'll see like Chaos Theory, we'll talk about it later. Just pivoting on, if they can get a millimeter to the wheel to stick to the ground, good enough, we're gonna turn as fast as possible, smash right into you. So exciting to watch.
Yeah, we've got our scores locked in, so let's see what actually happened on that one. We'll take a look at the big board. And this one is the Blue Alliance's win. 548 to 343. That number 3 Alliance does take it. They stay in the upper bracket. Alliance number 2, not done yet, of course. They're going to drop to the lower bracket and get another chance to stay alive. We'll do a bracket check in just a few minutes, but before we do anything else, I want to bring up just a frame. We're not going to do a full highlight right now, but I just want to point something out that most of us caught in real time. We had a tied autonomous period, 104 to 104, perfectly even coming out of the autonomous period. And so we need first call that out. That's a rare occurrence. Very cool. And I think it's worth just clarifying for anybody who's not aware. You know, the rules of this game are whoever wins autonomous, their hub goes out first.
Slight, just tiny minutia in there. It's actually the most fuel scored
Correct,
in the autonomous period.
Most fuel in autonomous, that hub
So
goes
these two
out
circles
first.
relevant because it was tied fuel.
So the question then is, what happens when it tied? And it turns out, we flip a coin. The FMS flips a virtual coin and randomly picks one alliance or the other to get the first shift. And this time you saw the chaser lights on the red hub. They went out first. Blue alliance got the first shift there, and they kind of rode that to victory.
And it is not like that XKCD about chosen by random dice roll, guaranteed to be correct, return 4. Not that type of random this time.
You want to do a bracket check, see where we're at?
That's probably about that time.
Let's see what we've got. We've just finished round 2, and now we know what's going on. I can go ahead and zoom this in just a little bit. We'll worry about our finals later, but alliances 1 and 3, they get themselves a little bit of a break. They'll be back in round 4 for playing for a one-way trip to the finals. We're going to return to our lower bracket in the moment. It's going to be alliances 5 and 7 up against each other, and then alliance 8 up against alliance 2. That's going to be a crazy match. I'm really looking forward to that one.
We have stuff to be excited about in all of those matches, but in particular, that match 10 could be the Cinderella story of, like, will Alliance 8 pull off multiple upsets in a row? Will Alliance 2 get back on track and try to fight for that rematch later on, or that they had earlier? Anything could happen.
While we're waiting a little bit longer for our next match to get set up, we're going to send it back down to the queue and our good friend Kevin Ross. Take it away, Kevin.
Down here, Catlin Gable. This is David. He's on the drive team. David, how exciting is it to make the elimination rounds at District Championship?
I mean, it's really exciting because I think this year has been one of our most successful ones, and it's great to compete in this environment where all the teams are just incredible. We had a fun first match, and we unfortunately lost our second one, but the first alliance is just amazing. So that was also a fun match, and we're really excited to keep competing, and we hope we have more of a good time.
Your team always has an amazing spirit. We appreciate you. You've been leaders in the first community for a very long time. Very excited to see you out here on the field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, Team 1540. Josh, we're doing yet another ordered placement, so we've got a little bit more time to go. Oh, and we've got some news here.
Thanks, Juan.
We've got a backup robot coming in. I think I read that correctly.
So we have, who is that? Is that Top is heading
2471 Mean Machine is going to be subbed out of this next match, and they will be replaced.
10-4-16, that's the
Radical Raccoons. That's correct. So coming up here in match 9, we're going to see a switch on alliance number 7. Team Mean Machine on their way out for this match, and Radical Raccoons going to make their playoff debut.
And so that's a really fun thing to, Northwest District Champs is all about how many wrenches can we possibly fit in this system. That 4th member of the Alliance now stays with them the rest of the way through. You have to play the backup bot in that first match, but then if you repair that original bot or whatever the situation was that wanted you to call in that backup, you can sub them back in later on, and you get district points based on the matches you play in the playoffs. So we could have a total shakeup in our district points leading into our ultimate progression to championship in Houston based on that backup bot coming in.
Yeah, we should, we'll take a look at the district points a little bit later. Those are, of course, ever in flux as we work through our playoffs, and of course, awards coming up. That's going to affect our district points as well, and I know there are some teams out there in the stands already trying to do their back of the envelope math and figure out, are we in good shape to go to Houston? Do we need help to get there? Should we pretty much consider our season over? What are we looking for to see if we're going to get a chance to play in one more event in a couple of weeks?
Absolutely. And Brett, I'm just sitting here looking forward, as we talk about looking forward, this match that we're queuing up, yet another ordered placement. We cursed it earlier, although I think these autonomous strategies warrant it. Fascinating on looking at the prior scores in this one. Round 1, Alliance 5, 604 points, Alliance 7, 395 points. But then in our round 2 matches, we flipped the script, and it's almost a perfect mirror. Alliance 5, 344 points, and Alliance 7, 568 points. On average, this is almost a tie.
Yeah, and you know, it could be that way. It's going to be a very evenly matched event.
Do we say the tie word in playoffs? Are we tempting fate?
Well, you know, I think, you know, to that end, you know, not in these playoffs, I would say from my point of view, not all of the scores have been necessarily close, but I think every match we've watched has been really closely contested. Yes. I don't think there's been a single match where one side ran away with it all from the very beginning and the other side was just going through the motions. There were some where the result was little known, maybe pretty well known a little bit earlier, but still we're seeing a lot of interesting strategies and a lot of strong efforts play out, and I'm looking forward to that continuing.
Yeah, keeping our foot on the gas is very important, and I think in our event flow, we will keep our foot on the gas. We're just about ready to queue up our next playoffs match. In the meantime, we'll just take a really quick breather before getting back at it.
All right, Cheney, we are back down in the lower bracket where both of our alliances have lost one match. Both are looking for a win this match to stay in the playoffs. In the red alliance, we have alliance number 5. Let's go ahead and meet them, starting with team 2412.
From Sammamish High School, it is the Robotics.
Their alliance captains, it's 948.
They're from Newport High School in Bellevue, the NRG Newport Robotics Group.
And we have team 1540.
From Catlin Gable School in Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
On the blue alliance, we have alliance number 7. Give it up for team 3674.
4-H team from Battleground, Washington, the Cloverbots.
Please make a warm welcome to the field for team 10416.
Put up at Hagen Foundation, that's the Radical Raccoons.
And we've got team 4089.
From Cedar Crest High School is Stealth Robotics, and also the 4th member of that alliance from Camas, Washington, Team Mean Machine.
Both alliances looking for a win so that they can stay alive in the playoff tournament. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go!
Kicking off playoff match number 9, we're in round 3 and we're back in the lower bracket, so one of these alliances will unfortunately be saying goodbye at the end of our match. 948 NRG, they're stuck at center field on top of some fuel. Their alliance partner 1540, the Flaming Chickens, knocked them more close to the other side of the field, unfortunately still on that fuel as the Blue Alliance continues to score. We do note the substitution here on the field, 10-4-1-6 in for Mean Machine. Alliances have one backup coupon they can elect to use over the course of their playoff tournament to play a backup team in place of a machine who needs just a little bit more time to repair. They'll do their best to contribute to their scoring effort as the Blue Alliance works currently on a Red Alliance shift. They're working to defend against the Red Alliance, adding to their scoring effort. Blue Alliance currently holding a lead, and as I say that, of course, the Red Alliance skirts just ahead by just a couple more pieces of fuel. They are, of course, on the clock to add to their tally in the final few seconds of the Red Alliance shift. Now the Blue Alliance working to add to their score. 4089 Stealth Robotics, they've got a full hopper of fuel, and they're working to score in the Blue Alliance hub. Radical Raccoons, they race over from the neutral zone over to Blue Alliance bump, and they appear to just be stuck there for the moment. 948 NRG, they look to grab some fuel in the neutral zone and make their way back home just near the final end of that Blue Alliance shift. 489 after scoring, they knock the Raccoons off their precarious perch. And the Raccoons are back playing defense in the Red Alliance side. They got just a little bit of fuel in their hopper as well. The 1540 Flaming Chickens currently undefended as they circle the tower. They're scoring in the Red Alliance hub. Red Alliance currently in the lead, 277 to 189. Your live scores numbers keep on increasing. This is our second to last Alliance-specific shift of the match. Red Alliance lights begin to extinguish. The Blue Alliance is back in control. Clover Boss trying to score from just next to the blue tower. They got Flaming Chickens on fire right next to them. Robototes briefly defending 489 Stealth Robotics. They now lock on and start to score some fuel in the Blue Alliance hub as 948 NRG, also the Blue Bellevue Alliance and also the Red Alliance. They hop over that Blue Alliance hub back to center field. We're approaching endgame now, 30 seconds on the clock as both Alliance hubs now activate, and 1540 to Flaming Chickens look to start scoring from the front corner of the field. 25 seconds left now on the clock, and the Red Alliance continues to surge ahead. Blue Alliance not far behind, however. 315 to 282, your live score with the Blue Alliance having two Blue Alliance robots defending against two Red Alliance robots. Equal defense, equal strength there, at least until Stealth Robotics briefly peeks their head out of the Red Alliance zone. Blue Alliance working to score here in the final seconds of the match. 5 seconds left on the clock. Robototes doing the best they can to try to stop that addition. Something smells a little funny over here, but either way, our scores will be back from our referees in just a moment.
Brett, that was another exciting match. That one started off a little shaky. We see robots surfing on top of fuel in the autonomous period. We see just kind of chaos start to unfold. A little bit of a close back and forth early on, and then the progression kind of split from there, came back. All around, generally a match that keeps you watching the whole time. And I think you even saw some rather new strategies, although, I'm gonna have to pause you. The blue light is speaking to me. We got our scores in for match number 9.
Let's take a look.
Maybe we don't. Oh, we do have scores. Red Alliance takes that one home, 374 points to 299. That means Alliance 5 there in red. We'll continue along. We'll see them in match 12 here very shortly. They got a very quick turnaround. And then Alliance 7, folks, we need to hear it one last time for them. Let's hear it for teams 3674, Cloverbots, 2471, Mean Machine, 4089, Stealth Robotics, and 10416, Radical Raccoons coming in there as the backup, trying to help this Alliance along. Still kept it close most of the way through. But the unique strategies you saw on red. Rewind now, back where we were.
Yeah, let's take a look at our match highlight here, and we're going to show off the strategy. Something we've seen a number of times before, but I really like the way this robot is well built for this strategy. We are focused on Team 1540, the Flaming Chickens, right here in the middle of the field. And we're gonna watch this highlight roll forward. You're gonna see they are sweeping the middle of the field and sending fuel back into their zone. That's not all that uncommon. What you'll notice about it is they are swerving, they are spinning, they are twisting, they are driving all over that neutral zone wherever they happen to see fuel. And that auto-targeting turret that they have, we've mostly talked about that mechanism in terms of shooting at the hub, in terms of the ability to aim at those April tags on the scoring apparatus.
We see them even doing here right now.
Yep. But we saw there that it's also really effective in that sort of cleanup role where for a machine that doesn't have a large storage area, doesn't have a large hopper, they can just fly around and not be concerned with which way they're oriented, which way they're facing, where that fuel's gonna go. Just see fuel, drive over fuel. See fuel, drive over fuel, and let the turret take care of sending that back to their
It's kind of a
alliance's
mitigation
side.
strategy against the weaknesses we've identified in those kind of just-in-time robots where typically, like we talk about, you might get starved out. You never know. That is a unique version of that, though, right? In the sense of their hometown, right? Keep Portland weird. Well, keep your strategy weird as well. Not many robots able to do that pass on a twist strategy. I can think it's them. Future Martians had an ability, although they took 2 turrets to do it. It's a really unique ability that I think they should be really proud of building, and it keeps them moving along for one more attempt in the lower bracket.
Yep, and it looks like for once we might be loading on relatively quickly here, so we'll maybe...
Don't jinx it, man.
We'll maybe just take a short break and get our next match set up, and we'll be back with that in just a few. Back up here at the sports desk for just a brief moment to announce we have another backup robot coming in for the number 2 alliance. Team 3663 CPR is going to be out for this match, and they're going to be replaced by Team 7034 to be determined, making their playoff debut. That'll be over on the red side of the field for this match. So that switch, 3663 out, 7034 in. And that's for match 10, which will be coming your way in just a moment.
We are still in the lower bracket, starting match 10. Both alliances looking to stay alive in our playoff tournament with a win. Let's go ahead and meet them on the Red Alliance. Please give a warm welcome to Alliance captains 955.
For Corvallis, Oregon, Control C.
Their partners, Team 7034.
Supported by Erickson Forensic. Please welcome to the field, To Be Determined.
And keep your round of applause going for Team 4915.
Supported by Bainbridge High School, it is Spartronics. And please keep another round of applause going for the 4th member of this alliance from Bothell, Washington, CPR, Cedar Park Robotics.
Over on the blue side of the field, make some noise for Team 5937.
From Mercer Island, Washington, MI Robotics.
We have Alliance Captains 4488.
From Hillsboro, Oregon, that's Shockwave.
And give it up for Team 6696.
From Corbett, Oregon, that's Cardinal Dynamics.
Drivers behind the lines, we are getting started in 3, 2, 1, go!
Playoff match 10 here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. We remain in round 3 and we remain in the lower bracket. 3 Red Alliance robots working to score some fuel in the Red Alliance hub to be determined from the rear wall there or by their Alliance wall. And here goes 955 Control C. They work to score for the Red Alliance as well. That Red Alliance partner joining them to be determined, slotting in fairly nicely. 5937 MI Robotics of the Blue Alliance. They end their autonomous just near the Blue Hub, now springing to life. They join all 6 of our robots here in teleop action with the Blue Alliance on the first Alliance Pacific shift. They have a little bit of a deficit to deal with here, 124 to 91, your current live score. But they'll continue quickly adding fuel to their Blue Alliance hub, and that fuel hub is processing at 1 point per piece of fuel scored in the top of that hub. 955 Control C, they're working on collecting some fuel to add to their stockpile of 7034 to be determined. Deep in red territory, it looks to me like a Blue Alliance robot that was Cardinal Dynamics was up against them, actually pinning them in their own territory. Referees flagging what they will as we continue onwards to a Red Alliance shift. Over 90 seconds left to play. Referees counting over here in the top left corner as well. 4915 Spartronics, the robot Artemis, launching fuel in the Red Alliance hub. As they continue to add to their score, Shockwave steals a load of fuel from neutral zone all the way out to the Blue Alliance side, which the hub is now back active for them. Over a minute left to play in the match. 696 Cardinal Dynamics, they're trapped underneath their blue tower, courtesy of 7034 to be determined of the Red Alliance, pushing some defense against them. And my Robotics also on the other side of that tower, trying to score fuel into the Blue Alliance hub. But they've got just a few more seconds left on that activation, under a minute left to play in the match. As we hop over back to the Red Alliance side of the field for our final Alliance-specific shift. Of note, 6696 Cardinal Dynamics now no longer moving underneath that blue tower. There were a couple of collisions earlier on in that previous Blue Alliance shift. They are now stuck there for the moment. 955 Control C of the Red Alliance. They're trying to score into the Red Alliance hub against the defense being played by 4488 Team Shockwave in their blue bumpers. Referees start to count once again. 30 seconds left in the match as we enter endgame. 59-37. MI Robotics starting to score in that Blue Alliance hub there at the front of the field on the Blue Alliance side. 955 as well. Control C scoring in the Red Alliance hub. With both hubs now active, processing fuel. We've got 12 seconds left in the match. A fairly tight score. Red Alliance ahead by just a little bit. Could be all up to the amount of fuel scored here. MI Robotics continuing to score. Shockwave chasing now. I see wheels coming out of Shockwave. Various robot bits at center field. We'll clean all that up and get our scores finalized in just a moment.
Back up at the desk one more time. Alliance 2 and Alliance 8. That's not always a match you expect to be close, but it really was this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it was an awesome showing, and there's a lot of cool stuff to talk about in that match. I mean, we can talk about like how much wear and tear gets put on these robots. The field is currently just covered in leftover robot parts, but we can also highlight, even though they had to call in a backup robot. Now, we don't have the stories up here of like why that backup bot had to get called in, but even with the backup bot, which typically kind of puts you on your back foot a little bit, the combo there of 955 and 4915, every time the shift changes over, they were coming into a lot of those shifts at a point deficit, right? Blue Alliance was no slouch there. They had all three of their original bots they've been strategizing with the whole way. Those two Red Alliance machines absolutely lighting up the hub every single time, right on time when the shift starts.
Yeah, it's always tough when you have to bring in a backup because that's not the alliance you planned. That's not the alliance you strategized
you have about
for.
2 minutes to talk about strategy together.
Yeah, and so you've got to figure out how you're going to pivot in a world where you're not playing with the three robots that you expected. And so that always, like you said, puts you on the back foot a little bit, makes you kind of reconsider your approach. But 7034 to be determined, more than capable as a backup robot. That's not like you're bringing in a drive base with no other capabilities.
And they came in
there.
with smarts, because you called it out to me in the middle of the match. They came in with a passing strategy in midfield. You just announced they're coming in, like, what, 2 minutes before we started the match. They're out there passing stuff around, making sure their alliance partners are well fed because they know what those two bots are capable of.
Yeah, and that shows that alliance in the queue, once they figured out that it wasn't going to be 36-63 in that match, it was going to be 70-34, they came together and they said, okay, what can you do? And how are we going to take most advantage of that? And what do we need to adjust in our strategy?
And it's knowing, like, what are you good at, right? Because it's one thing, what can you do? But when I think about those two bots on that Red Alliance, thinking about how many times you and I have talked about them, how many times Jake and I talked about them, you and Jake talked about them this morning, that word is consistency for them. Like, I know I can rely on those two bots. So then the question, when you're bringing in the backup, is, all right, what unique new thing are you going to bring in here? And I think that was just really excellent to watch. I also just love the back and forth type of pacing. We talked yesterday about one of my favorite games was Power Up because of the lopsided, twisty, turny mechanics. More of that here in this one. More force with the shift mechanics, but really excellent to see teams capitalize on that.
Looks like we have done our final confirmation and our scores are ready. Let's take a look at the results for this match. Red Alliance does win this one, 460 to 375. The score, not our highest scoring match, but more than enough to get it done. Red Alliance, number 2 seed, stays alive in the lower bracket, but that does mean we have to say goodbye to our number 8 Alliance. So please join us in a thunderous round of applause for Alliance captains 4488 Shockwave, their partners 6696 Cardinal Dynamics, and finally 5937 MI Robotics. Josh, we're going to do, I think, a quick highlight here before we move into our break, and you wanted to really focus on those two teams you were talking about before.
Yeah, let's just give them their one last shout before we take a quick little break here, and you're going to look for over on, it's going to be down here in the bottom, you have the 4915 machine, and up here at the top, the 955 machine. Mick, go ahead and let this crowd enjoy what this Red Alliance is capable of. Shift change, 3, 2, 1, go, and then these two arcs just ready immediately. Well, those arrows are a little intense. Regardless, tons of fuel staged and ready to go before this Blue Alliance machine is even over here ready to go at all. And they, we talked a little during the match, possibly pivoting into a defense strategy mid-match unexpectedly. Still trying to do it, but it put them just a little behind on the timing and allowed that Red Alliance duo to really light it up.
Yeah, and I'll point out real quick, 955 and or 955 and 4915, both single stream shooters. They don't have that giant dump approach, but still able to put plenty of that fuel in the hub.
Because sometimes keep it simple, right, is the way to do it. We'll keep things a little simple up here and take a breath. I think we're supposed to take a quick little break, and we'll be right back at the sports desk. And as you all make your way back to your seats, please welcome to the field First Executive Advisory Board co-chair and founder of First Washington, Kevin Ross.
Thanks, guys. So one of the things that I do many things in life. I do a lot of first stuff, and I also watch out what's coming so I can give you timely advice about career stuff and college stuff. And the last couple of years have been super interesting, and I wanted to tune you in on a few things that I have found this year. The AI thing is still chugging along. Schools do not know how to teach you AI yet, but let me tell you about some of the things that are happening in the job market. If you intend to interview at Microsoft, Google, Meta, it turns out that one of the skills they're going to ask you during your interview is, please use an AI to write some code. right now, sitting here in your interview, right? So, AI for them is an outstanding tool. It is a tool your school doesn't know how to teach yet. It's going to be kind of up to you guys to figure out how can you make AI work for you. It gets better. I was talking to a car mechanic the other day who had recently got a job, and the car mechanic shop asked him, can you use AI? I also talked to a heating and ventilation guy who just got a new job. Can you use AI, right? So my key point for you guys is, I know that the AI thing is controversial in schools. I know that it's difficult to get a proper education with it. Please figure out how to use it. And it almost doesn't matter what field you're gonna go into. You're gonna need to figure out how this thing works. It's not gonna replace you. It is gonna be a tool that your employers are gonna expect you to be able to use. Does that make sense? Yes? Okay. The other thing I want to bring up is we have a whole bunch of parents and sponsors and mentors in the room. We are looking, First Washington expressly is looking for partners that would like to help get more students involved, would like to help mentor students and perhaps generate internships for them. And quite frankly, this is kind of an expensive thing for us to do. We are looking for sponsors. So if you think that your company would like to be involved in FIRST in their own enlightened self-interest to make sure that all of these students know about your company, please get a hold of First Washington. Fred Krug is our president. You can get a hold of me, or you can get a hold of Adrian, and we will hook you up with somebody. We're actively looking for new sponsors. And since you all know the beauty of this program, we wanted to appeal to you. Thank you so much for your consideration. Have a great rest of the match.
Welcome back to the field, everybody. We're here for round 3, match 10. Let's meet our teams. Please welcome 28-11.
That's the Stormbots.
Joining them in the middle position, it's team 29-10.
Jack in the Bot.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, make some noise for your captains. It's 2046.
Bare Metal.
On the blue side of the field, if Aaron could get out of the way, I appreciate you. We've got 54-68.
Chaos Theory.
Their alliance partners, 94-50.
The Velocity Raptors.
And quite literally, rounding out your blue alliance, it's 360.
That's the Revolution.
If you're just joining us, we're back here, round 4, match number 11. On the field, alliance number 1 in red facing off against alliance number 3 in blue. We are here in our upper bracket. The winner of this match proceeds on to finals number 1, where they'll face off against the winner of the lower bracket. The loser will drop down to the lower bracket, where they'll have an opportunity to fight their way back up to enter into our finals tournament. With that, drivers, feet behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
We begin match number 11 with what potentially will be a preview of the finals. A huge volley of shots getting dumped into that Red Alliance hub by Bare Metal and Jack in the Bot. Currently, 2811 Stormbots and 9450 Velocity Raptors motionless on the field. The Blue Alliance having still put up a decent amount of fuel, but 159 to 79 in favor of that Red Alliance. A pretty big lead coming out of the autonomous period, and now the drivers step forward and take control of those robots. Both Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal have a little bit of a impact in the middle of the field with their 2 intakes after having cycled a final cycle before losing possession of that hub. Velocity Raptors launching some fuel up into that hub on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Revolution doing the same, and Chaos Theory comes flying over that bump before lighting up their hub. And now it's the Red Alliance's turn to light up their hub. An absolutely gargantuan amount of fuel going into that opening on the red side of the field. Jack in the Bot, big collision with the Revolution, and a piece of someone's robot on the ground. Question is, which robot did that come from? And another impact on the blue side of the field with Bare Metal and the Velocity Raptors. 1 minute, 15 seconds left to play. 363 to 231 in favor of the Red Alliance at the moment, but Velocity Raptors would like to turn that around. 2011 Stormbots, though, trying to seal in this match by shoving Velocity Raptors against the corner of the field. Velocity Raptors pushing some fuel through to the human players on the blue side of the field, and Revolution over on the red side of the field bumping Jack in the Bot as they steal some fuel from that Red Alliance. Chaos Theory also doing a great job of stealing fuel from that Red Alliance, sliding along behind the backside of that trench before making a little bit of contact with Bare Metal before escaping any further collisions. Just over 30 seconds left in this match. We are almost in the end game here, and some shots going up and in for the Red Alliance before that buzzer goes off. And now both alliances have the option of shooting into their hub for the remainder of the match. Impact between 2 Blue Alliance robots on the blue side of the field, and that's Chaos Theory and Velocity Raptors. Now Bare Metal trying to get in the way of Chaos Theory. We haven't seen them over on the red side of the field in a while, but Jack in the Bot's over on the red side of the field. They have a full hopper going up and in to that hub, passing the 500 point barrier, and those lights flash, which means it's time to end that match. Preliminary score is 550 to 370, and we will have those final scores to you in just a moment.
Well, with a spot in the finals on the line, we expected carnage. We expected intensity. We expected a whole lot of fuel in the air, but not maybe quite as much fuel as we thought, huh, Josh?
No, and you know, I've kind of been keeping track of all of our winning scores and our total scores as we go along here, and the trend line is negative, but the intensity of the match is going up. Our archetypes going in, right? So we talk a lot about those archetypes because most years you can kind of fit into one thing. Last year you had the 2 core bots and the algae bot. Year before you had like the 2 ring bots and 1 side quest here. This year we're finding dynamic archetypes, including teams playing roles late in the playoffs. This is match 11 out of 13 in our bracketed playoffs. And we see teams moving. They've only played offense all week. Where'd you learn how to play defense, Bare Metal?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that when we get to our highlight in a few minutes, but I want to come back to what you said a few minutes ago about the scores, and especially the winning scores in these playoff matches seem to be trending downwards. Let's see, since we have our final results, let's see if that continues. Let's get our final scores for match 11 up on the big screen. It is a Red Alliance win. 554 to 381 is the tally. Again, almost all in fuel. Number 1 Alliance is making their way to the finals. Number 3 Alliance going to have to fight their way back through the lower bracket. But once again, I want to say, you know, 554, nothing to be ashamed of.
Well, it actually kind of breaks the trend. You know, we just cursed ourselves here. Breaks the trend. The last several matches are winning scores upper 400s, even down into the upper 300s at one point. It's been match 8 was the last time we had a winning score above 500. So it's been a few matches off, but we're kind of getting back at it, but not back up to the 790 something that we know that at least one member of that Red Alliance is able to pull off.
Yeah, and I think that speaks to just the adaptive gameplay strategy and the extent to which these alliances are getting into the defensive mindset when their hub is off. We said from the very beginning of the season, we said, what do you do when your hub is off?
Source fuel or stop the other alliance.
And we're starting to see that latter one come in a lot more. We're also starting to see a lot of the try to do both at once while you source the fuel from the other alliance's side. Speaking of the other alliance's side, we do want to show that highlight that you had called up. And Josh, you pointed out that 2046 Bare Metal, they're down here, been not only a purely offensive robot, they have been the offensive robot at this
in
event.
an EPA class of their own. I mean, we looked at the graph yesterday. It was way out there somewhere, and the next person was way further behind.
But we noticed about half, 2/3 of the way through this match, it looked like part of their intake had fallen off, and they were no longer able to consume fuel. So what do?
Ask their alliance partners, yo, what have you been doing all week? Because we're about to do that.
Roll this clip forward.
And this is the robot we're watching right down here. They're going to get all up in the faces of these blue alliance machines. That blue hub is on, we can see up here. Bare Metal understands from watching Stormbots, their alliance partners, and talking to them behind the glass, you don't have to completely shove the robot all the way across the field. All you gotta do is slow them down or get in their head. Be right up in their face. That Bare Metal bot is pretty tall. You gotta be up in their face, get in their mind, and make them shift around, make them second guess, am I lined up with the hub in a way that's gonna get over that Bare Metal robot?
For sure, and this really speaks to, I think, the importance of driver practice. That we know Bare Metal 2046, one of the teams that puts the greatest emphasis on practicing with the robot. They run a practice field out of their area. One of many teams here at the district championships that run a practice field and invite other teams in to participate there. And getting that time on the sticks with the machine live out on the field, there's no substitute for that. And at some point, if you know how to drive the robot, you know how to drive the robot. And whether you're driving it to gather, driving it to shoot, driving it to defend, driving it to make your way across, driving is driving. And so the more minutes you can get logged with your drive team trying to get used to operating that machine, the more likely you are to be able to do something like that.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff, and the entire alliance coming together to make that happen. You called out to me during the match, Jack and the Bot taking that opportunity, they just picked right up where their alliance partner left off and said, all right, fine, if I have to be the only offensive bot, make sure I have clear driving paths, I got you, bro. And well, they got him, bro.
They got him, bro. Well, number 3 alliance is not done. They're gonna take a short break, come back in match 13, and they are gonna await the winning alliance for this next match, match 12 coming up on the field. It is Alliance 2 and Alliance 5. I'm excited about this one. They are queuing up on the field, ordered placement yet again, part of that match strategy.
Yes, an Alliance 5 with just lots of great matches all around. They did have a nail biter in their last match. That was match 9 against Alliance 7. That one pretty much came down to the end game. It was otherwise tied almost the whole way through. This one against an even stronger opponent and one of our most robust and reliable opponents. We just talked about that Corvallis and Bainbridge duo. This is going to be a match for the day. I don't know if I'll quite say the ages, but hey, prove me wrong. There's your challenge. Make it a match for the ages.
Yep,
I'm looking forward to it.
And I am looking down at the field. I see it looks like 70-34 still going to be in for that number 2 alliance. CPR still out. So we'll see how that affects the strategy as the match gets ready to play. I think we'll take a quick break.
See you soon.
We'll have the match in a moment.
Welcome back to the lower bracket, everybody. We're out here on the field of Alliance 2 versus Alliance number 5. Let's meet our teams potentially for the last time, because we will be saying goodbye to one of these two teams as we are in the lower bracket. Let's meet 955.
Control C.
Joining them 70-34.
That's to be determined.
And rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 49-15.
Spartronics. Also joining the Red Alliance is Team 3663 CPR Cedar Park Robotics.
On the blue side of the field, it's 24-12.
That's the Robototes.
Their fellow Bellevue Alliance member, it's 948.
NRG Newport Robotics Group.
And rounding out your blue alliance in red, it's 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
Round 4, match 12. Lower bracket, Alliance 2 versus Alliance 5. Drivers in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin match number 12, and a reminder that we're down here in the lower bracket. Big race in the center of the field, and Control C and Spartronics both loading their entire hoppers up into the hub on the blue side of the field. Chickens back in the center with a not very full hopper. NRG, though, with a very full hopper. And looks like Robototes also with a full hopper being loaded up and in. And it looks like the Blue Alliance just coming out on top here in the autonomous period. And those white flashing lights on that Blue Alliance hub indicate that the Blue Alliance is about to hand over possession of the hub to the Red Alliance. And over on the red side of the field, Robototes have eaten up a lot of the fuel that the Red Alliance wanted to shoot, and they are shooting it back over to their own side. Meanwhile, 7034 to be determined passes Control C a bunch of fuel that they can shoot up and into their hub. A little bit of a collision between Spartronics and another one of the Blue Alliance robots in the neutral zone, and more defense being played by 1540, the Flaming Chickens, before it's time for the Blue Alliance to load some fuel into the hub. Blue Alliance back in control of this match, and a lot of robots over on the blue side of the field. Big impact between To Be Determined and NRG on that blue side of the field, and a lot of shots going up and in for the Robototes. Big collisions in the middle of the field between 1540 the Flaming Chickens and 955 Control C, who now has the chance to shoot up against that trench. Flaming Chickens trying to do everything they can to slow down the Control C machine. And over on the other side of the field, Spartronics currently left undefended and clearing out all of the fuel behind the tower. Red Alliance now back in the lead of this match. But we're about to go over to the Blue Alliance in just a couple seconds here when those lights stop flashing. And NRG with some beautiful pre-shots going up for that Blue Alliance, being joined by the Robototes before they make an impact with Spartronics. And now Control C over on the blue side of the field trying to slow down the cycles of NRG. NRG just a little bit far back, but some of those shots do end up going in. Now the Blue Alliance back in the lead of this match. This match has been back and forth for the whole time, but now it's time to enter that end game period. Control C re-enters their side of the field, and some shots going up and in for Spartronics. Chickens trying to slow down that machine there, and a big piece of polycarb flying off of the To Be Determined machine. With just 15 seconds left in this match, very close scores between these two alliances, both having passed the 400-point mark. Blue Alliance just ahead of the Red Alliance. Can Blue Alliance stay ahead for the remainder of the match? Just a couple seconds left here, and some final shots going up for the Red Alliance, some missing for the Blue Alliance, and only a 20-point difference between these two alliances. Blue Alliance just in the lead at the conclusion of the match. 435 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We'll have this final score see you in just a moment.
Josh, we're trying to catch our breath up here. We were back and forth, back and forth. We didn't know which way it was going to go. We didn't know what story we were going to tell.
Too many notes to write down.
And I do want to show this real quick, just because, you know, predictions are what they are, but you all saw what the live scores showed at the end. This was the predicted score for this match. 455 to 453 was the prediction on that one. So not only very close, but right in the ballpark of what we were going to end up with. Let's see what we actually ended up with. Let's look at our results.
Taking it away, it's going to be the Blue Lions. 469 points to the Red Alliance's 439, and Alliance 5 there in blue getting one more chance to fight their way back to the finals. We'll see them again in one match. We get a little break after this. They got to recharge the batteries real quick. Folks, join me in sending off our number 2 Alliance. So well fought through all of that. 955 Control C, 3663 CPR, 4915 Spartronics, and 7034 coming in there as the backup to be determined. And that story arc was left to be determined all the way to the very end.
Yeah, what an incredible match to watch. Back and forth, both alliances managing to play their strategy while also responding to the opposing alliance strategy. This is, you know, we're starting to see rebuilt at the highest levels. And you and I mentioned off mic a little while ago that, you know, we had talked earlier in the week off mic that maybe the game has started to get a little stale or a little predictable during the qualification matches. Not so in the playoffs. This is an intense, exciting game when it's played at this level, and there's really a lot to be shown by these top teams, including one we're going to look at in our highlight.
Yeah, and actually, let's go ahead and load that one up. And, you know, during our last 30 seconds here, let's go ahead and take a look at this machine right here, the Flaming Chickens out of Portland. They're one of the 2 teams I wanted to shout out in this match, but we had the ever-evolving storylines. Mick, go ahead and roll this one as we see the Flaming Chickens. Again, we've talked about teams stepping into unexpected roles, and that is exactly what they do here. Flaming Chickens deciding to join the defensive game here and locking down what they know to be this formidable Control C Red Alliance machine. Up here, we were howling about you can't leave Spartronics open, but now I have to doubt myself. Did Flaming Chickens make the right move? First of all, abandoning their passing strategy we know them for, abandoning their ability of offense that we know them for. They identified we cannot allow this Corvallis team to just copy, paste, if you will, a bunch of points up onto the board. And all they needed to do was win by 1. They won by about 30.
Yeah, that's, you know, a fabulous example, like you said, of that adaptability. You know, 1540, I'm looking at it right now. They are the number 6 ranked team for EPA in the Pacific Northwest. They're 79 worldwide, which is pretty impressive out of 3,700 or so teams. So
a lot of teams.
They've got, I believe, 2 blue banners already this year. This is a high-performing, 3 blue banners, thank you, high-performing team, and not too proud to step back and say, you know what our alliance needs at this moment, go beat the something out of a robot on the other side of the field, because we've got that slim lead. Let's make sure we can hold on to it.
Yeah, and especially in the lower bracket where, you know, that second loss means you pack up the pits. I think that's the right call. They'll have to fight it out one more time in the lower bracket. We've got match 13 in round 5 coming up in just a moment, and that, whoever wins that one gets invited along to the finals.
Yeah, but before we get to that, I believe, if I'm reading my schedule correctly, it is time for our first awards break. So let's send it back down to the field and give out some trophies.
Alrighty, we have made it to our first awards break here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship event. Teams, to help us celebrate and to help me hand out the awards, please welcome your judges to the field. And teams, just so we're all on the same page, Evan is going to show you all the path you will walk if your team receives an award. So you will start over here on the Blue Alliance side where Evan is. You will come in the open stanchions. You will go celebrate your award with your judges, elbows, cheering, high fives, making your way down toward the Red Alliance. Somewhere in that row of celebration, you'll receive your trophy and plaque, and then you will keep heading that way to take a photo, a team photo with your award and the big first sign over where Evan is posing and where Steve and all of my camera friends are posing and waving and all that good stuff. Then, instead of going back into the stands, you're gonna exit out and return to the stands a different way. We will be reminding you of all this good stuff as you go, so let's find out who won some awards. Here we go. Our first award is the Imagery Award in honor of Jack Kamen for his dedication to art, illustration, and his devotion to FIRST. This award celebrates attractiveness in engineering and outstanding visual aesthetic, integration of machine and team appearance. Here's what our judges had to say about the winner.
This team's flight has them hovering above the rest. With integration of team, pit, and robot, they have been drilling down to the smallest of details, earning their stripes. Yellow, black, yellow, black, yellow, black. Ooh, black and yellow. Yeah, let's shake it up a little.
Congratulations, Team 957.
Team 957 is from South Albany High School and West Albany High School, and they are collectively from Albany, Oregon. They are Swarm, South and West Albany Robotics Maniacs.
Our next award is the Gracious Professionalism Award. This award celebrates outstanding demonstration of FIRST core values such as continuous, gracious professionalism, sportsmanship, and working together both on and off the playing field. This is what our judges had to say.
This team shares their practice space with many. Their generosity doesn't stop there. They offer free workshops and shared curricula. Many teams' senses are a little safer. In fact, you can smell the safety.
Congratulations, Team 1983.
Team 1983 is a 4-H team from Seattle, Washington. They are Skunk Works Robotics.
Our next award is the Team Spirit Award. The Team Spirit Award celebrates extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit through exceptional partnership and teamwork, furthering the objectives of FIRST. Here's what our judges had to say.
This vibrant team stands out in a crowd. They hold summer workshops. Their team is open to all interests and skill levels, and they are abundant at community events. They come together across many open spaces and age levels. Supported across generations, the thrifty grandmothers would be so proud.
Congratulations, team number 4061.
Team 4061 is a 4-H team from Pullman, Washington, and they are the Cyborgs.
Our next award is the Rising All-Star Award. The Rising All-Star Award celebrates the team that has persisted through challenges despite the difficulties of being young. This could be the result of being a new team or a team with a recent turnover in membership. This is what our judges had to say.
An age-old problem. Need more funds and more team members. They are a role model to follow, tripling their membership and outreaching to others. They have a lot of solutions in their quiver and will shoot their arrows on target.
Congratulations, Team 10,079.
Team 10K79 is from Bothell High School in Bothell, Washington, and they are Aerodynamics.
Robot fans, that is our last award for this break. Once again, give a big thank you to your judges. You'll see them again shortly. And in about 2 minutes, we will be back to meet the teams for our next playoff match.
Welcome back from our awards break, everybody. We're here for match 13. This is our final round in our lower bracket. Let's go ahead and meet our teams. Please welcome 5468.
That's Chaos Theory.
Joining them in the middle position, it's 9450.
That's the Velocity Raptors.
And I get to make this joke at least one more time. Rounding out your Red Alliance, it's 3360.
That's the Revolution.
On the blue side of the field, a little boardy told me it's team 2412.
That's the Robototes.
Joining them, it is none other than 948.
NRG Newport Robotics Group.
Rounding out your blue alliance, make it loud, it's 1540.
That's the Flaming Chickens.
round 5, match number 13. This is our last match in the lower bracket. The winner here is going to proceed on to be our second contender in our finals here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship. Let's make some noise for the Blue Alliance. Let me hear it for the Red Alliance. Friends, you know the drill. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Not yet, apparently. That's my bad. Nice work, Ayla. I'll keep an eye on the thumb this time. Audience in 3, 2, 1, go!
We begin the last match of the lower bracket. The winner of this match will join the #1 alliance in the finals. Lots of shots going in from the Flaming Chickens, but a lot of shots missing for NRG for that Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, Chaos Theory, still deadly accuracy for that Red Alliance. Just at the end of the autonomous period, it looks like Velocity Raptors parking themselves behind the tower, and the Red Alliance coming out on top by about 10 points in the autonomous, which means they have just a couple seconds here to get the last couple of shots up and in. And now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to run these cycles. 1540, the Flaming Chickens sliding along that back wall, contending with this for the same field space as Chaos Theory. Chaos Theory only coming away with just a couple of fuel, but they do go to the center of the field and stuff themselves with fuel from the backside of that Blue Alliance hub. NRG lining up against the hub for that Blue Alliance as well and launching their hopper up and in. And now it's over to the Red Alliance. Chaos Theory and Velocity Raptors. Lots of shots going up and in, but Chickens have something to say about that. They want to take away all that fuel from the Red Alliance, and NRG is going to go slide through the center of the field and grab as much fuel into that Blue Alliance zone from the neutral zone as they possibly can. Chaos Theory empties their hopper for that Red Alliance, returning back to that neutral zone, getting a last couple second shots off into that Red Alliance. Big impact on that red side of the field from the Robotoads, gathering some fuel from that Red Alliance. And the Blue Alliance currently not shooting, but NRG has something to say about that. And they unload their hopper in just a matter of seconds. 259 to 319 in favor of the Blue Alliance at the moment. Another hopper up and good for NRG. Chickens in the middle of the field, returning some fuel to their side. And now it's the Red Alliance's turn to try to make a comeback here. 287 to 360. They've got a bit of work to do, but I think that they have the ability to close that gap. 360 gets knocked around by the Robotoads, who makes another contact with the Velocity Raptors. Chaos Theory, though, unaffected by defense at the moment as they're off on their own side of the field. But 20 points separate these two alliances. Now 10 points separate these two alliances as we come into the end game. NRG unloads a full hopper. Chickens along the back wall doing the same, shooting on the move as we've been seeing them this whole weekend. Chaos Theory has something to say about that, though, and they line up next to the Velocity Raptors with a cycle of their own. But there's almost a 100-point difference between these two alliances. There potentially will be an upset here with just under 10 seconds left. Chickens still a steady stream of fuel into that hub. Robotoads trying to slow down the cycles of that Red Alliance, and it looks like they may have done it. Preliminary scores: 412 to 519 in favor of the Blue Alliance.
And a very quick confirmation on these scores. We'll get to those in just a second, but Josh.
Sentence of the match: you
shall not pass. Yes, the defense there was incredible We'll talk about that in a second. Let's see who's going to move on to our finals. Go ahead and load that up. It is the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 5, 529 to 418. Alliance number 5 going to make their way into the finals. But before we do anything else, please join us in congratulating and thanking our number 3 Alliance as they depart. Captains Team 5468 Chaos Theory, their partners Team 360 The Revolution, and Team 9450 Velocity Raptors. What an incredible performance. What an incredible show. We were just up here being robot fans for that entire match. We were this close to forgetting that we had to go on air and talk about this. We were having so much fun watching that one.
Yeah, this is absolutely one of those matches where, you know, at home you're watching sports, you yell at TV. Here we just kind of get to yell into the void, which I guess is its own form of statement.
We have a TV, it's fine.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But just the amount of aggressive hits in that match that were swinging who's able to do what forms of offense. We had great examples of stealing fuel out from just about the intake directly of the robot trying to score. That was some vicious stuff over there, by the way, happening between Velocity and the Flaming Chickens. That was nuts. But then over here, our Lord of the Rings intro there, really, Robo-Totes deciding they're playing Traffic Manager today.
Yeah, we're going to bring up our match highlight, and it's 24-12, and they're just going to say, listen, this trench right down here, this is mine. You can go where you want, but this is mine. Roll this forward and watch. Nothing 360 can do. They think they've got through there, and then 24-12 comes right back.
And then
here's
just the
another
boxing
bump.
gloves.
Here's another bump, and it's what we talked about before. You don't need to stop them outright.
No.
Just slow it down, knock them off, make them have to adjust. And do it, by the way, notice we're approaching the end game here in 24-12 in the danger zone of the red tower. But as soon as we see this hit 30, they clear out and make sure they're not at risk of bringing in those fouls.
And they understood the stakes. I mean, even right there at that end game transition, the game is basically tied. I mean, whatever, 10-point swing, that's like margin of error in this game. Game tied, and they still went, you know what, I'm confident enough. I'm gonna run out here. But that boxing match, and they come back and do it again, actually, right here towards the very end of the match. Oops. This, again, holding that trench and knowing what 360 is capable of, but also just think about the power in those motors to be able to hold up against that. Neither of those robots are slouches. Rightful celebration there as well. Neither of those robots mechanical slouches. Think about the power it takes to hold that trench down with that 360 bot charging in at you.
Yeah, just an incredible show of force. And I don't want to overlook our number 3 Alliance that's departing there. We were ready to tell the exact same story the other way if the match had gone the other direction. We were looking at 360. We were looking at Velocity Raptors 9450 doing the same thing.
I mean, we got to give them the shout for like practically stealing the fuel out from the intake of that Flaming Chickens machine over there deep in blue territory, passing it to their alliance partners, right? Not trying to even score it themselves, just passing it to their very capable partners. What a match.
Yeah, absolutely. And they say one of the biggest mistakes you can make in strategizing is letting the outcome determine whether you think you made the right choice. Red Alliance wasn't able to win that match. That doesn't mean they did anything wrong. They played a hell of a round there and showed us just how they got this far in the tournament, this far in the season. And I hope you all are real proud of yourselves up there because we had a lot of fun watching that match. Thank you all very much. Well, with that said, we've got another break and another award segment. So we're going to send it back down the field and give out some more trophies. We'll be back soon.
Welcome to our second awards break. Let's go ahead and welcome back up our judges. Okay, our first award, this award break, is the Autonomous Award sponsored by Google. The Autonomous Award sponsored by Google celebrates the team that demonstrates consistent, reliable, high-performance robot operation during autonomous actions during the match play. Evaluation is based on the robot's ability to sense its surrounding, position itself or onboard mechanisms appropriately, and execute tasks. Here's what the judges had to say.
From north of Seattle, bold and supreme, comes a robot that rules like a well-oiled dream. With cameras that track every inch of the field, no target escapes, no secret concealed. It climbs to the throne while it scores on the way, a queen in control, come what may. The hood shifts mid-flight, no need to pause. Each shot lands clean to thunderous applause. Through hits and through hustle, it never backs down because this machine was built to wear the crown.
Congratulations to Team 2522.
Team 2522 is Royal Robotics from Linwood High School in Bothell, Washington.
Congratulations. One more round of applause for 2522. Our second award, this award break, is the Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation. The Creativity Award, sponsored by Rockwell Automation, celebrates a creative robotic component, concept, or attribute that enhances the strength of play and was intentionally designed, not discovered. Here's what the judges had to say.
With a twist of the wrist, this team rose above the rest. Utilizing 5-axis CNC machining and a 700-to-1 gear ratio, they climb higher than the sun. This team proves that they are the droids you are looking for.
Congratulations to Team 753.
Team 753 are the High Desert Droids from Mountain View Senior High School in Bend, Oregon.
One more round of applause for 753. Our third award this award break is the Quality Award. The Quality Award celebrates machine robustness in concept and in fabrication. Building the robot is only part of their success, and the judges recognize them as a quality example to others. Here's what the judges had to say.
This green team's robot unassumingly navigates the field. They prioritized reliability and efficiency in their robot through its modular design, providing the opportunity for quick swaps of all of its components. You can say Osiris doesn't need a four-leaf clover to be lucky.
Congratulations to 3674.
Team 3674 is the Cloverbots, a family and community team in Battleground, Washington.
One more round of applause for 3674. Our final award this award break is the Industrial Design Award. The Industrial Design Award celebrates the team whose machine demonstrates industrial design principles, striking a balance between form, fit, function, and aesthetics. Here's what the judges had to say.
Creating mayhem on and off the field, this team had the judges stunned with feature after feature after feature after feature. Their robot definitely doesn't rely on luck for its success. They innovated by pioneering new composites, laminating polycarbonate and spring steel to improve collector reliability. They even created new ceramic coatings in close partnership with their sponsor that can be seen on their turret and bumper mounts and robot handles. This team is turning theory into practice, bringing order to the chaos.
Congratulations to 5468.
Team 5468 is Chaos Theory from Summit High School in Bend, Oregon.
One more round of applause for 5468. Well, that concludes our award segment, so judges, you may be seated. Audience, don't go anywhere. We've got finals round 1 in just a few moments. welcome out to the field your captains, 2046.
From Tahoma Senior High School in Maple Valley, Washington, Bear Metal.
They're joined by their first pick. It's Team 2910.
From Henry M. Jackson High School in Mill Creek, Washington, Jack in the Box.
Rounding out your Red Alliance, Alliance number 1, Metal in the Storm. Please welcome 2811.
From Skyview High School in Vancouver, Washington, that is the Storm Box.
And joining us on the Blue Alliance, it's Alliance number 5. Please welcome captains of the team, 948.
From Newport High School in Bellevue, Washington, that's NRG, Newport Robotics Group.
Their first pick, team 1540.
From the Catlin Gable School in Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
And keep that round of applause going for 2412.
Out of Sammamish High School in Bellevue, Washington, welcome the Robo Totes.
Natalie, one of my favorite parts about First Robotics is the gracious professionalism. What tools do we have to show how gracious and professional these two alliances are?
Evan, I am so excited before we start this Finals 1 match to have our two alliances come together and shake hands to celebrate all the work they've done so far. So Red Alliance, come on over in front of the field. Blue Alliance in front of the field.
We're gonna give the teams a few minutes to get their robots on the field and ready for finals round 1. But I've got some interesting facts about the Red Alliance, if I do say so myself. This alliance is no stranger to working together here in the Pacific Northwest and around the United States, we'll call it. Bare Metal and Jack in the Bot have joined forces many times before. Last season at Bonnie Lake, they were the winning alliance. In 2024 as well, at the Pacific Northwest District Championship, they made it all the way to round 3 in the lower bracket together. In 2023, they were the Pacific Northwest District Champions together, and in 2022, they won Bonnie Lake. Back in 2019, this alliance even won the Pacific Northwest First District Championship. But you have one other alliance member on that side of the field, and that's the Stormbots. They joined Bare Metal back in 2016, where they won the Philomath. I'm guessing that's an off-season event, I'm not sure, but.
Philomath District event.
Ah, thank you.
Back in my day. For that information on our number 1 Red Alliance, Evan. We've got our Blue Alliance, it's Alliance 5. They would like to be known as the Totally Energized Chickens. And all together, across these three teams, they have had 66 seasons of FRC. So they've got experience under their belt. They are ready to challenge this number 1 alliance. This season alone, these 3 teams have 5 blue banners between them, 4 as event winners, 1 blue banner for winning Impact at a district event. And they are eager to make an upset with this #1 Red Alliance. Evan, we will have to wait for the rest of ordered placement to play out, and then we will get this match going. Robot fans, we are getting closer to Finals 1. Medal in the Storm wearing those red bumpers and Totally Energized Chickens in blue.
Who's ready for Finals 1? I think maybe if you cheer louder, the thumb will go up. Who's ready for Finals 1?
Robots don't respond to our cheers, apparently. We want to make sure everything is set and ready to go to make this the best Finals 1 match we can have.
Natalie, as you said, we've got Alliance #1 in red facing off against Alliance #5 in blue. This is Finals Round 1. We're playing to best 2 out of 3. Drivers, behind your lines. Audience, in
3, 2, 1, go!
Welcome to the finals of the Pacific Northwest 1st District Championship. We've got Alliance 1 in red, Alliance 5 in blue, and we return back to a best 2 out of 3 finals format. 28-11, the Storm Boss there at center field along the back wall for the Red Alliance. At the front, Robotics straddling the center line. 2 minutes and 20 of teleop to play. Red Alliance has a slight lead, 154 to 109. Both Alliances working to score fuel during the transition phase. Blue Alliance with the first Alliance-specific shift. Here it is now with just over 2 minutes to play. NRG, their robot Kirby, ramps up over to Blue Alliance, but no, they changed their mind back out to center. They grab some more fuel and make their way back, joining their Alliance partner 1540 to Flaming Chicken, scoring in the Blue Alliance hub. Their third member of the Blue Alliance is the Robototes. Team 2412 gathering fuel from the Red Alliance zone. They're trying to counteract Jack in the Bot, who I believe sent some fuel out to the other side. And now they're ready for their Red Alliance shift. Jack in the Bot, they empty their hopper into the Red Alliance hub. Bare Metal does the same at the front. Stormbot, they're adding to that collection all the way from downtown, all the way from the Blue Alliance side. They're launching fuel vaguely in the direction of the Red Alliance hub. And Flaming Chickens, they have Jack in the Bot up in the middle of that Red Alliance bump. They're rocking back and forth. They're trying to get free. But it looks like they're stuck there for now. I'll take a look at that in just a little bit. First, the Blue Alliance shift. Stormbots freeze their lines for Jack in the Bot now back in action. Back at center field, all 3 Red Alliance robots chasing things down. Stormbots, they bump into Robototes as fuel flies in the direction of the scoring table. And also into the Blue Alliance hub, courtesy of Flaming Chickens. 28-11, the Stormbots of the Red Alliance. They get the Flaming Chickens up against the wall. Referee's flag waving in various directions on that side of the field. We're back on the Red Alliance side now. 3 Blue Alliance robots all in this area. They're trying to stop the Red Alliance from scoring with still a fairly tight live score. 40 seconds left in the match. Red Alliance by just over 50 or so points. 322 to 242 now as the numbers keep on going up. Bare Metal, they have a full hopper load of fuel in their machine. They're going to score into that Red Alliance hub just as we hit under 30 seconds. Robots colliding near that danger zone, the red tower. Stormbots down in the blue side of the field, 28-11. They're trying to do their best to steal fuel from 1540 to Flaming Chickens. They're lining up the Blue Alliance hub, trying to score. Looks like some of their shots are arching just over. Another wave of fuel from Jack in the Bot, 29-10. They score in the Red Alliance hub. Bare Metal out in the front, just on the edge of their Alliance zone in the final seconds of the match. They go back for seconds, and they're stopped by NRG.
Well, welcome back up to the sports desk. I'm going to channel for the older folks in the crowd, the Muppet Show, do a little Statler and Waldorf. Hey, Joff, that was a game of rebuild. Hey, why do they call it rebuild?
Because you have to rebuild your robot after every match. but seriously, though.
Yes, but seriously, I don't know if anybody was paying attention to us up here, which of course you weren't, why would you? But we're flailing our arms that whole match, just pointing at the collisions, the defense, the evasion, just like that was a match of rebuild unlike any we've seen so far.
That
this
was a
season.
mind game to me. I mean, it was a game of physicality we see with the robots. I mean, literally jumping over the bump and landing on each other or shoving each other around. Like that was a game of brawling, but that was also a game of wit as we kind of watched throughout that match. Blue Alliance shifting their strategy everywhere to try and hold that Red Alliance back, reacting to everything. And then there was one pivotal moment we'll talk about in a minute, but we have a pivotal moment first to find out who's going to go up 1 in our final series. Hey, scoreboard, take it away.
So
it was 1 minute 20. 446 points to 281, our first results of the final series. The Red Alliance will take the first one there. Blue Alliance will need to win finals match 2 to keep the series going. Brett, that match was a lot of things, but that in particular was a brawler of the Blue Alliance finding any route they could to shut down both of those offensive powerhouse machines on red.
Yeah, for sure. I want to point out how much lower that number 1 Alliance score is in this match than we've seen from them so far. And again, we've talked about this already, than we expected them to be capable of in these playoffs. So the Blue Alliance, they had a strategy, they committed to that strategy, and they came awfully close to pulling it off.
It was pretty close to tied until almost endgame.
Yeah, I want to bring up our match highlight here. This is kind of the middle of our match here, and the score is still relatively close by rebuilt standards. What we're going to show you here is we've got 2 blue robots over here in the red zone, and that's because, as we saw and as we've talked about, they've been absolutely going to town on the Red Alliance scoring machines throughout the last shift. Now, the problem we have here, if we go back to our wide angle view before we run this, Blue Alliance is on shift, so their hub is lit. And as we roll this forward, what you'll see is they did an excellent job before this clip starts of keeping the Red Alliance from being able to score at the level they are used to, but then they got caught on that red side of the field, and they were not able to generate enough offense on their shift to take advantage of the slowdown from the other side. We also see here, as we're back on our PTZ view, all this fuel, the Red Alliance incredibly effective of using their off shift to load up and get themselves ready to go. Here now, Red Alliance back on shift, and you see that defensive strategy we're talking about. We've got all 3 blue robots here keeping the Red Alliance off the scoreboard as best they can. And they were doing a really good job of it. It just wasn't quite enough for the power
that
of those
Red
2
Alliance,
robots.
you know, those drive coaches have been doing this for a while. Like, all of those drive coaches very well versed. And I wonder if some degree of shoving all that fuel over to the red zone isn't just, hey, look, we know we're getting defended. We know we're not going to get lots of scoring opportunities, but we have those 2 blue robots stuck there, right? Do we use their defense as the weapon against them? Hide all the fuel on our side. What are they going to do about it? They have to run the entire length of the court to try and score that stuff.
And that's one of the interesting things they set up with this game design is this offense and this defense on the opposite sides of the field, unlimited game piece possession, so you don't, the hoarding is an actual strategy. And how are you going to trade off your time and your energy there?
Yeah. And I think energy especially, they're going to need a moment to recharge those robots. We kind of even saw the impacts lessening over time in the match just as the voltage dropped. Our energy in the venue is going to have to go back up in a minute as we hand out yet some more hardware and we take another field break here.
Thank you, Josh and Brett. Before we get started by welcoming our judges back on up, we have an award for a special volunteer. As you all know, we've been playing pranks on him all weekend, and our head referee, Aaron Schmitz, finally finished his crossword puzzle with a lot of help from other volunteer crews. Aaron, if you would mind, you can come on out here and I'll present you with your prize. It goes a lot with what the teams were making for you. It's missing glasses, but we can add those later.
Fantastic. Yeah, not safe.
Not safe. Should not be at the field. Thank you. Everyone, thanks for your participation in our shenanigans this weekend. Judges, come on up so we can celebrate the real hardworking teams here. A reminder that if you are receiving an award, you are going to come down by the Blue Alliance, go walk through the stanchions, you'll high five and celebrate your award with your judge team, and you will head to the far side of the venue, the red half of the field, to get your photo taken. And then you'll head out and back to your seats. Are y'all ready for some more awards? The first award we have to present during this break is the Innovation in Control Award, sponsored by Invent. This award celebrates an innovative control system or application of control components, electrical, mechanical, or software, to provide unique machine functions. This is what our judges had to say about the winning team.
From east of Seattle, precise and intense. This team leaves nothing at all to chance. More than a robot, take one good glance.
This system doesn't just move, it thinks in advance. 4 cameras audit each move they make, while LiDAR ensures there's no margin for mistake. They simulate first before parts ever click, because guessing is risky and audits are quick. Control here isn't filed as trial and error, it's engineered clean, no bugs, no terror. So when it comes down to details near or far, this team knows how to account for who they are.
Congratulations, Team 1318.
Team 1318 is the Issaquah Robotics Society, otherwise known as the IRS. They are from Issaquah High School in Issaquah, Washington.
The next award is the Excellence in Engineering Award, sponsored by Littelfuse. This award celebrates the team whose machine incorporates an engineering solution designed to have components work together seamlessly. This is what our judges had to say about the winning team.
Pushing engineering to its limits, this team demonstrated the merits of professional process. Barreling down the field in black, this robot has been tested through many iterations. With efficient repairs and industry standard powder coating, there's nothing bare about this metal.
Congratulations, Team 2046.
Team 2046 is Team Bare Metal. They're from Tahoma Senior High School in Maple Valley, Washington.
next award is the Team Sustainability Award, sponsored by Dow. This award celebrates a team which has developed sustainable practices that focus on a triple bottom line. That is people, prosperity, and planet, to have a positive impact and achieve long-term continuity. Here's what our judges had to say about the winners.
This team knows that building a sustainable program means investing in people, resources, and the future. They visit middle schools for early recruitment, put on car washes for Krakens, and recycle cans for extra cash. They built their robot with second-hand parts from sponsors to reuse material. This connection with industry is truly legendary.
Congratulations, team number 997.
Team number 997 is from Corvallis, Oregon, and Corvallis High School. That is Spartan Robotics.
The last award we have during this awards break is the Judges Award. During the course of the competition, the judging panel may decide that a team's unique efforts, performance, or dynamics merit recognition. This is what the judges had to say about our winning team.
They spread the spirit of STEM, both locally and internationally. They are helping to improve access to science experiments to impoverished communities with affordable STEM unbox kits. They build the pieces and parts and are now getting ready to send them packing.
Congratulations, Team 1294.
1294 has students from Eastlick and Tesla STEM high schools, and they are from Sammamish, Washington. That is Pack of Parts.
because that was our last award for this break, we will say goodbye to our judges. And we will say hello to our teams as they get ready to prepare for finals match number 2. We are back for the second of maybe 3 finals matches here at the Pacific Northwest District Championship event. I get to introduce our Red Alliance this time. This alliance ranked number 1. They are known as Metal in the Storm. Let's meet our team, starting with team 2811.
From Vancouver, Washington, the Stormbots.
Joining them is their robot Reblitz. It's team 2911.
From Mill Creek, Washington, Jack in the Bot.
And we have the captain of this alliance that dreamed this all together, organized this. Give it up for team 2046.
From Maple Valley, Washington, that's Bare Metal.
And now we're gonna head to the blue side of the field. And we are going to see who is over there with Evan.
Thanks, Natalie. Over here on the blue side of the field with Alliance number 5. This is the totally energized Chickens. Let's take a look at how Alliance number 5 got here. They won match number 2. They lost match number 7 against your number 1 Alliance, dropping them down into the lower bracket, where they won match number 9, match number 12, and match number 13. Unfortunately, they lost our first finals match, but they're back here for a second try. Up first. You're ready, but I'm going to start with the captains. I'm sorry. In the middle position, founded in 2002, joining us for their 25th season, seated number 7 in quals, number 6 in Washington, and number 9 in the Pacific Northwest with their robot Kirby, winners of the Engineering Excellence Award at the Samamas event and the Quality Award at the Bonnie Lake event. Please welcome 948.
From Bellevue, Washington, NRG to Newport Robotics Group.
Their first pick, founded in 2005, joining us for their 22nd season, ranked number 12 in quals, number 3 in their home state of Oregon, number 6 in the Pacific Northwest with their robot Prometheus. Please welcome 1540.
From Portland, Oregon, the Flaming Chickens.
Rounding out your Blue Alliance, founded in 2008, joining us for their 19th season with their robot Phoenix, winning the Impact Award and the event at Bonnie Lake. Please welcome team 2412.
Also from Bellevue, Washington, that is the Robotics.
Friends, it all comes down to this. We're here for finals 2 on the field. Alliance number 1 facing off against Alliance number 5 in blue. We have an advantage red. Alliance blue needs to pull out the win to push us to our finals number 3. Who wants to see a third match? Drivers, behind your lines. Audience, in. Go!
Finals match 2. This could be it. Red has the advantage, so if they win this match, and we have a Pacific Northwest District Champion, Blue hoping to take it to a tiebreaker. It's Alliance 1 versus Alliance number 5. Bare Metal scoring some fuel quickly in the Red Alliance hub. Blue Alliance working away as well. Robototes, they're circulating some fuel within their machine. Just one robot out in neutral zone on this occasion. It's going to be 2811, the Stormbots of the Red Alliance. But all 6 robots quickly leap into action to start to score. Jack and Bot in the final moments of their transition shift score some fuel in the Red Alliance hub. Live score in favor of the Red Alliance at this point, 218 to 150. But the numbers will continue to increase for the Blue Alliance as they work to score in the hub. 2910 sends a stream of fuel, now 2046 as well at the front. Both those machines sending fuel across from the neutral zone, stockpiling it to their zone. Robototes running the opposite. They're trying to score fuel, or rather clear fuel from the Red Alliance zone out to Blue. They're now joined by the Flaming Chickens, team 1540. Fuel goes flying towards the general direction for head referee in the scoring table. One of our friendly FTA is going to go collect that and return it back to the field. Fuel flying everywhere, hitting all of the senior staff over here at the scoring table. But regardless, NRG 948, they push their alliance partner weirdly underneath the Blue Alliance trench, sending them towards their blue offensive zone just as they start their offensive shift. 25 seconds on the clock, and what I believe is their second to last overall Alliance specific shift, and the last specific shift for the Blue Alliance. Jack in the Bot 2910. They send fuel over from the neutral zone. Same with Bare Metal at the front. Flaming Chickens 1540. They're trying to score from the top right corner up by their human players. Humans sort of standing idly by. So the Robots scoring on this occasion. The Stormbots 2811 playing some defense for the Red Alliance in that blue zone as well. 20 for 12, the Robototes. They're defending against the Robots. Looks like it's going to be 2046 Bare Metal trying to score in the red zone. Looks like a robot coming apart a little bit. It's going to be 1540 to Flaming Chickens. They've lost the top of their hopper. It's flapping around in the wind as they try to defend and stop Jack in the Bot. But that meant plenty of those fuel shots land on target in that Red Alliance hub. 30 seconds now, we enter endgame with a lead still in favor of the Red Alliance, but either alliance can continue to score in their hub. Both are active in the remaining seconds of this match. NRG briefly stuck on a front blue bump. They get bumped off by their alliance partner. I believe that was the Robototes. Now Robototes facing the Stormbots in their defense. Robototes finally scoring in that bottom right corner at the front of the field. Jack in the Bot, they use the final scoring. Bare Metal as well in the front. 5 seconds left on the board. Will we have a champion? We'll find out after our referee's review.
Josh, we've got scores ready, and I don't know that there's a reason to belabor this, so let's put it up on the big screen. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. 687 to 353, and your Red Alliance are your 2026 Pacific Northwest District champions. Let the confetti rain. We'll bring it back up to the sports desk here one more time for a little analysis. Josh, what do you got for us that one?
That one, that match to me was an example of just what happens when Jack in the Bot and Bare Metal get left wide open for so much of the match to just make their offensive magic happen. We talk so much about strong defense in the match, and there's still great story about that in this one. But really, those Red Alliance bots getting left open on the two corners. Also, kind of a full season story arc. Jack in the Bot originally built their robot, like their original robot, the first one, as a passing robot primary. And then they do this whole rebuild thing, and that was the whole talk of the week this week. And what ends up being how they win finals match 2, in part, their passing strategy, load up that entire hopper and just send it into Red Alliance territory for later use or maybe never use.
Yeah, let's actually just, for a couple minutes, I know the whole first community has been talking about 2910 rebuilding their robot, but I feel like it's important to call out, it's a humongous undertaking to tear a robot down to the studs and bring it back in about 2 weeks. And 2910 not only did that and put something out on the field, they put a championship level robot out on the field after doing that. So I want to say congratulations to them for being able to pull that off. And I also want to call out the humility it takes to middle of the season go, you know what? This isn't working. Let's try something new. And they did that in a way that not very many teams could.
Yeah, the sunken cost fallacy is super real, and they did not buy into it. Really, none of these 3 Red Alliance robots did. We see their strategy evolving, adapting throughout all of their playoff matches. We've seen all 3 of those robots shift the exact role they play. Jack in the Bot moving between a primary offensive scorer and into a passer role. We saw Bare Metal play defense. That was weird. And then 2811 playing just every role they possibly could and proving really what you and Jake were saying coming out of Alliance selection. How did that robot get left for 24th?
2811 being left to the last pick in Alliance selection may have been the biggest mistake 15 other teams made in this. And I want to wrap up our coverage by singing the praises of 2811 one more time in our match highlight. We're going to bring up the last Blue Alliance shift of the match on our match highlight here, if we can get this on the screen. And here's 2811. We are just about to activate the blue hub, and we'll roll this forward and watch them do what they did all competition long. 948, the top scoring machine on this Blue Alliance, not getting through. 1540 comes over, 2811 says, okay, we'll talk to you now, and you can feel our wrath. Just bumping and nudging and pushing. And again, we've said it multiple times about the defensive strategy. You don't need to shut them down. You just need to slow them down. And the Stormbots showed us how to do that at a championship level. And we look forward to seeing them bring that to Houston, where, by the way, 2811, you're going to Houston. Find some flights. We'll look forward to seeing you there and having a great time. Josh, let's wrap up a couple more thoughts while we get our last award break set.
Yeah, geez. I mean, just the plot arc, even the scores throughout this one, the roller coaster ride, right? We start, so I don't remember the exact final score on that one, but it was somewhere in the upper 500 range, 550 to 600. Exactly where that number one alliance started at 556 points up in their first match. And then we see the huge dip after we get out of round one. It was pure East Coast basketball, just play defense forever. And then the return of offense towards the end as these machines really start wearing down. We saw new duct tape and gaff tape patches on just about all of those bumpers. We're starting to see the plexiglass panels peeling off. These robots are going to be thankful to get some time to breathe before they got to head down to Texas. It was a doozy, and I think, you know, for whatever we said about, I think you said it earlier, right? The quals matches, some of them felt like, yep, I've seen this match before. Not a single predictable match in these playoffs.
You know, one more order of business before we send it down to the field. We've talked about our winners, our number one alliance. We must give our flowers to our finalist alliance, number 5 in blue. Please give it up for your alliance captains, Team 948 NRG, their partners 1540, the Flaming Chickens, and 2412, the Robo-Totes. Not able to take it all the way at this event, but I gotta say, you know, we talked about 2811 putting on a show, 2412 playing the defense in that entire playoffs. They're gonna be a force to be reckoned with down in Houston as well. I think they've qualified. I don't wanna jinx anything for them. We'll make that official soon, but assuming they make it there, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with as well. And I think teams all over the world are going to be watching this event to see how do we play defense in Rebuilt.
It'll be really fascinating to see. Normally we're used to Northwest District Champs being the last week of the season, but there's a lot of District Champs next week. So all of y'all, week 7, watching at home, take some notes. The Northwest is coming to Houston. We'll show you how to play Rebuilt. But first, some awards to hand out.
Yeah, let's send it back down to the field for our final awards break.
Here we are at our final awards break. Let's go ahead and welcome up our judges one last time. Round of applause for our judges. Gonna give it a second for the photo area to clear out, but we'll go ahead and start reading our first award. Our first award, this award segment, is the Rookie All-Star Award, which celebrates the rookie team exemplifying a young but strong partnership effort, as well as implementing the mission of FIRST to inspire students to learn more about science and technology. Here's what the judges had to say.
What's the difference between a floppy disk and a hard drive? One is flexible, the other one breaks. This flexible team overcame unknown glitches. They gathered supports in bite sizes. They created a team hub to encourage communication and track electronic tasks.
Congratulations to 10991.
Team number 10991 are the Pyobites from Sandy High School in Sandy, Oregon.
One more round of applause for 10991. Our next award is the First Leadership Award finalists. The First Leadership Award finalists are outstanding, passionate student leaders who demonstrate exemplary effectiveness in attaining first ideals. They are nominated by their team for their direct contributions and impact on others, exemplifying leadership and commitment on the team and in their community. First Leadership Award finalists recognized here today are nominees for the First Leadership Award at the championship. We will announce the names one at a time. Representing the Pacific Northwest at the Houston Championship, congratulations to
Tara P. from Team 2635, the Lake Monsters.
And our second First Leadership Award finalist,
Jewel M. from 4131 Iron Patriots.
and our third First Leadership Award finalist,
Katie Z from 948 NRG.
and our fourth First Leadership Award finalist. Congratulations to
Maya D from 2046 Bare Metal.
One more round of applause for all of our First Leadership Award finalists. Our next award is the Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX. The Engineering Inspiration Award, sponsored by SpaceX, celebrates a team who demonstrates outstanding success in advancing respect and appreciation for engineering within a team's school, organization, and community. We will award 2 awards. Congratulations to our, Here's what the judges had to say about our first award winners.
This bright team inspired the judges with their commitment to STEM education, support for FIRST programs, and out-of-this-world outreach efforts. Bringing STEM to students who don't have access, they launched 7 FLL teams and 2 FTC teams in the past year, and are currently mission control for 14 FLL and 4 FTC teams, and were ground zero for 2 FLL qualifiers, 2 FTC league meets, and 1 FTC league tournament this season. Their astronomical efforts even included teaching FLL to ninjas.
Congratulations to Team 9023.
Team 923 is the future Martians from Sammamish, Washington.
One more round for 90-23. As I said, we do have the opportunity to award 2 of these awards. So here's what the judges had to say about your second Engineering Inspiration Award winner.
With more than 60 programs and thousands of STEAM kits distributed, this team's inspiration spreads like ripples in a pond. From passing funding measures and promoting STEM education to starting new FIRST teams at home and abroad, they even work with hospitals and law enforcement to spread the values of FIRST. Need a night out to feel the music? Suit up and call these monsters STAT!
Congratulations to 2635.
Team 2635 is the Lake Monsters. They're from Lake Oswego High School and Lake Ridge High School in Lake Oswego, Oregon.
All right, one more round of applause to Team 2635. All right, our next award is the District Finalist Award. The District Finalist Award celebrates the alliance that makes it to the final match of our competition. First recognizes the talent of these outstanding competitors. They are sensational and we are proud to honor them. Congratulations to your alliance captain, team number 948.
Team 948 is NRG, the Newport Robotics Group from Newport High School in Bellevue, Washington.
Let's keep the applause going for their partners. Please welcome team number 1540.
Team 1540 is the Flaming Chickens from Catlin Gable School in Portland, Oregon.
And let's not forget the third member of your finalist alliance. Please welcome team 2412.
Team 2412 are the Robotoads from Sammamish High School in Bellevue, Washington.
One more round of applause for your event finalists, 9, 4, 8, 15, 40, and 24, 12. Our next award is the Pacific Northwest District Championship Champion Award. The champion formed a powerful alliance who rose to the many challenges of rebuilt, and proved to be an exciting and competitive combination. They can now proudly hang a winner's banner in their pit at the championship in Houston. Congratulations to the Alliance captain, Team 2046.
Team 2046 is Bare Metal from Tahoma Senior High School in Maple Valley, Washington.
Your finalists, your winners couldn't have done it alone. Their alliance partner, Team 2910.
Team number 2910 is Jack in the Bot from Henry M. Jackson High School in Mill Creek, Washington.
Contributing to the storm that led your winners to conquer the Pacific Northwest District Championship, please welcome Team 2811.
Team number 2811 are the Stormbots from Skyview High School in Vancouver, Washington.
We have two final awards to hand out here. It's the first Impact Award. The first Impact Award is the most prestigious award at First. It honors the team that best represents a model for other teams to emulate and best embodies the purpose and goals of First. At the District Championship, we are able to award two First Impact Awards. The First Impact Award presented to the team judged to have the most significant and measurable impact of its partnerships amongst its participants and community over a sustained period, not just a single build season. The winner must be able to demonstrate progress towards First's mission of transforming our culture. Here's what the judges had to say about your First Impact Award.
Leading with passion, this team revealed a portfolio full of causes for amending STEM to include everyone. They served as informants to the State Board of Education, escorting them to their shop to brief them on the impact of First. From credits with Arizona State University to sponsored manufacturing for Uplift Challenge teams, this team makes succeeding from a small town anything but a shh. secret.
Wait! Congratulations. Qualifying for the Houston Championship, Team 4125.
Team number 4125 are Confidential from Umatilla High School in Umatilla, Oregon.
Let's hear what the judges had to say about your second Impact Award winners.
From running camps to hosting events, this team approaches every mission with planning and logic. Through the sweetness of upcakes, they form alliances with students of underrepresented genders. They have even built a sustainable outreach program, boldly going to Cairo and Sudan, leaving the judges knowing that for this team, there is no final frontier.
Qualifying for the Houston Championship, congratulations to Team 4450.
Team 4450 is from Capital, Avanti, and Olympia High Schools in Olympia, Washington, and they are the Olympia Robotics Federation.
This is 4125 Confidential. Tuning in.
Our team focuses on community outreach, whether it's in our district or our team.
And how do we do that?
Well, just watch and see.
The team is not just a community, but an ecosystem, with everyone giving back as part of a cycle. We prioritize our youth, putting in year-round effort to ensure they flourish as future FRC members. As they graduate, our alumni circle back around to kickstart the cycle over again, a team that rebuilds itself.
And how has being in robotics changed you as a person?
Oh, it's a different way of thinking.
collaboration, teamwork.
Robotics has impacted me by giving me opportunities that I never thought would be possible. I've been to Washington DC, go to the coast every year. It's all things that I never would experience without the team. And they also give me resources, like I'm able to get scholarships through FIRST, I'm able to meet connections and have lots of fun with the people I meet.
I think it's changed me a lot of ways. I think for my own personal career, I wouldn't be a teacher without FIRST.
So, with future generations in mind, we are committed to sustaining and growing the culture of FIRST and its impact on our community. Let's step forward together to inspire, to innovate, and to build a future we're proud to pass on.
Stars are the architects of our universe, forging the elements from which everything is created. They are the blueprints of our past, and they build our future. Our team follows the principles of the stars as we journey through different civilizations.
At the Olympia Robotics Federation, a Star Trek-themed team, we work to build the blueprints for STEM education for future generations.
By mentoring teams, running camps, and training educators, we equip our community with the knowledge they need to live long and prosper.
One of the initiatives that we run to help students along their journey to explore their curiosities is Camp Kittimer, an annual camp that has welcomed over 200 students since its first edition 3 years ago. Additionally, last summer we invited 15 Japanese exchange students to compete alongside our campers.
My favorite part about running Camp Kittimer is introducing students to engineering and FIRST and sparking their passion through the camp. Seeing the students share their knowledge and inspire future generations when they join ORF and return to Kittimer as a mentor is really what makes me the most proud of Kittimer and its students.
Over half of our campers express interest in joining a FIRST team like FLL. To foster this interest, 3 years ago we took on the responsibility of fully funding, running, and mentoring 5 FLL teams across our district. We spend over 400 hours a season with our teams, working side by side with them through every aspect of competition.
Seeing a new student to FLL come in, like beginning of the season, they don't know much, but they just want to learn. And I think seeing them grow throughout the season, throughout the years, that FLL just helps them realize their passion for robotics. And they've already made it clear to me that they want to continue with FIRST in high school with FRC and FTC. And I just think it's really great that I can help them realize their passion for this stuff.
3 years ago, we traveled to Cairo, Egypt to host Tech Trek. Based on our experiences at this camp, we spoke at a conference, leading us to a new initiative, teacher trainings.
1 year ago, ORF talked at the Northwest Conference for Computer Educators, where 10 team members shared their experience running a STEM camp in Egypt. During this event, we connected with the Washington State Library, who asked us to host trainings for educators across the state so they could start their own STEM programs.
At the Olympia Robotics Federation, we fueled the passage of knowledge by equipping our community with the tools and knowledge they need to build on the impact that we have created. Through this cycle of education, mentorship, and inspiration, we empower the next generation of leaders to boldly go where no one has gone before.
Congratulations to both of our first Impact Award winners. This concludes our awards segment, but I know there's something that all of you have been waiting for, and I just got word that Josh and Brett are ready to relay that to you.
The part we've all been waiting for, of course, is the part where we just sit here and kill time until the first API tells us who's going to champs. Really, you're all just here to listen to us banter, right?
Yeah, hi. Once again, I'm Brett. He's Josh. That's Jake. And we're going to talk a little bit about how the competition went. What do y'all think? Well, Jake, what stood out to you?
That was awesome? Question mark?
No,
I think that was pretty
single
awesome.
thing,
What do you
just
think?
the whole thing, yeah. Jake, what was your favorite, I guess, type of thing? And that was it. Were you here for the offense? Were you here for the defense? Were you here for the wild swings and score? Were you here for the really high scores? I mean, what really, you were down there calling those matches on the field. What sticks out in your memory out of all that?
Honestly, like there are, I guess, I have two different answers to that. So one is the back and forths, so good. I think this game really lends itself to having those matches where, the Red Alliance is in the lead, and then the Blue Alliance is in the lead, and then the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance. It goes back and forth, and then it's not until the very end that you actually know what's going to happen. But also, we set some really high scores, which was really, really cool, and we didn't take the world record, but I get the feeling that these teams here will be attempting that at championships. What do you think?
I think that's quite likely. And we are still waiting to find out exactly which teams are going to go to championship. But before we get to that, we do have another treat for everybody. Our AV team has been hard at work on our 2026 District Championship highlight reel. So we'll direct your attention to the big video board and take a look at that.
What a phenomenal video, as it is every single year. I always love, this is one of my favorite parts. I always love looking forward to the highlight reels that we get out of District Champs. It shows all the teams all competing, and it's always well done, well edited.
Yeah, let's shout out Jordan Grimm for putting that together year after year. Give it up for Jordan, everybody.
I also want to give a special thanks to Action Entertainment for helping us put on this event. They brought us a lot of the equipment that allowed us to be able to run this show and to, do all this, put all the lights up and the trusses and all that sort of stuff, and put confetti in your lunch boxes and whatnot. And you'll be finding that confetti for the next 3 years.
Oh, yes. Yes, thanks, everyone. And then I think we've got a few more thanks to do, but we'll wrap those up at the end. Brett, Magic Computer Screens man, I think you've got the magic screen.
Yeah, I don't know. What do y'all think? You want to find out who's going to Houston?
Those of you who weren't DDoSing FRC locks all afternoon?
Yeah, FRC locks is somehow still up, but I have the official word. So here we go. Congratulations to 2046, 5468, 2910, 1540, 948, 360, 2412, 955, 9023, 4915, 6696, 2522, 2811, 4089, 5937, 4469, 9450, 4450, 4125, 10991, and 2635. You are all going to be our Pacific Northwest representatives at the Houston Championship this year. Congratulations to those 21 teams. And Josh, we've got a little bit of a curiosity at the end of this leaderboard that you wanted to point out for everybody.
Yeah, this is actually something in all these years of doing these district champs events and multiple regions, I have not seen a tie on our district leaderboard coming out of district champs. So just wanted to settle the mystery. The tiebreakers can be found in table 11-2 in the competition manual. The tiebreaker that separated Velocity Raptors and Cloverbots and sending Velocity Raptors on to championship is total playoff performance points. Velocity Raptors a whopping 72 district points from playoff performance. Congratulations on having that help write your ticket to Houston.
Yep, and with that said, we are wrapped on the Pacific Northwest season for 2026 and rebuilt. Josh, last thoughts on the competition out here?
It was amazing, and it was great. I think we are all looking forward to a safe drive home and some sleep to rest up from this one and maybe give your ears a little bit of a break from listening to us yammer on. Thank you all for being here, and some more thanks that we should give out. First of all, thanks to the co-hosts here at the desk. Thanks, Jake. Thanks, Brett. And thanks to Evan, wherever he wandered off to.
Evan.
Hey, there's Evan.
And Natalie and Austin, the rest of our PNW District Champs Voices team.
Thank you, Mikhail and Christian back of house, for all these video reels you've been running for us, all these match highlights. And Caleb as well. Thank you for all the help.
And thank you to our broader AV and tech team behind the curtain, led by Steve Kelly and James Byrne, putting all of this together. Thank you to all of our volunteers here to run this event in the entire district. Thank you, teams, parents, volunteers, mentors, alumni, for being out here and putting together a great season. We are looking forward to seeing you back next year. Good luck to everybody traveling on to Houston. And we will see you in 2027. Good night, everybody. Travel safe.